music to the alternating steps. Probably should have talked more to people I thought were interesting as heck. Probably should have gotten closer to my moms after pops drowned out death. I wish the best, I wish that and all the rest. Sometimes I wonder if I felt more at home in my own skin instead of always feeling fake. With my genuine moments stop feeling off and out of place. All my smiles seem strange. I walk like I'm trying on a wig, or a mask, or a laugh, or a face, or a faith in my place in this path. But so I'm trying to change that and live inside the moment, not the past. See the present unwrapped, cause the moment's all we have, till it's gone. I'm just waiting, hoping the next one go last a little longer than the one before, cause there's only so many I can grab before they all start slipping out of hand. They go past me, I see the last me I ever will be. That got me asking if living this lightly, stepping the right thing, or should I been a little bit more focused on the place that my feet needed to go? As they go past me, I see the last me that I ever will be. That got me asking if living this lightly, stepping the right thing, or should I been more focused on where feet wanted to go?
I don't choose when I choose places. They got a mind of their own. Into traffic like no regard for dangerous roads. Don't you worry, nothing got the situation under control. I'll be fine right here. Wait, that right there is seeming dangerously.
They got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon it double. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon it double. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with a line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. My don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust you. I told her with shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I did with the pot. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can be mixing when iffy the vibe. 40 on 50 is really the time. Why is you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I don't know you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and doubt on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. Full of pictures, dimensions, I know what you did. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Check out. Problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling.
Welcome back. We are ready to go with round number 2 of the evening. There's so much more Valorant to come. For those that are just joining us, I'm Strive, joined by the fantastic Vincent, and welcome to Pit of Valor number 178 after a mega hiatus in terms of broadcasting. We've obviously been running events in the back end, but it's the first time in a long time that we're here with you. Yet again, a reminder to everyone, Hyperion has Esports is sponsoring this event. We've got $200 up for grabs from Hyperion. First gets 100, second gets 50, and third and fourth get 25 a pop each, which is awesome. And we've got a clip competition going on by Tonky Kong as well. Somewhere in between this desk and the game, we'll drop the plug in there so you know the steps to follow to enter that. But there's another $25 there just for posting a clip and using the correct hashtags and following the correct people. So easy stuff here. But with that said, Vincent, take us into game number 2. We are going to an awesome map that I have not had the chance to cast in such a long time. Good old Haven.
I know, it's been a hot minute. We had to say goodbye to Haven for just a temporary moment in time. Now we get to say hello once again to, I mean, the OG, the 3-site map that we all know and love, and that isn't Lotus. I mean, I love Lotus too, but it's fine. It's just not as good. We got Hyperion Gold up against, Hyperion Gold up against Washed Up. I trolled you there a little bit. That's on me.
No, you didn't. You're good. I was just going to say, I like Lotus too. I just want to point that out. Can I ask you a question here? What's your dislike with Lotus? What is it about it that you don't enjoy?
I actually don't dislike Lotus at all.
Oh, okay.
I think if I was to like have a dislike, it's the B site. I think the B site could use some work. But
facts.
There isn't anything wrong with Lotus. It's just Haven's just, always been there. The OG, like it feels like Valorant, like synonymous with Valorant.
It's been there since like the OG days, and I totally get it. Like Lotus was a bit of a stretch, and I do agree it's just not the spiciest of maps. But what is looking really great so far is I love the eclectic agent selection that's occurring on the screen here. Like we have Sova on the one end, we have a Breach, we have a Neon, we have a Cypher. Like we've almost covered, I'd say 50% of the agents in the game here with between these 10 picks, almost 40-50%, which is pretty awesome. So expect an energetic map here on Haven, which to your point remains as one of the most fun maps to play. It's so tight knit, so many close quarters, and it can be so energetic and dynamic, but yet it can also be so strategic and calculated as well. And there's so many ways to dig into it, which I love to watch.
So I got like 2 questions, right?
Sure.
These ISO buffs, like, are they legit? Like, are they good? I haven't played with them. Second question is the Neon like
slide fiasco?
Yeah, is that fixed? I don't think it's fixed, is it?
You know what? For all I know, I got to go back and dig into patch notes and see. But I saw that there was a patch coming for Neon, whether it has occurred or not yet occurred, that Neon's going to be 100% accurate while sliding, or more accurate.
Well, yeah, no, that patch happened, but then there was a bug in the patch in that patch specifically, where while falling was also accurate, unintentionally. Yeah, so that's the bug I'm talking about. That like I don't know if it's fixed. Anyway, nonetheless, we got 2 Neons and we got an ISO as well. But as soon as Synergy walks right into the tripwire, gonna get beheaded. Dap doing some very good work there.
It's getting denied by a Cypher as a Neon is like one of the most traumatizing things possible. You just want to, like, as her agent voice line say, go, 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 and you get no, no, no. Like you get stuck behind wires, and it's just a hard no. Yeah. Anyways, that's going to be a huge opener there for Hyperion Gold now in this 5v3. Things are looking very good for them.
Yeah, and it's looking like rotation's going to be caught, though, to be fair for Bambi. Okay, one out of 2 ain't bad. Unfortunately, numbers starting to expire. As Washed Up lose members. Hyper's going to continue to push in. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Some very nice stuff from Hyper, though goes down. And Mikey's looking to make this doable. Ideal, even, was the 1v1. That's what I meant to say, but Mikey won't be able to deliver. But yeah, that's the changes that we were talking about for Neon, which I do think, I'm split on. I'd love to hear your opinion, Strive, because on the one hand, I think that is definitely the way to make Neon more viable, like more in line with other duelists of the same caliber. But that does seem really busted,
Are you which maybe I missed it, Vincent?
I'm talking about like the slide being, you being able to slide and be more accurate.
Are you pro slide or anti slide?
See, That's a hard question. We are into an eco, so if it was never added to the game, I would have been fine. But now that it's here, you got to make it good.
I'm with you. That's a fair approach to it in terms of making things good. By the way, while we're bantering, Washed Up is absolutely cleaning. Oh my goodness me. Confident push there coming out now. 2 versus 1. Dap's going to sit on that and defuse while Muddy there goes in and cleans up the mess. And yeah, yeah, it is a bit of a loaded question, isn't it? Am I pro slide? No, I'm anti slide actually. I think it's completely ridiculous. But at the same time, would I like it to be a little bit more functional? Yes. I think that a mechanically strong Neon, no matter what they do with that agent, is going to be better than the average gamer. That's just my take on it, because it's such a slippery bit of utility, and it's so hard to calculate the end point of a slide, especially if you're not used to it, that you can get completely caught off guard. And that's what frustrates me the most when I play against a Neon, is the unpredictability, which for a Neon player is actually predictable, but you get my point.
Yeah, and I think that that's what's cool about these changes, is that like it absolutely makes it more along the lines of like a Jet or with the dash, right? It's the same idea. So synergy, yeah, gonna lead the charge, get on to, I mean, this post plan has been lightning fast. The fact that we're already here, what, like 15 seconds into the round, and we're into this one where Hyperion have a bit of a good look at things. King of Copper gonna be sending it back in. Great flash, but it's still just a 2-on-2.
Yeah, right off the rip here, I will say this has been a great set of couple rounds, great set of rounds to start us off. I mean, you can see our observers getting a workout there on the keys, shuffling between the agents, and rightfully so. We have great fights being taken all across the map. Great swings and flashes coming out, and such confident looks there from King of Copper as well on that sky. So I'm liking what I'm seeing from both ends of the spectrum. Hyperion Gold obviously here looking to keep things moving in the right direction with this buy. This is critical for them. They've invested a fair amount, but Mikey as well, 7-2, giving us some chunk vibes right off the rip. $3,700 after a full buy. You have to keep your eyes peeled for that Astra being able to buy in as these rounds progress.
Yeah, that's a good point. Mikey was really doing the work on the pistol round and on the anti-eco as well. So we'll be seeing what Hyperion have to offer as we slow things down. I'm interested to see, you know, kind of how things have adjusted, because there is a cipher here, and this didn't used to be like a cipher map, but I can't remember when the cipher buffs came in. So has that changed since we last saw Haven?
I think the cipher buffs have been around for a while though. No, like it's nothing too new.
I think they have. I'm not sure if it was before or after Haven got taken out.
Good point. I mean, there's so much that happens in this game, and you know, week in, week out, that it's hard to keep up sometimes. But yet again, the Cypher Wire does stay true to its name and denies Hyperion Gold's entry by that Neon. Pick coming up there for Pablo. Hyper's going to want to clear out the corner here despite sitting in a grav well. Tonky Kong coming in for the 1, Mikey for the 2, and it goes back and forth. Hyper is sliding and dashing and ulting away and doing what Neon does best. Going to give Washed Up that 3-1 lead.
Yeah, and I will say that, you know, making sure that you're mobile with the ultimate there, that overdrive, can, I think, potentially mean that the overdrive is going to be a little bit more effective, because they also changed how quickly you slide. Am I not right? Let me see.
Vincent is
yes.
Vincent this evening is occupied the role of patchbot.
Yeah, I am sorry. I really
of Valor and patch notes.
I have to know. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
Okay.
Max sprint speed while moving sideways was increased. So I'm assuming that means that, like with what Hyper just did, it's a little bit quicker, a little bit easier to get into position.
I'm laughing at the idea of moving sideways. Just like, you know, just when you put those two words together in FPS, it's just such a, like a crab sideways. Almost. You can't, but it's just like increase speed while moving sideways.
Hold on. Respect the 1v1. You gotta respect the 1v1.
All right.
Okay. Not Moody. Gotta get with the program there, pal.
Sorry, but I made a mental note. I won't do that again. Shame on me. Hyper though. Oh, this patience is great. Not able to get the quick pick. Okizi converts for the trade. Oh my goodness. Hyperion Gold. 4 versus 1. It's down to Dap, and looking good. Looking strong on that round there is Hyperion, and they walk away with only 1 man down. The economy must be great for them as well.
I'm not gonna lie, we're deep into that 1v1 and everybody died while we were in it. So like mid 1v1, that's a little bit wild, but
We respected the 1v1, but everything else in the round just went down the gutter, it seems.
a little bit.
It's okay.
Nonetheless, I do think it's fun to see a little bit more ISO. Anyway, Hyperion Gold keeping it relatively strong here. Up to a second round off the back of what was a thrifty last time out. Really far forward or washed up. As they take some grass control, they'll push out, try to take a couple of fights, and Pablo with a nice shot. Gonna keep it even at 4-on-4.
Like it now. Bambi as well, down mid to B site. Gets a great pick with that Bulldog. Pablo, 30 hit points, has a smoke coming back to life in 10. B site is blocked as well, so potential water falling of smokes could block that choke point off. Bambi makes a very calculated shot there towards door and destroys DAP. That's the Cypher gone. So again, more entry potential is available for Hyperion Gold as they wish. They got to really deal with the double flash, which in the grand scheme, considering they have 4 up, should be not an issue.
Feels like Washed Up are kind of playing this a little bit of like a DM right now. Like they're playing really aggressive and taking fights early. Hyperion in this round, really great job at dealing with that. Just losing the one guy over towards mid. And Donkey Kong is about to, well, I was gonna save on that. It's actually Ukizai to do that instead.
Nice.
That'll be a tied scoreline as well.
Hyperion now is sitting on the gold mine of ultimates. You can see there, everyone's Christmas tree is lit up. That's going to be an amazing look for them. Washed Up has also been accruing a fair amount of ults as well. Things have been, like you said, very fast paced, and it echoes what I said on round number 1 and round number 2. Right off the rip, it felt like our observer was getting a workout. And it is off the fact that we're not seeing a defense that is playing passively and waiting for the push. They are looking for opportunity. And Haven's a map that I feel works well with that. And if your team play style is playing aggro, play aggro. As long as it works, run with it.
Yeah, I mean, especially defensively, actually, Haven lends itself to getting really proactive, and they're going to do that once again. A little dash in there for Hyper, double kill for them. Unfortunately, it's a 1-for-1 on both sides of the equation, and full tap activated. Muty's got one more. Pablo elsewhere, that's over towards mid, and Mikey's all alone. Blink of an eye, and Washed Up have another chance at a round as they're up by 2 players.
There's something great about ISO and that wall that works so nicely on close proximity or tighter battles like that, right? When you're, let's say, 2 arms length from your opponent, the wall travels so quickly, it offers so much cover, and it's almost like trying to walk out of a smoke. The transition and the guessing as to where the person's positioned behind the wall is that much harder to do, obviously. So ISO really excels well in these battles, and it's obviously, like you said, a great time to watch. And Mikey now trying to make a move on up. Muddy is just holding the angle, crouched, maybe having a bite of a sandwich or something, gets a nice pick, and it's going to give Washed Up the lead.
Yeah, I love that off angle from Muddy as well.
Just so casual, just like sitting there, like,
yeah, he's just literally crouched out in the open, and
I love that.
I mean, like that works well for ISO, to be fair, but it's a little bit absurd, even still. So Washed Up will retake the lead. Still, we're looking at an even purchase. No ops on the field of battle, though. And I don't think we've seen any of them. Here's where Hyperion going to use that gold mine, I would presume. They've already been setting up. DAP caught. And there's, again, Synergy getting up close and in the face of these Washed Up players.
Look at the value of that shield, by the way. That it's just so great to be in a tricky spot, right? Transition, grab your shield, take a hit and get out and still be 100 health, 50 armor. It's just so valuable for that ISO. It's going to give Washed Up a chance yet again to continue pecking away at it, and Muddy pecks away indeed onto Mikey. These battles from this ISO are so good, and in the end, the off angle on the ramp is what gives Donkey Kong the opportunity. Getting a second pick onto Hyper, who got chipped away very, very early on there in that fight now. Okizi, flash coming through. They're both perched up here. Got to be very cognizant of it. King of Copper. What a fadeaway from that breach. It's now Pablo choosing to play aggressive, not giving Okizi 1 inch to work with. But in the end, the tight battle for Hyperion Gold is bueno as they walk away with the round.
Yeah, and this is just continuing what I was talking about earlier, and what I feel like we've been watching the entire game through, both from Washed Up's perspective and from Hyperion. It's just everybody opting into this really high octane game of not even a cat and mouse, just of like run at each other. And that round, I mean, it all starts with the neon, sure, but even then, you have all those ultimates, and none of them even necessary to be utilized. But it looks like Hyperion gonna slow things down a little bit on this one. We're gonna go for another 1v1 here. Moody will get away this time. Little revenge, because I think it was Bambi who beat them before.
Yep, correct. And lucky for us, Vincent, unlike the last time we were in an ISO 1v1, the whole round didn't end itself in exactly 3 seconds. So we come back out of that ult in a 4 versus 4. Washed Up still sitting on a neural theft. They do have that overdrive from that neon as well, which would be great if they want to play a fast retake. Omen ult for repositioning. Here's that rolling thunder, however. Dap gets booped and bopped, has a well-positioned cage. Muty coming in from the back of sight, gets denied by Synergy as Tonki and co just wrap on to C and make that site theirs for the taking. It's down to Pablo, 1 versus 4, ultimate in hand, but gonna need a little bit more than just an ult to walk away out of this round.
Yeah, unlikely to be able to find something, though that's a great start. No paranoia. Unfortunately, has to be forced down in the open. The Aftershock doing that very well. And Hyperion retake themselves the lead. It's been a really wild back and forth game on Haven. And for at least my first Haven game back, I couldn't ask for anything better. Lots of individuals.
For sure, it's been consistently inconsistent, which I love. You know, that's kind of my take on it. In this matchup, it's been really fun. I haven't found a specific routine or pattern from any of these two teams, and I think they're just playing it and kind of figuring it out as it unfolds. And regardless, though, that C hit was very well orchestrated. The take in from Donkey Kong was beautiful. They just got backside control as you should when taking C side on Haven, and from there it was easy come, easy go. Here's that neon lane and. Money decides to cross it and pays the price. King of Copper, back of sight, would like to swing on that Cypher wire, but it's Dap there on the opposite end to connect onto Akizi. Mikey trades things out. Donkey Kong is playing far back with the spike, waiting for the right opportunity to enter, and that opportunity might have already passed as Bambi is getting one onto Pablo from the backside and gives more breathing room, more than before, at least 10 seconds ago, for Hyperion goal to make a move.
Oh, and look at Bambi. Gonna make the commitment actually towards B, has dropped the alarm bot, but isn't even necessarily making the commitment with their teammate. It's just gonna try and hold for this, and it's worked out brilliantly. Hyper falls. Now they can rendezvous together, Hyperion. Play the 2v1 instead of 1v1s together. And this is nicely done. Washed Up. King of Copper has a load to do. Has a Trailblazer, but problem is that they've had to be loud about this. Only 4 bullets left to the chamber. And there's still utility left on the site. Nice attempt, but Bambi will take all 3. And Hyperion called with a clutch shot there to hold station, maintain their lead, now 6-4.
Good stuff there from Hyperion as a whole. I mean, really great decision making to back away and pull the plug on that C hit. Donkey Kong didn't feel obliged to follow through when things start to fall apart. I like what Bambi did as well. You pointed out, good little pick, and you said, Pablo unfortunately got destroyed there on the backside of C, and from there that gave him the flexibility and the freedom to be able to pivot. Had that pick onto Pablo not come to be, I think they would have been in a bit of a stickier position, because then he would have had some additional members to deal with, obviously. Quick little shock dart, for up close and short, just to make sure no one's getting aggro. And by no one, I mean that neon specifically. And that's not the case here, as they settle back in after some early information gathering for a bit of a default.
Real heavy presence towards the A site, though, for Washed Up. They've got 3 players there off the rip, and even still, pressure mounting towards B a little bit, though Hyperion are going to end up walking out towards the A side of this map for the moment. Moody gonna be in some trouble, though. Again, fast lane goes up, dark cover goes down, and we're stalled out once more. 50 seconds, and there hasn't been a lot of moments like this where utility has sort of interrupted the fast-paced game, but first time for everything as we get a pause, and now we're gonna get the Cosmic Divide.
Mikey here setting it up, waiting for the right time to drop it. 35 now
Look
on
at
the
the
clock.
rotate.
Holy cow. Washed Up just laced up their Jordans and ran away from A site, like completely left it alone. And they're not going to have to retake against an Astra Cosmic Divide and 5 members of Hyperion Gold as well on the board.
And Bambi's cutting the rotates. That's incredible from Bambi. Another double there to help cut rotates. Doing a great job on that KJ on the lurk. But outside of that, I'm not sure what gave Washed Up that information, like what call what the reason for that call was. But I think it was just Bambi creating a distraction of sorts. Not even a large one, but making contact elsewhere. And they just fully over rotate when Hyperion frees outside of A. That's superb.
The value of Garage on this map, unlike other maps, is that it's a silent opportunity to cut rotates, like you said, right? It's basically somewhere you can enter uncontested, no revolving doors, no funny noises, no weird drop downs that'll set off a footstep, and it gives you that opportunity to slide in and get information and play a tighter angle and catch off C rotators or to hit a B player on the side of the head. And Dap here getting aggressive has had absolutely enough of Donkey Kong shenanigans. Gets a great opening pick as well. Pablo here, Neon ultimate coming in. Here's Synergy doing what Neon does best.
Yeah, and taking a lot of space. Seeing nobody home in C-Link, goes back towards A-Link, wants to see if that can maybe be a place that they find success. And again, just so much speed, keeping a move on and making life difficult. That overdrive, it's been one of the worst ultimates in the game for so long. Seems like it's getting value today. 3 for Synergy, as more to be found. King of Copper alone, and Death quickly coming. I say that as Synergy a little bit blind, but a 4K out the back of it. Hyperion Gold with a nice run of rounds that form towards the end to pick up A.
Watching Neon players do their thing when they're ulted is just so much fun. Like it's to me, it almost inspires the type of gameplay as if you're a Reyna and Empress, like Empress form. Just you feel so confident, so empowered to pick fights, and it really can turn around upside down, right? And it's something that takes getting used to is expecting the movement and the aggression out of those Neons when they're in overdrive form. So yeah, big ups there and a solid play. 8-4 though. What a great way to wrap up the first half. A strong start here on Haven. Yeah,
what is that? 5 or 4 to close it out for? Something like that. My counting's bad. You know that, Strive.
No, you're good, man. But, I can't do names, so that's fine.
We both have our weaknesses and strengths. Look at all that space that Hyperion are taking outside of A. They are walked all the way through. Meantime, Washed Up have themselves a C plant and a free plant as well.
Dap?
Oh my gosh.
Synergy is just skipping rope across, like just
Bro's bunny hopping.
Yeah, just straight up rotating like it's no one's business, having a great time. Pablo here, 1 and 2. Great angle, great reaction, great ghost work as King of Copper gets Mikey as well. It's down to Labambi in a 1 versus 3 and a very confident double swing there onto Garage Window is all it takes for Washed Up to secure the round.
You know what this is giving me like vibes of? Like
Tell me.
That bunny hopping and everything.
Food?
It's giving me Foon vibes.
I miss
real
Foon.
bad.
For those that don't know Foon, during break, take a quick second if you're not a Counter-Strike player and just type in Foon.
Yeah.
And just watch the antics of Foon bunny hops.
Watch the Z-Block clips.
Yeah, too much for Z-Block.
Yeah, those are great.
Oh man, those were the days, eh?
Yeah,
You've been around for a long time when you know Foon, right?
Yeah, those are classic videos, and if you haven't seen them, absolutely do yourself a favor.
Please
like
do.
Strive said,
So good.
And worth the watch. Like 10 minutes long or something.
It's worth.
Yeah, absolutely. Washed Up, doing a great job. I mean, picking up the pistol round, that's certainly step one in the coming back into this. Hyperion with a really incredible like into that half. But hello, Bambi.
Can't use that yet.
Has grabbed not only a kill on a classic, walked away with it free of charge. Doesn't even take damage. And Pablo's going to punch in those digits and make sure to get the spike down, but still already a little bit of damage done. More to be found. Mikey's got more. Out in the open, a little bit dicey, but this should be a cleanup now.
Ooh, that's a shot. Well done from Mikey now, but you got Muddy from below, or Muty rather. It's light work here for Washed Up. Great opener, by the way, for the crew of Washed Up here. I love their positioning on the post plan especially, and what I really love is how far into sight they played. They didn't retreat back to your typical short and long setup. Instead, they held the deeper angles, watching window, watching spawn as well, which works very favorably, I think.
Well, I mean, to be fair, they did almost get punished for it, but
Almost, but it didn't happen.
that's
the
true.
thing,
You know,
right?
close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. This is neither.
Oh man.
All right, well, let's see what Washed Up have got on this round, considering they are actually a little less favorable purchase wise. You know, see the Sheriff here. We got a Stinger as well, up against the big guns for Hyperion, who've taken their standard control out long. Donkey Kong gonna touch at least one, do a little bit of damage. Ends up having to fall back away, but here we go. Oh, Trailblazer doesn't end up checking. That could have been a problematic situation, but the relay bolts still stunned, and Donkey Kong wins the duel. Got the coverage for his teammate. Mikey will fall, but Hyperion, they've got the advantages, and they'll continue with it.
Oh, the neon slide. We didn't get to see it, but Synergy didn't make it out of that battle whatsoever. Okizi now patiently respecting the breach, but 1 versus 3 starts with, wait a minute, this could be the ace clutch.
Hold up a minute.
Hold up. Wait a minute. It's about to be a clip entry into Donkey Kong's $25 prize. What is this? Spike? Wait, with a spike? Hello?
What an outrageous statement. What if you submitted a clip to Donkey Kong against him?
In your own team, or against him, rather.
Wait.
Oh!
He's about
Wait
to
a
do
minute.
it.
This is the opposite of a caster curse. This is the caster blessing about to happen. Oh, this aggressive play is good. It's so good. Oh, no, not like this. King of Copper.
I saw it.
What?
The stars aligned. I was looking. I was
there.
ready. Just a missed shot there at the very end. I mean, really though, you can't tell me that wouldn't have been the funniest thing if he could have submitted that clip to
Straight up.
Donkey Kong.
Donkey's like, wait a minute. Didn't I
It's
did I lose that round? Wait a minute. What?
Watch your team get 1v5 dub. It's so funny.
No, you know what I really want though? Like that, and I alluded to it because I messed it up realizing who Donkey Kong's side, but imagine like Mikey submits a clip to his one teammate. He's like, bro, what do you want me to do? Give you $25? Like, okay, no problem.
Dude, look at where Synergy's at. Gonna get hit with the relay bolt, but they know it. Yeah, Trailblazer in. Brother is perma stunned. This is stun lock for days.
Throwing Ray Charles to the max too off of that flash, like stunned, blended, everything under the kitchen sink here.
What was that?
Right
Relay bolt, Trailblazer, then guiding light. Like,
yeah,
oh my goodness.
It's a lot to absorb. Oh, Hyper sliding. Oh, transition with the spray too. Hyper's wired right now, by the way, like thoroughly wired, just dancing around with that neon, and it's gonna be good here for Washed Up 2 off of it. It's Okizi 1 versus 3. This tight angle is great, by the way, from Hyper. I love the confidence.
Yeah, and has the backup. Like the double swing is ready to go from both of his teammates. If that doesn't work out, it's gonna fall back, at this point. But yeah, that'll be a triple swing, my friends. Sorry. Yep. Washed Up ultimately do a lot of damage to Hyperion in that attempted 1v5, and it was damage that means a lot long term, because that round isn't nearly as strong as it would have been otherwise. Now Washed Up close the distance a little bit. 3 out of 4 rounds this half going their direction, and Hyperion still with the lead and some ultimates to work with too. That Hunter's Fury catching my eye, but it's a big important round for them.
Mega indeed. A little bit slower off the rip, which I like to see from Washed Up, right? They play these first 20 seconds kind of chill, and then they really turn up the tempo as they find a sound cue or an opportunity. I was going to say, Bambi was making one heck of a choice getting aggressive, and Muty there does the deed. Look at this push into sight. Neon just leading the way. ISO wall continues to block in some of that vision towards backside, so no opportunity of peeking outside the lane or in the lane. Complete splittage. Donkey Kong, Hunter's Fury is out. That's 2 charges and 3 charges, 3 strikes, and you're out, unfortunately, with that one.
Yeah, a little late on that Hunter's Fury, I think. Viper's going to have to hold it back, and it's got King of Copper right behind. This is round over for Hyperion already, unless they get something crazy in the next 5 seconds. Okizi trying to make that happen. 2 out of the 3. Ain't a bad start, but heading through a dark cover, never really good for your health, to be honest. Mikey will fall. And Donkey Kong giving it their best shot. But yeah, as I was saying, that Hunter's Fury just a little bit late to the party. And as much as, you know, I love Bambi getting aggressive at times, you know, playing aggressive on this map is absolutely a big part of it. But if you have somebody like the double push A long, also or push C long, just a little bit overstated, I believe. You know, just a bit too much at the same time for Hyperion as they get themselves a bit deep and punished for it.
Making a comment as a whole, I like what Washed Up does with their smokes. Like, Pablo's doing a good job of leaving smokes in the right place at the right time, and it's forcing, on a map like Haven, there's very few entry points back into C site. I mean, Garage is not always the easiest to come through. Blocking off spawn is just such great value, and Washed Up continues to play behind them safely, not being aggressive at all. Synergy takes a quick look, decides to pull the plug on it. Oh, Okizi had the stinger, gets a dink off, but it's probably for like, what, 60 damage at most with that gun, as Hyper is there to pick up the bits and bobs. Oh, my gravy. That was a second one onto Muty, but not enough to penetrate that shield and get the kill conversion. Is Washed Up now follow through with those picks and hit this A site.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate one. Muty really getting the most out of the ISO util. And with that, they'll get onto the site just fine. What is it? Stinger and a Sheriff left for Bambi, if I'm not mistaken. Looks to me like Hyperion are only interested, even in an exit or two, if they can get away with it. But Washed Up, going from a team in the first half where I'll be honest, I said it kind of looked like they were playing deathmatch a little bit, and that's because they were so aggressive and were really taking fights every which way.
Is there a ninja about to happen?
Yeah, is there about to? No. Okay. No. But they go from a team that kind of looks that way to very coordinated on their offensive side. Really impressive.
100%. Like a huge shift altogether. And off of that too, they just continue to look better and better. And with, yeah, here's the timeout, and rightfully so. Washed Up's ultimate's primed aplenty. Question marks here for Hyperion Gold is, what are we going to do differently, and what can we change about our play? Bambi did what, you know, I default to on Haven, is playing a little bit aggressive. Unfortunately, paid the price. So maybe a long C hit is not the right look. Maybe a 2-3 setup, leave B open completely for a retake might be some value add on this map. That's at least another good approach. I don't know, Vincent, just, you know, spitballing ideas, but on a 3-sided map like Haven, you can't always commit all the beans to everywhere at once, and you might have to sacrifice one site and play it as a full retake and conserve the correct utility to do so even.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But the problem is for Hyperion is that now they've been equalized, right? It's 9-9. The time for some of those more, you know, gambly options are not past, but they're certainly more risky now with the lack of additional fallback of rounds to deal with. So for that reason, this conversation is going to have to be more about, okay, what's the risk versus the reward? What can we do? And what will we do? And it looks like certainly some gambles being made on this gun round. We got a ton of presence out towards A. Only now Bambi headed back to the C side of the map, and yeah, gonna take a fight at A. That seems like the game plan. Or at least take some space. That early recon bolt to give information. Donkey Kong's gonna grab that info, then actually rotate around back, leaving the breach there.
1v1 time yet again, as Vincent would say. Gotta respect it. Let's see what we can do. Muty has been, I think, 2 for 3 now on those.
Yeah, that's right. 2 for 3.
Pretty good. Pretty strong stats as a whole for that ISO. As Mikey and Synergy go ahead and do a huge number on short. And you can see that fight towards the close corner on the right yields opportunity on the left there for Hyperion Gold. They do get rid of Muty's shield as well, so 2v1 for this ISO. I mean, if there's one agent that can take a duel and isolate them, as the name implies, it is going to be Muty.
Yeah, I mean, certainly has the shield available to do so, so... A great angle from Synergy. Love that angle, just because it makes it so that Moody's the one who has to make the play. He's trying to engage onto the site, and Synergy, in doing so, just gets a free shot because he's walking into the crosshair. Absolutely fantastic setup there, and Synergy in particular picks up a triple kill. Was zooming all the way back into the site, saves Mikey. Well, Mikey does go down, but ends up trading Mikey really effectively, gets the double kill, and ends up with a triple there towards the end. Absolutely fantastic. And Hyperion, it wasn't too complicated. Actually didn't do all that much different, but that early A setup ends up successful.
Yeah, that position, like you said, was both aggressive and passive at the same time. It had its two pluses, I'd say, and very few minuses in that particular battle. Really great, and I like this move here. And you can see they almost kind of did what I was hoping them to do, rather, the side of Hyperion. They're playing a very retake C type of setup, which is great. They got 5 members, which is obviously better than having 4, 3, 2, or 1 on a retake of this nature. But we'll see how they can fare with Washed Up sitting on a Trailblazer and even the Neon ult if they wanted to use it. But that Trailblazer in itself could be very detrimental to Hyperion Gold's retake.
Well, it's that Rolling Thunder to start things out. Overdrive to come back in, and Synergy is going to try and work through the smoke. This is nicely done. Does a lot of damage to 2 more. That Aftershock is going to catch one as well. This is brilliant. Has Washed Up all go down. The Cosmic Divide, sort of the addition at the very end of that, really splits the spike, making it impossible to spam for the defuse. They didn't need it all, but they had it all for Hyperion.
Yeah, they threw it at the round, and it worked well in their favor. That's all that matters in the grand scheme. Really good cascading bit of utility and ults used across the board, and the team funneled in very well too. I'll give them that, right? Playing a 5-man retake is very difficult to do, and to be committed to it and not in each other's way and overstepping is great. It does help that Washed Up was playing way back far down C long, which, I mean, gives them tons of site space to work with. But despite that, you know, like you said, they use the right things at the right time, and the conversion's great for their 11th round. Looks like Spike has dropped way back in spawn, and they're going to go ahead and look for an opener perhaps, and a bit more of a slower start here. And the first look outside of B grass that I can recall, at least with 2 members posted up.
Yeah, not been a lot of presence in that area for Washed Up. They've been very centric towards the A side of the map, which is pretty traditional actually. But speaking of A, double push out for Hyperion Gold. They've got 2 players there. Now, the Tripwire is holding back anything, and Bambi's up close. Trailblazer gonna be sent in. Oh, nice catch there. That is a 1-for-1. Donkey Kong out for the trade, and the flashbang back in as well, continuing to take fights. So Chiesi and wins them all out as well.
Things are slowed down. Things have slowed down substantially, rather, for Washed Up, and rightfully so. 2v4, Pablo, at least they're united down towards grass here. Close angle on the right, Synergy and Donkey Kong confidently after each other, just cascading these picks. And that's going to be match point opportunity here for Hyperion Gold. Big for them. Really, really big turn of events. And it looks like they got their game plan together, Vincent, and it's showing its colors. Like, starting off with that C retake, I am very happy with what they put together after the timeout.
So look at Moody though, about one away from another kill contract. We've been talking about how good he's been outside of that first one that Bambi ended up beating him out on. You know, get that early orb, you could be talking a very different story. Not only that, but Seeker's committed. It's all in for Washed Up, and for good reason. They've got one opportunity, well, a couple opportunities, but only one loss is what they can afford. Hunter's Fury. Beautiful. A nice adjustment there. Mikey dodging out. Hunter's Fury pauses this push. Absolutely stalwart in their hold.
the Hunter Sphere was one piece of that halt, but the gravity well that was right dead nuts at long A is what really denied the Neon site entry opportunity as well. So 2 denier ults off the rip, and off the back end of it, you can see Bambi here coming in again with another flank and pick opportunity. Pablo's completely ejected C-Toe and gone towards C site, but unfortunately with that now is a 4 versus 1, which is going to be a giga clutch. That turret is just looking mighty on beautiful.
No way, that's awesome.
Pablo's made friends. That's all that matters, right? Gets the 1 pick as well. Bambi, the first victim, and it's not going to be enough. Cannot convert the 3 after. That's going to be Hyperion Gold winning this matchup against Washed Up, and they proceed further into this best of 1 bracket.
That they do. Washed Up had some really nice ideas, though. There was some good stuff, but I think that after that timeout, Hyperion they had it figured out. They found out what the problem was. I don't think they lost a round after that timeout. Now that I'm thinking about it, because it was tied up 9-9, and that's where we got the timeout come through. Hyperion flawless right after that as they walk their way through and dunk it into the net. There is, I think, just a couple of individuals to talk about there, but sure. I think that there was, for me, the fact that we saw some incredible Neon gameplay made my day.
It did. Neon is timeless. Like we said, as much as we have conversation points about the slidey moving sideways conversation, I think Neon's a really fun and energetic agent to watch play. And more of that hopefully to come, you'd like to hope. A quick reminder again for everybody, just to touch on some critical points, please enter the clip competition from Tonky Kong. If you're on Tonky Kong's team, also please enter the competition just so one of you can win that and I can just laugh. And if you do clip on Tonky Kong himself, well, that's just, brownie points for the win. Again, reminder to please enter our Pit of Valor events coming up in the future. $10 entry per event or $25 for 4. This gives you basically a bigger, better prize pot and more sustenance and support for GLG to keep bringing you these events. You win Pit of Valor, you get an entry into Radiant Arena, which is otherwise a $75 entry, and the prize pool for that is $1,250. So higher entry, higher stakes. Please don't miss it. Vincent, we have so much more Valorant to come here this evening. Before I send everyone off, anything you want to share? We good to go to a break and come back?
No, I think we're good. We're gonna chill out here for a moment. We're gonna get things ready. We got a round 3 matchup already good to go, so don't go far. We'll be right back.
Boxes are defeating, purpose always fleeting. I pose questions to the ceiling like an answer gonna come. Truth is too revealing, life is easier concealing. All emotions to the start on your heart going dumb. I should be in drive more, I just wanna feel alive more. I feel hurt all the time, but I can't see straight. I've been running on the freeway, till I get blinded by the headlights. They go past me, I see the last me I ever will be. That got me asking, if living this lightly, is that been the right thing? Or should I been a little bit more focused on the place that my feet needed to go? As they go past me, I see the last me that I ever will be. That got me asking, if living this lightly, is that been the right thing? Or should I been more focused on where feet wanted to go? If I died right now, no lie, I'd have a few regrets. Wish I spent more time on biking instead of smoking cigarettes. Wish I worked more on music instead of alternating steps. Probably should have talked more to people I thought were interesting as heck. Probably should have gotten closer to my moms after Pops drowned out death. I wish the best, I wish that and all the rest. Sometimes I wonder if I felt more at home in my own skin instead of always feeling fake. But my genuine moments stop feeling off and out of place. All my smile seems strange. I walk like I'm trying on a wig, or a mask, or a laugh, or a face, or a faith in my place in this path. But so I'm trying to change that and live inside the moment, not the past. See the present unwrapped, cause the moment's all we have, till it's gone. I'm just waiting, hoping the next one go last a little longer than the one before, cause there's only so many I can grab, but they all start slipping out of hand. They go past me, I see the last me I ever will be. And that got me asking, if living this lightly, has that been the right thing? Or should I been a little bit more focused on the place that my feet needed to go? And as they go past me, I see the last me that I ever will be. And that got me asking, if living this lightly, has that been the right thing? Or should I been more focused on where feet wanted to go?
Choose their night, they got a mind of their own.
line about nothing. Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it, don't line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions, don't brag about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust you. I told you it's shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I give you the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I don't know. You thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dirt on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing. I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions. I don't what you did. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Check out. I feel like I'm falling, the birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't
Well, hello and welcome back in, you fine folks, to the Pit of Valor. We are back with more. This is round 3. Myself, Vincent, alongside Strive, and you know what? We've had some interesting games thus far. Very close game there on Haven to send us into what now is going to be more Ascent. So we had our fun.
Yeah, it all comes full circle, doesn't it, here at GLG? Like we can't get away from this map, but alas, we digress. Having seen it once, we kind of know what we can look out for and what we can expect. But of course, another look at it might be in 2 different teams bringing a fresh approach. Of course, we are getting, this is again, I like to remind everybody, as we get further and further into the bracket, these are people that are advancing, teams that are beating other members. So the pressure starts to build. We start to see some of the cream of the crop, the creme de la creme of the group kind of come to light as we build towards quarterfinals, semifinals, and grand finals as the night progresses. So I'm excited to see what these 2 teams have done. Obviously, we have not yet seen them here, but I think this is a good time to quickly plug one of the most important factors of this evening, which is Hyperion Esports for sponsoring this event, and of course Tonki for the fantastic $25 prize for the best clip. So I'll paste that in chat at some point if it doesn't get plugged in there by Nightbot, but post your clip on Twitter. Be sure you're following the correct people and using the correct hashtags, and you'll get entered for a chance to win $25, which is simply awesome. So a big thank you to Hyperion Esports for supporting us and providing the prize pot for this evening as we get into this matchup of Brute Force versus Goated.
Hey, I actually see some familiar faces here on Brute Force. It's got T-Man and Noble. Big fans. Yeah, some collegiate gamers out here. Yeah, so that's a whole lot of fun.
I love it.
Yeah, it should be good to see some familiar faces. Apparently as well, we got the goated gamers though up against them. So I don't know if there's any world where they can win. Because how could you beat the goats?
I mean, on paper you shouldn't be able to. The name is textbook in itself, but
yeah, it's kind of like checkmate.
True.
How can
you win in a checkmate? It's just not possible. Pro tip: just name your team something that is impossible to beat.
Like checkmate.
Automatically. Yeah, there you go. Put that one in the books. Credits to Vincent.
I'm here. I got ideas all night. Goated are currently walking on over to the B site and getting absolutely ripped apart as they try to make their way up lane. Noble and T-Man come in from market and shut them down. That started out looking okay, but Goated did fall apart. I may have cast a curse of Strive. That might be my fault. I might have to take responsibility.
There might be a GLG lawsuit coming your way for defamation or some other thing of that type. I'm only joking, but no, it's all good. Only round 1.
Except not really.
A lot more
Except you aren't joking.
Maybe I'm not. Maybe I am. You'll never know. No, I am actually joking though. But Brute Force here, great start. I mean, like you said, the attempt from Goated was good. They tried to pummel their way in through lane and got completely shut down. So coming off that, let's see what they can pull out in this looking. Having shifted their focus off of B site, but not entirely this time. They're making a move towards A short. Noble's doing a great job of blocking some of these critical sight lines at long and short A respectfully, expecting that presence off of that B hit. And it's good stuff. It keeps things quiet for the first 20 seconds or so.
That it does, but I think we're going to get some fireworks here in a second because T-Man, well, we got debated. We were going to have some fireworks until the dark cover came in to ruin my day. Good news is Goated moving elsewhere, gonna reposition themselves back to a similar stature as they were on the pistol round, where they went to that mid B split. And they've already got the mid part of that attack going, though the spike is a little bit disjointed. It's a little bit far away. It's going to regroup though, and we'll get them rolling. 35 seconds remain.
Interesting that Exposed popped that cage before any cue of a site take occurred. That almost kind of left them exposed. Brute Force gave an opening to Goated there. T-Man gonna pop flash in through the Cloudburst as well, and they look for control of market. Nice look onto Kanye West fan, and it's Noble there with the Guardian to get the second follow-up on that kill feed. Down to Zoom now. Posted up on stairs. Swung on by Noble. Call is good for the Uno, but the rest is down to the same Sova on site as Sunrise picks the battle on lane and had support in the form of Omen there in the wings in case things went afray. Noble sticks that defuse and brings that round together for Brute Force.
Yeah, pretty quick boost plant from Goated in that they got on the site pretty quickly, but they weren't quite able to hang on to it. Some really nice flashes from T-Man in particular. You noted that as they were coming back through, but also love the spacing that Brute Force were working with. They ended up losing a couple players on entry. Aspect with a double kill actually did a great job to allow them space onto the B site, but it came down to getting back in there. Brute Force doing a fantastic job of being together hand in hand. Look at all of this. Brute Force, they're all over B.
That they are. And after a huge expenditure of util, they pull the plug and move on towards mid. Oh, this crack is good. T-Man obviously hears the parade of stomping and doesn't take a shot. Actually might have gotten peeped out there by Sova on the way through. Smokes are out, but I think they already know that they have reasonable presence and control. Getting onto site now. Exposed, sitting in heaven, waiting for the peek on towards Generator, is forcing a very tight headshot angle. And after a multitude of bullets, takes the hit onto Call. Noble as well for the one. Aether drops down from above to below and takes Noble and Barrett right down to the grave as T-Man trades it, but a lot of impact there for them. Takes it down to the 1v1, and it's Aspect. Great stuff there. Great clutch and a great pull together for Goated. They are on the board alas.
Yeah, a 1v2 required, but it was a little bit weird on the Brute Force side of things. They actually had all of the right positions, and they ended up taking a couple of 1v1s instead of playing together, which is what allows Aspect the opportunity to win that out. But props to Aspect, who has been incredibly crucial. 2 kills in order to get them onto B in the anti-eco, and now 2 kills to clutch up in the full gun round.
This goes here.
Brute Force, though, are right back in business, and they're putting down a lot of flack, at least towards B, as Barrett. And shot found. Ooh, not quite the second. Kanye gets out on the side. Exposed is there to receive.
Great readjustment there by Expose on that first kill, but unable to transition into the second now. Call on point. Backside control is good. Sunrise previously came out victorious on lane. This time, not so fortunate as Aspect picks that up. It's down to Noble. 1 versus 3. KJ in main. Great patience, and the Nano Swarm's also used up, which is superbly good if you want to get on that defuse, but you're going to have to penetrate the wall of Omen and Sova on site. Wait a minute. Talk about penetrating. Call here gets absolutely dunked on. Dropping on site now. The Dosi Don around weak, but it's Aether playing it tight, playing it nice, and is going to get the round there for Goated.
Yeah, it's the equalizer. And Noble giving it the old college try. That was impressive, especially that shot towards Boathouse. But it doesn't matter if you're not able to win the round off the back of it. And Brute Force, I think this could actually be a very different game for them right now if they just don't give up that 1v2 opportunity to Aspect. But now that they have lost another round 2-2, and they're the ones on the eco, back foot instead of the front, and with not a lot to work with in this round, it's looking like Sheriffs are the name of the game, as we're going to get the nice idea from Brute Force, though. Double push up mid, triple push through B. They find nobody in either location, and look at how grouped up Goated are. This is really quick from Brute Force.
Yeah, really, really fast look, and I like it. Posted up right away here to take the fights. Call here in Hell is waiting to drop that owl drone by the looks of it as well, and Zoom judging it away. We don't get to see it right off the bat. It's close battles and door, and there it is. Great transition, and we get to see that judge at work. Still, Goated is sitting on a lockdown, but they're looking really good in this 5 versus 2. Look at these smokes just funneling in, continuing to zone off of Heaven as Aspect wraps around the backside, not leaving one bit of breathing room there for Brute Force to make it to the finish line, and they're picking up some great steam and really, really nice sight take from them.
Yeah, Goated, I mean, a couple of rounds lost at the beginning of this half, sure. Brute Force win the pistol, and it actually looked really strong from them, even in that anti-eco where they were retaking at a man disadvantage, and they made it look simple. But ever since then, I mean, Goated, they've played very much a death ball, like sticking together, walking into sites together, playing that like very much, you know, a 5-man killing squad. But there's no reason to make it complicated if that's what you can get away with. And right now they're back to the same business as Strive. They've got 5 and they're headed towards A.
I would be hard pressed to believe that they absolutely hit this. Yeah, and right, they back away. I was going to say that's like, with what we've seen out of Goated so far, a 5-man rush like that or a 5-man setup just seems kind of off. You know, they've been really good at spreading their resources and splitting sites accordingly as they rotate back through. But be careful, they're about to catch some opposition. But Sunrise actually gets 2. That's insane value for Brute Force as they walk away right back to home base, and they're fully kitted up. Not even not one bit of sweat came off their brows with that setup. Really good move.
Yeah, I mean, they were caught sort of in transition, which typically is maybe the best case scenario for Goated to come around that corner. Sunrise was the only one kind of looking the right direction. T-Man gets caught, but Sunrise, she just hits both the shots, double kill, and they both escape. Yeah, could not have asked for a better scenario. 2 players down, and Goated walking wounded. Back towards the A site. Now look at the utility. They've got quite a bit of it. No command, not going to be utilized on entry, but they have that if they want. The lockdown as well. Barrett grabs 2 as the trades come through. 4 seconds is not enough to win this round. Zoom is on a timer, much more so as Barrett puts him out of his misery. And say 3rd round there for Brute Force.
Really good tit for tat battle here, Vincent, all things said and done. Brute Force did off of a great B push that, mind you, I don't see too many teams venture that far that early into a round out of B main especially. So definitely something that I would consider a one and done. I would expect Goated to react accordingly, spread their resources a bit more and protect for those kinds of things. And you can see that occurring right off the bat. KJ setting up, put probably a turret by the looks of it, and just going to float and be available to take over mid control and B control, assuming that we see that same type of effect from Brute Force one more time.
Might be seeing Goated go for like a set play here at A. That's what it looks like to me. With the utility and the ultimates that they have. Yeah, there we go. T-Man, though, big spray down. T-Man for 3. Isn't necessarily going to get to confirm on the Zoom as the no command used. Means that they should be able to bring them back. But actually, Zoom is out in the open. The dark cover doesn't clear them off, and the time is expiring. So T-Man will get that credit. Triple kill confirmed. And everybody's rotated in. Spike not down, but now still presence there for Goated.
Yeah, they've got a good whiff of what's happening here. Smokes go down as well. Aether goes ahead with the paranoia as well. Shock dart right into that entrance is going to put a full stop for the time being. Aspect is taking a close battle there in that angle and taking some blind pop shots indeed. Aether bounces away with that ultimate, and that's great usage of that ult, by the way. Pulling all the rotates towards A, hitting that ult and bailing shit, but now you have the trailing KG to try and catch up and might get cut off there by the Sova. And yeah, you can see their B main positioning is good. Barrett's very aware and is going to be cognizant of both the front and back on this re-hit through B main.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as Barrett hears Aspect close by, can then swing off that contact. Aether alone, and I mean, a spike plant, sure, but really just trying to buy a miracle out of that from the shadows. And to Brute Force get another round lead back in their hands. And off the back of some nice shots from T-Man, triple spray down to get that round started. Denies the null command as well from Zoom. It's all coming up Brute Force in this round, but they're not done yet. Money still strong for Goated. And as much as that hit towards A didn't exactly work, I think they could go for it again if they wanted to. It doesn't look like they will, but they still have a lockdown and a Hunter's Fury. So there's a lot of tools at their disposal to actually play in a post plan or take space early into a round or get on the site.
Agree entirely. And from the Goated side of things, I haven't seen that much mid presence yet, which is kind of, shocking to me considering how electric they are when they do their A splits. mid to B is totally viable, right? You've got that Omen, you can completely block off spawn. You can set up a KJ alarm bot and nano on the back end of market to get you that flexibility and to come on through. So some value to be gained from perhaps looking at mid later on, but we'll see if Goated makes that observation and adjusts accordingly. Meanwhile, it's status quo here in this round. Smoke's blocked off, or one way rather, towards a main. As you can see, some looks here from Goated, and KJ still patiently waiting in the fringes, making sure B doesn't get out of hand and they get pushed out again. Here goes the paranoia. Aether for the one, sends in the smoke to follow things up. Sunrise is blocked off. Here's the Hunter's Fury. Call now, looking to do some damage while Barrett is firing on all cylinders out of spawn. Not able to convert as T-Man comes up really nicely. It's going to be a great equalizer for them as, again, plugs are pulled for Goated here. They still have a lockdown and Hunter's Fury to their name, Vincent, so a rehit is very possible, but 20 seconds leaves a lot to be desired.
Well, they're going to have trouble actually utilizing either of those bits of utility with the null command active. That's what Brute Force have done, stalling that out. Sunrise, she's going to get the opener. Nice flash from T-Man, leading both her and T-Man in. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, that null command in the mid round from T-Man just really obliterates any chance of Goated setting up the post plan effectively, because they want to, maybe, probably not the lockdown, but, have the Hunter's Fury available. They want to get further forward. They want to utilize some utility in order to take space, but they can't do that because they don't have access to it thanks to the null command. And it's going to be another round up to 5 now for Brute Force, where Goated will be the ones to take the tack timeout off the back of it. They've got the plant down a couple of times in a row here, but wins of the last 3 rounds have been lacking.
That they have, and hitting on that null command conversation, which kind of clicked in my head a bit more as you explained it, is utilizing that null command in relation to 2 retake ultimates was just beautiful. Like, so strong and so value add, really, without having to take a look down a single gun site. And that's the kind of stuff that's going to result in wins and round wins, is if they're continued to be calculated accordingly. So yeah, big +1 and an echo of your comment about that null command itself. But now that that's been expended, perhaps my conversation can come back into the limelight a little bit regarding the KJ ultimate becoming useful here off this timeout. So if I'm Aspect on this timeout, having been the one that called it, I'd say, guys, we have a great opportunity to hit a site either off that lockdown and or use it as a retake, depending on how we can run our default, which has been pretty good from them. They've got a good look on B main. They've had some great control on B as well, so they can always go back and rehit. But it feels like they're leaving themselves just 10 to 15 seconds too little to make a pivot or a change. So if they kind of shift their strat up 15, 20 seconds, I think they're going to give themselves a lot more room to work with as the round progresses.
The good news regarding that lockdown as well is that Barrett actually just used the Hunter's Fury. So the immediate, back and forth of that, Hunter's Fury lockdown situation, it's no longer available. But speaking of ultimates, this is really quite aggressive from Noble. Sunrise, gonna get 1, 2 in fact, but T-Man grabs a couple more. Exposed still out here in the middle of the opening, but it doesn't matter. The lockdown unsuccessful. There's nobody to actually lock into place, and Exposed still has, all right. I was gonna say Exposed still has all the tripwires and everything, but Noble finally gets activated there towards the backside of that push. Just a really nice counter. I think that Brute Force, a bit of an anticipation of what Aspect wanted to do with that lockdown.
Yep.
It seemed.
Yeah, definitely. The timeout was called by Goated, but it doesn't mean that Brute Force can't do their own homework during that and kind of counter strat their way through it. And that's exactly
Double-edged sword.
It is. It truly is, but very smart. You have to respect that type of mentality, just, opposite team timeout, just because you're in the driving seat doesn't mean you bake a cake and clap your hands together and sing Kumbaya. You can use that time efficiently, and they certainly did that.
Yeah, they did. Barrett using the opening and the Odin to great effectiveness into this round. Aspect's going to catch Noble on the push, and this is something where Noble has been really aggressive in these last couple of rounds. Even that from the shadows last round really kind of gave things away a bit, and I love that. I love that Goated are being intentional about dealing with that. That being said, still Brute Force end up losing 1 player, but it's only a 1-for-1 trade, and they still have a ton of utility defending the B site. That Cypher in particular makes life difficult to approach, and so with the Cypher, they can then just stack up towards A. That's exactly what they've done. Now, it does leave a gap open towards mid.
Yeah, and that's a gap that I think they're okay dealing with, considering it hasn't been really looked at much. So they're kind of gambling the stats there on that one. Is Goated here grouped up now. Very much tree bound indeed, making a whole bunch of noise, breaking the glass as well. And Recon Dart goes into backside. Barrett just holds mouse one on the Odin. It goes burr. Kanye West fan jiggles it for a galactical 1D to the forehead. Sunrise popping off out of heaven as well. And ooh, we got to look at the POV and the receiving end on that one for Sunrise. Really, really strong shots from Brute Force.
We know the drill.
That second shot onto the Gen player was crazy from her. I don't even know how that connected, to be honest with you. I mean, through the wall, that's how, but
It was crispy.
yeah, certainly was. 7-3 is the score line in Brute Force. You know, a run of rounds where Goated picked up 3 in a row after the opening 2, but now Brute Force have just stabilized. 5 in a row, and they look to show no signs of stopping. They've thrown a bunch of different looks across this board at Goated. And once again, Goated are back on B, but this time lacking that lockdown. Oh, they do have the Hunter's Fury still. That's something they've got to figure out a way to utilize. It'll be the dash in for Kanye West fan. And Barrett going to be dialed up once again. Couple of shots through as the dart cover pops out. Shock dart as well to do some more chip damage as Barrett still alive, has received some support from Exposed. And there's even more here with the Blade Storm for Sunrise. It's all good. As Brute Force make their way back into the site before it's even really taken.
That round was completely smoke and mirrors is what it felt like. Between the Cypher cages, the Omen smokes, the camera, and whatever else was there, it was an entire magic show in itself. Like, Brute Force really put Goated through the paces on a site take there and denied everything that they could possibly throw at them, which, you know, speaks to their play style. And you know, to me, I think of Ascent and the jet dash to button. Yeah, I get it, but like so many teams have become aware that that's a thing now that they don't even really bother playing market, and instead they play passively towards spawn and lean into that when the time comes. So yeah, it's almost non-value add as Sunrise gets a big pick with that operator. I think it's the first op that I've seen this evening, maybe second, I believe, actually, as we saw the KO earlier on this evening with one. But great to see an op come out on Ascent and make such a great impact early on.
Look at Noble again. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Limit testing every single time. Noble has just been a menace in the back line, constantly pushing through A. Paranoia doesn't hit. The team man there to provide the support. Aspect now alone has to deal with 3 on all sides. Is just dead eventually. Doesn't matter. I mean, could have won 2 fights there and probably dead to the third. So quick for those trades for Brute Force, and they are looking better and better. Lost 3, as I said, after the initial 2 victories, and now they end the half without dropping anything further. 9-3 is the scoreline. Mirror image, actually, well, not quite a mirror, a exact copy of what we saw earlier today on Ascent. It was 9-3 there. An attempted comeback was made, but I don't know. Pistol round obviously is a big part of this, but I just don't have a ton of faith. Feels like right now all of Brute Force are on the same page, and that is win rounds at all costs.
It's a good page to be on. I'll be honest with you. If you're on any other page, you're on the wrong page, straight up. So I'll take that all day for them. See if they can continue with that like-mindedness in the first round of this half. Noble here walking through. Oh boy, that's a huge KO knife, and probably picked up at least 2 to 3 members, I believe. At least from the radius as to what it looked like. Zoom here holding the angle. They've split focus now towards long and tree room. Closing the door is a great choice, especially on pistol, but when there's 3 coming through, it's basically an SMG at that point. They batter their way and try and make an entry, but get denied across the board. Kanye West fan forced to jiggle out of the fragment. Pop flashes here. Barrett is dancing around Generator. T-Man deals with the jet in hell. That's going to be great for Brute Force, but they off the back of it, they're very low HP and completely stuck for the time being as there's presence at heaven and hell. And by hell, I mean really tree room at this point, as Call here with a bit of shock dart, some sugar and spice is going to get goated on the board.
Yeah, a little bit weird there. I felt like Zoom's position was really well known. The door goes down, and then he's allowed to just get a kill out of that, play the crossfire. And sure, once the crossfire is set, that's the key. That's what they're looking for. But a little bit interesting and a little bit odd that Zoom was allowed to get away with that position after closing the door. But nonetheless, a valiant effort for Brute Force, though not a victorious one. That said, must-win round for Goated in the pistol. That is what they've done. Brute Force, nothing fancy on the eco. They're gonna walk up Cat all together now.
Oh, this is going to be huge for Zoom. There is a Galactical Judge clip waiting. Oh, that was looking great. So happy to see that KO get a shot with that. 3 down, 1 traded. It's more than optimal for Goated here. Kanye West fan with the Guardian, no, gets exposed completely. And that's going to be the Guardian passed onwards to that Cypher, I'd hope. Yeah, indeed. And this could be Brute Force's claim to fame here with that pickup.
Yeah, a little bit of a crossfire set, but easy to break. Is exposed now, given away, and the Judge not really the tool for this situation. Yeah, Guardian as well, not ideal. Not in the 1v3 at the very least. It is victory for Goated and a nice recovery after losing those opening 2. Plant down though is a nice value add, as you like to say, to add to Goated's or to Brute Force's tally, forcing a little bit more and allowing them to get into this with the full weaponry that they would have liked to seen. Here's where things were essentially flawless outside of those 3 rounds, though, last half. Gun rounds, Brute Force had them in spades, and right now, their gun round is looking very strong comparatively. You know what? Got an Ares, a Guardian, a Sheriff. Like, it's very bonusy, which is understandable for Goated, but when they're talking about a very tight game, that could mean the difference.
Yeah, I see bonusy as a plus in a weird way almost, you know, because if you can convert off of it, boy golly, are you going to be happy, especially if you can pick up those guns on the trade-off. So great big opportunities on both sides here, respectfully so. Slow round to get us going as Brute Force is playing the fringes and again doing what they aim to do, or aim to defend, at least from what their learnings are, watching the B push especially. Looking at that KO2, Vincent, pushed up in tree room, that is a great spot to be.
Yeah, it is.
Like, and that is, or short rather. Like, this is the ultimate flank-roni opportunity here for Zoom.
Ooh, that's actually unfortunate. The 0 point actually only sees 1 player though, and it wasn't going to be fast enough to matter, but Exposed is even going to get away. Late lurk up towards tree. The threat of it, even if it doesn't get activated, is huge for Brute Force. And in fact, it's not going to get activated, but they still got to worry about it to Goated.
I'm waiting for this tree room or short impact to come in here in a second. You can see that they're off in the radar. They're setting up. Paranoia is in the hands of that Omen. Call is in heaven with the supported jet, and here they go. Here's that retake. Paranoia goes out from down below. Aspect for the 1. Sunrise and T-Man want to pop in. Great positioning, great crossfire, great look on that site for Brute Force. They just go ahead and deny every bit of that retake.
Yeah, it's just perfectly played from Exposed on the lurk. I love what Exposed was doing, because not only does he get a kill, but then gets out. Not only that, but he puts the idea in the minds of Goated that they still got to worry about the tree flank coming. And you saw it, right? What was being put into that the whole time. Aspect is watching for that flank, even puts up the bot in order to like play for flank watch there. It's just the small things, all of that delay, and then Brute Force ready to go with Noble with the Paranoia instantly dealing with the push up through heaven. It's a fantastic round, and a 10th on the board, meaning Goated starting to run out of time here on this comeback.
That they are, and meanwhile, through the walls of B, there's a whole separate battle unfolding. Odins and Guardians and Vandals popping at each other through. Doesn't phase Brute Force at all, though, as they continue to set up and even throw some owl drones into the mix here to gain some information. Omen in Market gets tagged, but destroys that drone as well, and that should be enough of a cue, I think, to say, oh, you know what, an Omen in Market, I wonder how free this site is, but let alone do they know that there's a KJ, a Silva, and technically an Omen posted up.
Oh, we gotta hit the go button. Sunrise taking a little bit of flack. Aspect on entry is gonna shut Noble down, and Aspect has not been cleared out just yet. Their position known, 1 for 1 for Cole, and even better as Aspect going in with the pistol as well with Aether in tow. Sunrise chucking bullets at a wall, and those do connect.
30 seconds left.
Spike recoverable to a certain degree, but got to deal with Aether first, and she's done just that.
Faking the plant. I love this, by the way, but 15 seconds leaves a bit to be desired. Yeah, they've realized by now that Spike ain't down. They back away.
10 seconds left.
Sunrise here. Good positioning and good opportunity to escape sight and hopefully isolate some picks. And no. I'll give it to Goated, though. Playing that double lane push together, that's the way to retake the site like that. No, don't leave yourself open to a wraparound 1v1 battle. Just work together and bring the round through.
More credit where it's due. Sunrise gave herself the best chance she had of actually winning that 2v1. Yep. Able to isolate, had some chances, but you're right. Goated, heads up from them to keep themselves on the right end of that business. It's a Blade Storm for Sunrise coming up into this round with the rifles for everyone else. And the operator, for the first time for Goated, I'm thinking, because we saw one for Brute Force, but Kanye West fan going to wield the big boy for the first time. Very mid-centric on this approach. They've got 3 players here, mid specifically. One of those the op, but the Blades on the other side.
Updraft is good. Kanye West fan forced to dash away, but meanwhile, it's Aspect at middle who's doing the deed with the Vandal. Sunrise is jiggling the close angle, respecting that turret as Noble picks things up. So really good battles here at mid. I like what I'm seeing right off the bat. I miss middle on this map. I don't see as much of it being contested this evening here at Pit of Valor, but that's all good. Doors now closed, and you can see everyone's kind of lacing up their Jordans and making a run for that B site as Omen and KO are grouped up towards middle. One more attempt at a retake, and hopefully as a duo again, but can they penetrate the likes of 3 members of Brute Force and get on to the finish line and hopefully win the round?
Yeah, it's tough. The Shrouded Step allows Noble to just get across there for free. And Aether, it's not really not ideal to be wielding in this scenario. Exposed is up close on the market door. And are they even going for this? Goated don't actually seem like they want to. And they're not? Yeah, this is just them looking to hold for exits. I don't know that they can really afford to not go for this.
Yeah, it's a lot to give up, eh? Like, it's a great point. I don't know what the inspiration is. Perhaps they really want to go for the long run here, especially with that op and that one Vandal.
I mean,
Aether, great pick as well.
Exit frags are great, and these do matter. These are not useless by any means, but
no.
The problem
they don't equal round win. That's the problem.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, they do recover the op. I don't know. I'm a little bit torn. I don't think that's worth it for Goated, but they do get to hang on to the op. They do make sure everybody goes down. Brute Force are absolutely economically in turmoil now.
Yeah.
So
even that may be an understatement. They're just in shambles, especially at this late in the game too. It's gonna be a slog, and this round has to convert for them.
Yeah, the issue is that Goated are in even worse straits economically. So, well, that's a massive 0 point. That is incredibly huge. Gives all the information that they need, but there's not actually a response. Well, there is. Look at Goated. They've double pushed up into B. That's the response that they've made, but they aren't going to stick around there. They aren't going to play the long game. So as much as they got info, they've now given it up, and in the next 15 seconds, that information will be gone.
Sunrise here, just slicing that pie and making some moves. Aether set up. Paranoia's out. Exposed plays off of Zoom there for the one. Quick trade from Kanye West fan, falling back towards heaven and waiting for the rest of the team to recover and recuperate. Big ults though here. So there's your KO doing what we love to see, which is denying at least for the time being, the Sova ultimate. But with that pop so prematurely and the spike just planted, there still might be a chance for Goated to pop that.
Yeah, Kanye West fan is finding a lot of value there. Sunrise with a massive frag. Oh my goodness, that changes everything. One bullet left in the chamber there, Cole. Got to be careful. Hunter's Fury, that's when it's going to get popped. T-Man comes in. Noble as well. Aspect alone. 1v2 once again, but Aspect can't save the day. It's Sunrise to deny and delay. Brute Force have themselves 11, and they win out, making it 12.
Stunning stuff. I mean, for Brute Force here on match point, the round they needed, they got, I think, and they are going to walk away with a great look at the dub. Aspects here are going to hit a quick little timeout again for the side of Goated, so conversations need to occur, right? They've got the KJ ult. They have an opportunity for Zoom to also play stellarly on a site hold or retake. There's tons of utility at it. They just can't find the breathing room to drop it and make it count. And that's, I think, part of their issue. Perhaps they're playing too passively, Vincent. I feel like they're really giving up sites, especially on that A. They really accelerated well when they were in the faces of the attackers, rather. And I feel like when they give up that opportunity, they're not able to make impact like Zoom did with that judge, picking up that close short battle and so on. And even not playing in heaven, but rather playing on site as two, they can go ahead and deny site entry. So my overarching summary is just play in the faces of them. Don't give them so much room to work with.
You know, there's a guy, you know, that I think has sort of not necessarily been leading the charge here, but Exposed has actually done a really good job for me of taking space for Brute Force, of being in the right place at the right time. It was constant times where he was lurking out B, was fantastic in doing so, was able to then, you know, take the right amount of space over in mid, was able to kind of be the tip of the spear when necessary, or just the completion of the puzzle. And, well, we'll get back to that in a second, because things are getting heated very quickly. Up close is Aspect. She's got one. Okay. A little bit of a freebie there, and Exposed goes down. Barrett will trade out, and Cole now going to have to do some heavy lifting. Back from Boathouse, Odin, certainly plausible. Oh, gets two out of it. The Blade Storm denied.
This next battle is critical here for Barrett. Stuck on site. They do have the bomb. They don't have an escape plan, so it's going to get planted one way or another, unless they're able to get a pick and bail ship somehow. But a minute gives them flexibility. The location says nay. Smoke off towards stairs. Barrett obviously going to know that there's someone around the bend there with that owl drone. Spike planted, and that's a close plant for backside. Recon dart from Barrett. Ultimate 2, but that's a tight angle, man. You're not going to have too much breathing room to send that Hunter's Fury out.
Yeah, you have it, but it's a death trap if you want to try to use it. Null, and rather the 0 point catches both. But Noble's gotten a really critical reposition off. Looking to try and play it to dodge. Doesn't even come. Double swing, and Barrett hits 4 with Noble in tow. That's the game, and that is over. Brute Force pick it up, and 13-6 is the final scoreline.
Yeah, huge up to Brute Force there. I mean, they played that post plant perfectly and leaning off of each other. The right decisions were made by Goated as well on the backside, right? Doubling in down through stairs. Sticking together, it was just the synergy that looked that much better for Brute Force top to bottom. And you're right, there was stellar moments from Exposed and Co, just making the magic happen and stirring the pot consistently and being that flexible player that offered utility and support all across. And that's Brute Force's selling point, I think, as they get through later and later. And I hope to see them, right? As we get further into this bracket, familiar faces start to appear and we start to wean out and taper in towards those grand finals. So a nice round 3 for us, and I'm happy to move on and see what we got next, as long as it's not Ascent. The Ascent curse needs to stop right now. I demand it.
Yeah, we've had a couple. You know, it could be worse. We also got a Haven in there,
Sure.
so maybe we will get something different. There's always those opportunities. Speaking of opportunities, make sure that you're taking the opportunities moving forward with Pit of Valor, because, well, it's going to be $100 prize pool up and moving, but there is tournament entry fee $10, $25 if you want to get into 4 Pit of Valors, though, which is pretty neat. I mean, listen, $10 ain't a lot. It's just what, a cup of coffee? Not bad, right? Come on.
Yeah, literally, a cup of coffee per player, realistically. Yeah. So, and 25 for 4, like, I mean, that's like literally, you can't even get a candy bar for that much these days.
It feels like you can't.
Right? Like, it's what a time to be alive. But, you know, on a you know, Vincent really hit the serious note on the head there. Join us and participate. That's really what we're looking to do here, is to make a sustainable, fun environment for everyone to get in, compete, have fun, and let GLG do what we've been doing for so many years on end, right? We took a hiatus and now we're back and looking to keep things moving in the right direction. So please do sign up. And, you know, off the back of it, and I mentioned it before, if you win a Pin of Valor, you are automatically entered into our Radiant Arena, which is a $1,250 prize pool. So you want to get in, have some fun, and also make your way onwards to a bigger tournament. It's a great opportunity to do so. It's a great way to spend an evening with friends. So on that note, Vincent, it's break time yet again. Quarterfinals is next, semis and grands to follow, obviously. So don't go too far. Get yourself a snack and a refreshment. Come back here. GLG Pit of Valor continues after this break.
Boxes are defeating, purpose always fleeting. I pose questions to the ceiling like an answer gonna come. Truth is too revealing, life is easier concealing. All emotions to the star on your heart going numb. I should be in drive more, I just wanna feel alive more. I feel hurt all the time, but I can't see straight. I've been running on the freeway, till I get blinded by the headlights. They go past me, I see the last me I ever will be. And that got me asking, if living this lightly, is that been the right thing? Or should I been a little bit more focused on the place that my feet needed to go? As they go past me, I see the last me that I ever will be. And that got me asking, if living this lightly, is that been the right thing? Or should I been more focused on where feet wanted to go? If I die right now, no lie, I'd have a few regrets. Wish I spent more time on bike instead of smoking cigarettes. Wish I worked more on music instead of alternating steps. Probably should have talked more to people I thought were interesting as heck. Probably should have gotten closer to my moms after pops drowned out death. I wish the best, I wish that and all the rest. Sometimes I wonder if I felt more at home in my own skin instead of always feeling fake. But my genuine moments stop feeling off and out of place. And my smile seems strange. I walk like I'm trying on a wig, or a mask, or a laugh, or a face, or a faith in my place in this path. But so I'm trying to change that and live inside the moment, not the past. See the present unwrapped, cause the moment's all we have, till it's gone. I'm just waiting, hoping the next one go last a little longer than the one before it, cause there's only so many I can grab, so they all start slipping out of hand. They go past me, I see the last me that I ever will be. And that got me asking, if living this lightly, is that been the right thing? Or should I been a little bit more focused on the place that my feet needed to go? And as they go past me, I see the last me that I ever will be. And that got me asking, if living this lightly, is that been the right thing? Or should I been more focused on where feet wanted to go?
Don't choose when my feet move. It seems they got a mind of their own. Into traffic like they know regard for dangerous roads. Don't you worry, nothing got the situation under control. I'll be fine right here. Wait, that right there is seeming dangerously.
They got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money. The pressure be calling. Left on my blessings. I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone with affection. I summon it double. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money. The pressure be calling. Left on my blessings. I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone with affection. I summon it double. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it online for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. My don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. But call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I told her with shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I give you the pot. give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixing when iffy the vibe. 40 on 50 is really the time. Why is you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side, I don't know. Thinking I'm blind, cross on my crosses and doubt on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. Full of pictures, dimensions, I don't what you did this. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Check out. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something. cause I love it and I stuck with it. We ain't with the subbing in the cut with it. Please, none of the talks, I heard enough of it. Like, what you gonna do? Where you at? Who you with? You ain't really about this, don't talk about it. Really on the move, on the map, never slip. Keep your hands to your lips, don't talk about it. Real eyes, real lies, all the time. Stand on it, if we said it, we don't walk around it. Loose lips, ain't ships, red cup, blue strips, new phone, who this? No, we don't allow it. Really on go, I don't know what's an off day. Now we on road, came from smoking in the hallway. Now we got shows, boys feeling like Broadway. Always look both ways, even on a crossway. Driving down Cross Bay, out town Barclays. Really on big things, came up a small way. Championship rings, baby, that's a ball game. Oh, she want a little bag, baby, that's small change. Yeah, that money talk. If we ain't cool, then cut me off. No breaking news, don't run your mouth. Thought it was the plug, now he running off. Thought it was a plug, now he running off. What you gonna do? Where you at? Who you with? You ain't really about this, don't talk about it. Really on the move, on the map, never slip. Keep your hands to your lips, don't talk about it. Real eyes, all the time. Stand on it, if we said it, we don't walk around it. Loose lips, ain't ships, red cup, blue strips, new phone, who this? No, we don't allow it. Whoa, don't do that. We the best coming out of BK, I thought you knew that. Step up in the function, all these women like who that? Got me looking like money, yeah, they love me, yeah, true that. Big racks, new bag, new swag, we ain't cutting no slack. Why they mad? Don't do that. See them coming, no mad, 6 feet, move back. How we got it? Don't ask, don't do that. Nah, cause they ain't never put us on. Now they wanna come around and see what's going on. Nah, and we don't follow protocols. We some kings like sis, no waterfall, ISO. What you gonna do? Where you at? Who you with? You ain't really about this, don't talk about it. Really on the move, on the map, never slip. Keep your hands to your lips, don't talk about it. Real eyes, all the time. Stand on it, if we said it, we don't walk around it. Loose lips, ain't ships, red cup, blue strips, new phone, who this? No, we don't allow it.
Yeah. Mic check. Yeah. Nice up. Indies. Yeah. Maddie. Conscious. Don't endanger us. It's too many, it's way too much. Been through shit, can't make it up. Been through shit, can't make it up. Work a couple jobs, ain't make enough. Work a couple jobs, ain't make enough. Turn to the pad and the pen they love. Turn to the pad and the pen they love. Yeah. It's the year 2015, and I'm working at Party City. Still trying to make it in the hardest city. Went through a breakup, but my heart is with me. Soul still full, but I'm feeling empty. Checking my phone, seeing what they sent me. I'm on aisle 2, but I'm home mentally. I need something else, it's the early 20s. Yeah. Clock in and out, now I'm at a desk job. Then I got sent to the warehouse. It was feeling like Best Buy. Being Dub was the best ride. Had a few shows here and there. Rehearsed at the sweatshop. From a bus stop to a train stop. Told myself can't be in the same spot. Told myself can't be in the same spot. Met a co-worker, yeah, and his name was James. Showed a young boy how to maintain. Now I figured out how to make a way. Job closed down, but I wasn't phased. Got off my ass and we spilled our pain. Years go by and we here to stay. A part of the game ain't come to play. Commit my sins, then wash away. Said pain, go away. Please come back another day. Rest my head down where I lay. Release my stress out from this J. Pain, go away. Please come back another day. Rest my head down where I lay. Release my stress out from this. Don't endanger us. It's too many, it's way too much. Been through shit, can't make it up. Been through shit, can't make it up. Work a couple jobs, ain't make enough. Work a couple jobs, ain't make enough. Turn to the pad and the pen they love. Turn to the pad and the pen they love. Yeah, don't endanger us. It's too many, it's way too much. Been through shit, can't make it up. Been through shit, can't make it up. Work a couple jobs, ain't make enough. Work a couple jobs, ain't make enough. Turn to the pad and the pen they love. Turn to the pad and the pen they love. Yeah.
I keep waking up. Yeah, can't really sleep cause I think too much. I don't really share what I'm thinking of. Thoughts running wild, so I roll it up. I don't really do too much linking up. Stay to myself, I'm an introvert. All I really do is just record and work. No breaks in, feeling overworked, but I'm more alert. It's the year 2016. Me and bro, yeah, we plotting on big dreams. Got married to my high school sweetheart. Fast forward, dad looking for his green card. Immigration trying to send him to the big yard. Cry tears, yeah, that shit really hit hard. Now we about to go hard, trying to live large. Can't stop till we all see the big dog. Remember days I was working on Fifth Ave. Thinking back like, damn, I need a big bag. Walking past all the stores looking big mad. Now I'm thankful for the blessings that I do have. Walk through, now they looking like who them. We the wave, now they tying out a do-rag. Pop tag, don't brag, we don't do that. Stay down, stay real, yeah, true that. And if you knew what we've been through, how far we came and how we grew. Been through this, ain't nothing new. Just us two, ain't got no crew. If you knew what we've been through, how far we came and how we grew. Been through this, ain't nothing new.
shit, can't make it up. Been through shit, can't make it up. Work a couple jobs, ain't make enough. Work a couple jobs, ain't make enough. Turn to the pad and the pen they love. Turn to the pad and the pen they love. Yeah.
Smoke not there to help you this time. You're down to 3 health. Quickly. Gonna project himself a little bit more aggressively. Looks for a second one. The wide swing from the Sova baiting out Kukli. Drops him quite low. And Madly gonna help him out. Kukli good for 2. Making it a 3-on-2 for this retake. Still favoring Elon Cool, but abuse new.
I've been giving you the worst. Now you wanna stay tonight. Baby, how you work hard. But forgetting how to talk. I don't like no just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat, shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Oh, shit, you're fine, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like that. No sweets, no rush, you can't fight my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like you better. I go to church, but somewhere and up, make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst. Now you wanna stay the night. Baby, how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Now I don't like no just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst. I'm at the weapon, I'm no vegan, agree. I'm off the leash, go down on your knees. Bitch, I got PhD, I'm all that you need. Just give me I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Not forgetting how to talk. No, I don't like no bitch. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done.
Welcome back. The evening continues. Let's get down with it. We have now progressed to round 1, number 2, number 3. It's quarters, semis, and grands here for GLG Pit of Valor number 178. We are back after a hiatus and back at it as strong as can be. Thank you to Hyperion Esports for the amazing support, the coverage of tonight's prize pool, as well as the Donkey Kong special, the clips, $25 prize or gift for those that have, or the person that has the best clip. So please submit. If that hasn't been shared, it'll get tossed in the Twitch chat as well later on. But let's get down to it down below. It's going to be Army of 5 versus Team Digital, and we're going yet again back to Haven. So you know, a bit of a seesaw effect here, St. Haven to St. Haven, but hey, all's good. A great map to take us in here.
Yeah, I was watching the bands come through live, and I was like, I think we're gonna get it. It's gonna happen, and there we go. We got it. Yeah. So bind band away, and now we get another Haven to roll. This is Army of 5, a team that actually beat our first round matchup, Team Neglected. That was who we got to watch earlier on. The squad that knocked them out in through this bracket. Team Digital, don't know too much about them just yet, but I do know this, that I'm down for some more Haven shenanigans, because we got a whole bunch of fun stuff on Neon. We had a whole bunch of interesting ISO coming through on Haven last time out. So I'm down for more.
Yeah, me as well. I mean, we got a bit of everything, and that was the cool point, right? We got almost, what did I say, like 8 or 9 unique agents. So that was a lot of fun and makes for a great matchup. As we've now tapered in further into the bracket and getting into quarters, I have my expectations, the bar rises. I'm expecting to see things a little bit more well knit, put together, some flow, some, you know, good vibes as these rounds get underway, right? Something a little bit more strategic and you know, I'm not going to say it's not fun to watch the earlier rounds, but it's just a different look at it as we start to get deeper into the bracket. And that's what I love the most about evenings like this. Not only are we going best of 1 to the end, which, you know, gives you no breathing room. It's do or die, really, but you get to really taper down through the bracket quickly and efficiently and really get to see who's made of what. And obviously, there's a nice prize at the end of the tunnel here, $100 for first place.
Yeah, I like what you said. The vibes, they are immaculate. And as we get down into business, we got some more of that neon that we were talking about. Double duelist on the face of digital, and a sage. What year are we in? Did we jump into a time machine?
It's like we have, honestly. We're getting Haven, we're getting Sage. I feel like Sage has just fallen off, to be 100% honest with you.
Yeah, unfortunately that's true. Though I'll be real, I wouldn't know if Sage has just like made her way back into the meta recently, because I haven't paid that close attention. So could just be speaking entirely out of nothing. But what I do know is that interesting here from digital to pick up the Sage Accelerate. Going to be on that one. On the other side of things, it's a little bit more traditional, right? You have the single duelist and the KJ as well. Too low. That's a cool name if that's too low. I like that. I don't
French spin on it.
Yeah, a little bit.
Perhaps, maybe, I don't know, but it's got some spice to it. Yeah, I'm excited, man. Really cool. I mean, Neon yet again, Breach. Neon Breach is violent. That is my take on it. Just such a violent site entry, like between the flash and the aftershock, and you know, just how quickly you can get onto a point. The space coverage from that Neon makes the entry potential just disgusting. And you have a bit more of a conservative approach on the side of Team Digital, right? Something that could give you a bit more of a setup, per se. You know, you might have to rely on some faster reactions off of a Sky Flash or a Trailblazer. It's just going to be a really cool look with the two Neons opposing each other.
Well, let's get things rolling here. Team Digital on the attack, and going to be heading out fast lane to get across, or at least provide coverage to get across towards short. Denying that information, that's it's always been a question on Haven, right? How do you deny that information, right? With a Neon, fast lane, a good way to do that. Dadvid, which is a fun name as well, gonna go down in that engagement. On towards long shock dart. Crush has got to be careful. Yeah, that second shock dart was coming for him, but he'll slide out of the way.
Nice. Good look there, and unfortunately being stuck in the corner. I was kind of surprised that we didn't see a Neon attempt to slide out here. Red Dot is going to go ahead and make a way over to site here. Smokes are coming out from the back end, but it might be too little too late, as one attacker is already weaseled on by. That's Red Dot paying the price. Henry comes in for the trade. Have to deal with Zamas in the back, and that does occur. Great stuff there out of Crush. Team Digital coming in, guns a-blazing on round number 1. Coming in from spawn is an attempt from Hollywood. No fame there for that Sova as Henry picks up that final pick onto Haz, and that's going to be Team Digital picking up round number 1.
Yeah, pretty quick decision making as well when you're talking about Team Digital. Got early on a little bit chalked up by the darts over on the A side of the map. It was a early couple of frags in that direction, though, to be fair, as Dadvin went down. But as soon as all that happened, Team Digital really fast to adjust back towards the A, or towards the C site, pardon me, and was able to really clear the distance pretty quickly, closed in fast, allowing them the victory. And now a lack of a purchase as expected for Army of 5, but they are going to keep it aggressive themselves. Two players pretty close in for far forward. Dadvid, the point of that spear, unseen at this point, though, and in fact is going to get unchecked, going to get a free shot.
Oh my god, my heart. Wait a minute, they're still out turning around. What's happening? Dadvid is getting away with absolute robbery here. Almost gets the ace before Henry does something about it. What?
Oh my goodness, dude, that could have been, I mean, that could have been another chance of that classic clip for Donkey Kong that we've been talking about. Honestly, still might be. 4 with the classic, just so precise, quick pop, headshots galore.
But how do you not turn to that? Like, I mean, after the
Well-
first couple shots, surely someone would have said, hello, there's somebody below window, you want to turn back? But I guess there was too much to deal with in the front side, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, there was two gunfights happening at the same time right in front, so like that just provided the coverage, I guess. You know, a little bit of a gap found in the chink in the armor. But oh my goodness, Team Digital, this is incredibly quick. Crush, he's behind them. Essentially where you buy guns, but no, will be shut down. Zamas is good for the frag and will escape as well.
Love it.
This is a wild round considering how quickly Crush got onto C, but it's not actually a C hit until, or I should say got onto B, not actually a B hit. Henry is still here on the flank.
If all goes well here for Army of 5, it might single-handedly be based on Zamas's dedication to falling off point. I mean, really smart decision. Red Dot here is expending grav wells and keeping things zoned out. Dadvid now understands there's some presence at B, but they got to make to the front side or make a move to the front side, and they certainly do. What a great spurt. Just completely united on all fronts as Army of 5. That case, you know, it was an Army of 3, but 3 is what it takes to get around and to hop on that defuse.
You know, this is a good example of some of those, some of the way that I think Neon is being utilized a little bit more effectively right now on Haven is taking that fight, right? Dadvid is really the one dealing with the player gone, right? Knows that there's somebody there. And instead of like forcing the issue, which typically you would have to do otherwise, he's the guy taking that fight. But when the rest of the team is ready to flash through the smoke and get into the retake itself, Dadvid's able to sprint back in, be with the fight, whilst also covering the flank. Really cool. A little bit of detail for Army of 5 to give them the round victory. Crush is going to continue to push on forward. Relay bolt in to their face as Hollywood gets a free shot forward because of that relay bolt.
So what Neon does best is being faster to the punch than what a lot of early round utility can offer, right? In the terms of that breach fault line and flashes and such. You get to reposition so quickly, and Red Dot here slices that pie into 32 sections, completely hard clearing Dadvid out. That's really good patience and diligence to that one. It's going to be awesome for them too. Well, you know what I mean. It was a very fine amount of slicing, you know.
Oh, I got you.
You know, versus slicing the pie in 4, you wide peak at that point, right? But
I got
just saying, I like how that angle was cleared by Red Dot. Very smart and good patience.
You had me confused for a second. I'm like, that's a lot of pieces of pie. Just for one guy.
That's a pie into 32 pieces.
I thought you were maybe exposing that you're actually just a demon. That's the only plausible explanation. Whoa, Tulo. Nice shot.
I like
Absolutely
that.
ridiculous.
Second was on head too, actually. It would have been great.
Yeah, it was. Just got removed from the equation before it could do that. Henry gonna start to equivalize things as Haz gonna get the flash in. That flash ineffective against Henry. 1 for 1, and now Haz is into the 1v3. Now cut to 2.
Stuck on site, playing it for long. It's a hard press move there for a breach to be able to clutch it out with no real coverage. Team Digital staying firm on this lead, at least for now. 3-1, looking really great. If Crush continues to get some free space like that early on, I think they're going to have to really start investing some serious utility and looking to halt early pushes from Crush. Because I really feel that although Crush is not performing right now, let's say scoreboard-wise, in compared to Henry, for example, it still has the right approach as a Neon, right? You got to stay true to your roots as a Neon player. If you're going to play passively, don't play Neon. You got to get the job done.
Stay true to your roots as a Neon player. I got you. You know, I myself am a at-root breach player. Crush, getting up and aggressive just like you like. Too low. He's doing more than that though. Oh, just removed. Dadvid's coming quick on the flank with the overdrive ready. Hunter Siri to stall this out. Really nice coordination of that utility. Now the plan can get denied once again. Relay bolt goes deep at range. The overdrive good for 3. Absolutely. Dadvid's got them all. The thrifty for Army of 5.
Awesome. And 3 alive. They pick up weaponry off the back of it too. Just exactly what they ordered here to go. Off of Dadvid's ultimate, you got to give Neon's a huge pat on the back. I mean, it's I'm trying to find a comparison in my head as, you know, to give you another game reference as to what a Neon is to me. I don't know.
I mean,
And
you got
Neon
it. You got it literally in your camera. It's Sonic.
True. Yeah. Okay. We'll go with Sonic. We'll stick with that. For those that didn't catch it, when you come back after, you'll see the lovely eclectic background that I have going on here.
Yeah,
It's the GLG Lounge. If it was rewinded back about 20 years.
Yeah, I was about to say, is that Windows Vista PCs or like?
You like that up there? Yeah, I'll point at it after. Like this is a vibe right now.
This is nice stuff. Got some good keen-eyed viewers. We'll have some fun with that.
Yeah, for
This
sure.
is Team Digital, unfortunately, onto an eco here. Nice 100 Thieves pistol. Crush, big fan. But yeah, like that was a big breaking point. Army of 5 in the last round, picking up the Thrifty, using some of those ultimates, high ticket items, but they do well with it. Nice flash. The guiding light does really well, but Hollywood is recovering just fine. One down, or rather gets 2 for the price of 1. Zamas will get back in there with 2 low, leaving Red Dot all alone. Is this Red Dot like I put on a Red Dot site in X Defiant recently?
Is that the reference you're trying to
No,
confirm?
I'm just like, is that what this name is? Like Red Dot? It's just like a Red Dot site, or is there something I'm missing?
I don't think you're missing anything. I think it's I think it's what you make of it there, Chief. I mean, in the context of it.
Okay. Just a canvas
Just a canvas. It's just a blank canvas
with a red dot.
with a red dot on the center. That's what it is. Oh man, we're all over the place today. At least I feel like I am. On that note, though, Army of 5 here, just looking frisky, and that's kind of what I expected later in this, or deeper in this bracket as a whole. What made them so strong on that round, Vincent, was if you watch that battle unfold at A, they were already super duper rotated on A by the time the site take came through. There wasn't enough haste behind Team Digital's take, especially on towards back site, to own that space and take it away from the defenders before 3, 4, 5 members showed up to the party. So if it's Team Digital single takeaway, I'd say is work faster and go further into the site if you want to go ahead and keep things at bay and disable Army of 5 on the retake, because they're fearless and they're very supportive of each other, as it's been evident in these first couple rounds.
Oh, too low. That's a little opening pick that we haven't really seen towards the B site, is what I mean by that. Not really a place that we've seen those opening engagements happening, but Army of 5 able to grab that, get away with it. Here's the Sage. All right, a little bit of impact. Hasn't necessarily been a big deal, those walls, just yet. But a big res, that's certainly going to be worth its weight in gold. Equalizing things once more at 5 apiece, and the damage done to Army of 5 in the process.
Crush here gets a great pick. Was contemplating a second as Zamas comes out there onto Garage and trades it out. Stars being dropped now. Looking to block off Garage as well. Dadvid in the back of sight here. Henry picks a great angle to counteract that one. Too low. Eliminates one flash out of the equation. They got the KO still to worry about. Henry continues to remain cemented until Hollywood pops in now. Red Dot has pulled the plug long time ago and is moved over towards A site now. KJ util is there, but disabled as the radius is, or KJ's out of the radius of that util itself. Spike planted, and now comes the rotate from KJ Sova here. Red Dot is detrimentally low HP, by the way. So
yeah, don't know if this is confirmed damage though. That's the thing. Don't know precisely if they have that information. What I do know is there is a lockdown. Not sure if that'd be, yeah, that is going to be invested. So 7 HP has a lockdown to deal with. 2 players as well, and patience being played right now for Army of 5. They're chilling, but they're going to line up. Oh my goodness. He gets away with it. Red Dot 1v2, baby.
that was, in the moment, the most probable decision you could have made, and probable, I mean, like the best decision you could have made in that second there. 7 HP on the back foot of a lockdown. You can't go to the fringes. You're going to get zoned out. Take the fight. What's remarkable to me is that they were not expecting it despite that. So yeah, you're right. Maybe it wasn't communicated, Vincent. Perhaps they weren't aware of the low HP setup and thinking, oh, you know what? He's going to play the numbers and just look to pick us off. But man, what a play.
You know what's really unfortunately confusing? Like I just can't get it out of my head. There is like, what are they looking at? What?
Yeah, great question. That's a whole different sidebar we can talk about.
Like,
but
I know we're in a tech timeout here, so we'll give that a second. But like, yeah, I'm just not sure like what the thought process is, because it's not as if it's a jet or somebody that can get to the high ground or like an Omen or whatever.
Maybe they thought they were so late that they could have planted backside and ran into heaven.
I mean, definitely could have, but I don't know. Just
seemed like a far-fetched push, like
yeah, both players kind of looking that direction or like seem to be confused. Maybe some communication happening. It's wild that it's only because it's that like little tiny timing that is when he comes around the corner that Red Dot gets away with it. It's just game of Valor, man. It's a game of inches.
It is. It truly is, and a game of brains and bronze and the push and pull between it. I mean, even if they were looking the right way, I still give a round of applause to the decision. Right? It's the best. It's the most likely way to clutch that roundup. I think taking ones is difficult, and especially when there's a lockdown floating around the site too. So, had there been no lockdown, okay, I would have taken the ones and hopefully tried to outgun. But 7 HP makes it a huge stretch. So, yeah, great that we can converse about that, though. By the way, because it really was an intricate moment in this matchup so far. One of the highlights, I think.
Oh, absolutely. A highlight that leads to Team Digital regrabbing that lead. It was a Army of 5 run of form and a couple of fantastic moments. They invested the lockdown, didn't get anything out of it. Ooh, good job running away. Getting the heck out of there is the Omen. Samas going to take the time. Seekers are coming, chasing them down shore, but the paranoia buys the time. Everybody's backing away slowly through the hedges. Sulo coming back in. Null command up. There's that wall that we've been talking about. This one maybe a little bit bigger when it comes to its value, though it's not been allowed to continue. Crush dealt with both sides of this push, and now Dadvid's last alive.
Up in hand here, Team Digital knows. I was going to say knows not to peek, but instead they choose to double up and play the trade, and that's equally as acceptable. Really well done here for Team Digital now. Looking great off the back of it too. I don't know if it was up last round or if it's just an observation now, but Cosmic Divide is up there for the Astra, which we saw earlier on Haven be a huge factor. It was a bit of actually it wasn't a huge factor. It was a part of the seaside take that we saw where they divided up that bomb and were able to effectively defuse it and not get shot. So very valuable in that sense as well on a post plant.
That it is. And well, 3-5 now. Team Digital up in the lead. And here's another different look for Army of 5. They're going to get themselves forward. Dadvid, I mean, where have I seen this before? Similar spot, better weaponry. So Hollywood going to do quite a bit of chip damage. Oh my goodness! The Aftershock gets 2 alongside of the shock dart. That Aftershock is incredible.
Shot through spawn, I believe, actually down towards sewers. So nice. I haven't seen that, I don't think, in a match that I've casted ever. So +1, really good. Again, tons of little micro clips, right? A clip isn't always about aces and 4Ks and crazy shots. Sometimes these utility moves. This is a clip too, right there. Like you could have just stuck that as a whole. It would have been a clip. Dadvid gets accelerate. So great. Henry trades things out now. These guys are really well positioned as a whole. Army of 5 has a good look across the map.
Look at this. Yeah, I was about to say
Red Dot has gone so deep.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. David really actually needed to get more than one there, but because Red Dot had gotten so deep into spawn, can now set everything up. Nebula put into position, and there's not a lot of space to work with. Now, good news for Haz is he's got the Rolling Thunder. Oh, but he's gonna they're gonna dodge it. This is incredible from Red Dot. We'll get all 3. A little bit dicey there on the third, but Red Dot sneaks into spawn, takes him out, chops him up, and puts him down.
Love it. I mean, Vincent, this Team Digital here is all about, I think, pushing the boundaries is my summary of them, right? Continuously they start small and they start to build upon their decisions, right? In that case, for Red Dot, getting deeper into spawn like that was so value add for the single pick. Small little bits and pieces here that are unique and add a layer on top of their overarching strategies, I think is what makes them unpredictable and is giving them these momentum pushes. Henry's also just been ballistic, by the way. We saw round number 1 with Chunk. Henry's kind of Chunk-esque right now. 9 rounds in, 15 kills is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, absolutely having a heater. That's for damn sure. Red Dot's grabbed a couple more. Red Dot been incredible there. 3 in the last round, picked up another one, but the shock dart is going to clear things out. Clawed back just a little bit. Zamas on the flank, and oh no, again, just the 1-for-1. Things have gotten complicated, and complicated works for Army of 5 because 5 men down equals round win.
Beautiful, just quick, easy, to the point. I mean, no fuss or bus here. And to round up the tail in this first half in this fashion for Army of 5 is awesome. They've got 4 rounds in their name, which I think is already enough to work with on a swap. And they have what I think is a very strong attack side of team. Neon Breach, site entry combination is something you're going to have to buckle up for. I think it's going to be awesome to watch when it gets there.
Couldn't agree more on that one. Look at this from Team Digital. From a very chaotic round in the moment last time out to a little bit more slow, but very, very one-dimensional. They're heading out towards C, and it's just get the guiding light all the way through. That paranoia, Zamas has been great on the timings, just to delay enough with those paranoias. But Crush, hey, look again.
Right there.
Gonna be watched, looked for, and dispatched with. Too low. Okay. A little bit wild on the spray. Ends up going 1-for-1. The Hunter's Fury playing denial. Not that it's needed. Accelerate will go down as well. And let me check in with you for a second, because I'll be real. It's the attack. Not really where you're going to see the Sage have its big value. But I'm not loving it right now. I don't think it's been that great.
It's been lacking. But I think this is where, I was just doing some side reading and just, thinking about Sage as a whole. Sage is great depending on the map, and I think borderline knowing your opponent's playstyle in a certain way. I don't think Haven lends itself well to Sage. It just doesn't work. I don't think it gives you that value, especially on post and pre-plant, that you'd like to see. So for Team Digital, this is more of just like a heal beacon, right? And you got Dadvid opening things up, Has follows things through. Happy to see Accelerate on the board, but when have you looked on a POV observer feed and seen a Sage wall up? I haven't, except now.
Yeah, I was just about to say, this is like maybe the first big moment where it's really provided them space to work into the post plan, get into these positions, and there's Accelerate, not just talking Sage, but on the up, having some impact. First kill found, back from Gong, seemingly alone, but Red Dot's coming in from behind, and Accelerate should have this final man for the Sage, looking to bring back maybe somebody just in case. No, gonna hang on to it or not. Yeah, gonna get a res recon as well.
And even last round, you saw the setup there from Army of 5 on that B site, right? They've been having too low setup, everything on the B side mostly, right? They had the Nano in Garage, Alarm and Swarm in B, and they're playing off of B site completely for a retake. So rightfully so, to see Team Digital get on that site now is A, shocking to me because they had a great setup off of it, but B is also because KJ was previously set up there, which, yielded me to think that they would never get to that point. So you got the Sage wall dropped in on B on the one side. Cool. Where else is it really useful? Getting onto C into Garage? Sure. Works for me. The same applies to getting onto A and let's say onto short or into spawn, but all of this implies that you get far enough to do that. I think A is almost a write-off. It's really not that great. C is possible. Their real shining grace or saving grace has been that B site. And now as we swap roles, we'll see what it can do for them as Dadvid opens things up with that frenzy on to Accelerate. So there goes the Sage and your healing savior of the day. Hollywood gets it. Henry now in logs is getting Zamast out. Red Dot is desperately trying to connect and needs help, and Zamast is so good with that classic 5 HP conversion is great for the Army of 5 as they're 3 strong right now in this 3v1.
Yeah, so I was going to have to pull some pretty heroic efforts here. Guiding Light is about to be put out. It's his final chance at utility. Nothing left in the belts, and it's a couple of shots forward. That was the one man, Zamas, a little bit disjointed from the rest of the team. no longer anyone left on an island nor stuck in. Side going to get up close and personal. This is the right decision, but needed the first bullet headshot, and that doesn't come forward. And as much as we've been talking it back and forth about that Sage, big Sage impact this round. You know, talking about having, you know, negativity sometimes, got to give credit where it's due, because Accelerate, as much as he goes down without getting a kill, really delayed and allowed for our for Team Digital to like have those rotations. It's too bad it doesn't give them the round victory. Still, it is those types of plays on the defense that are going to be a little bit more effective. Do you see what I see? Look at how aggressive this gun buy is. You got all rifles, 5 rifles on the anti-eco.
It's not saying if you're going to do it right type thing, you know? If you're going to go in for a gun buy, just go in with the 5. I mean, I'm all for this.
I mean, it's certainly high risk, because, you know, any losses here are pretty hefty, but like you said, gonna do it right, and definitely gonna get a couple of kills off the back of that.
I like the initial setup too, by the way. They're protecting the guns as well. Dadvid comes around for the swing, and then they reunite and go for the re-hit. Team Digital kind of smelled blood in the water, and one of those weapons. Oh, Henry. Nice.
Oh, Henry.
It's the one on to has. Yeah, I'm glad you caught that. I love me and O. Henry, I'm not gonna lie. It's down to the 2 versus 1. I also love these moments for the Army of 5, by the way, when they're just up in numbers and able to work their magic. Spike in hand, guns in hand, and I don't know if I would assume that Astra has recovered some sort of weapon, especially off the back of that push, but
I don't think so. Yeah, I was just gonna say.
Yeah, no, just the sheriff actually. No.
Oh, I think Red Dot might have been just gambling a little bit. Gambling that Army of 5 might go back towards the C side, or the A side, excuse me. Instead, they hit C. And Red Dot will give it a chance. This is just classic high-low, though. There's almost no way to lose this. I mean, I know that's ambitious of me as a caster to say.
Oh, gravity wallet. Oh,
really nicely done. Yeah, absolutely.
There was almost no way, but that would have been. I would have even been like hard pressed to, like, if it was a grav well and a stun on top of that, that would have been nuts. But
yeah, no, actually, really heads up. I mean, essentially anticipating that setup, which is really cool.
Yeah,
I don't know if there was any audio cue giving it away. By the way, while we're doing this, just, you know, connecting things, right? You said Henry, makes me think of the football player from the Titans.
I'm not a football guy.
Oh,
don't kill me.
He's
for
a great running back.
Is he?
Yeah, they call him King Henry sometimes.
Well, this KO. Henry certainly is leading the charge here. 17-11. Crush now looking to play catch up a little bit from the bottom, looking to hunt for the top there with a pick to open things up. That's what Neon is good for, man. Get in, get a nice little pick, and get out, and they can just go ahead and fall back, kick up their feet, grab a lounge chair, and just let the round kind of play out from here. Ideally work a little bit more of a default and
a GLG lounge chair.
Oof, that would be hype. Purple Muskoka chairs would actually be fire.
Okay, you're gonna have to help me. I don't know. You said a word that I've never heard in my life.
You never heard of a Muskoka chair before?
Hold on, I'm Googling. I need to look at a photo.
Yeah, it's a full-blown thing. See those giant wooden you just Google it. For those that don't know what a Muskoka chair is, they are the best chair to sit on, especially like in the cottage and stuff. The vibe.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know that's what they were called. Got it.
Yeah, they're called Muskoka chairs. Muskoka's a place in Ontario, actually. It's a campground. So
okay,
us Canadians coined something in the grand scheme of it all. A chair, for all I know. Meanwhile, Red Dot is coining the term of holding sight onto too low. Accelerate comes in for the support as well. And ooh, Accelerate is looking sharp, by the way, with these shots initially. Really good from the Sage.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some big moments. I mean, talking about that back B site gameplay that we were seeing from Accelerate, then that was to end out the half, picking up a big triple kill, has really turned things around. You know, what was a pretty slow start for them in general, to becoming a bit more in some better fragging alongside some of that impact that we were discussing. Now look at this. Couple of players set up here outside of A for a pretty quick side hit. And I say that nobody's actually going to make the commitment off the back of that. It looked like the Neon especially wanted to make those moves. but it's going to be a little delayed. Then they'll go for the push. And Army of Five slowing things down a bit themselves. A bit more of a default this round, Strive. It's not some of those quicker plays that we had been accustomed to. And in fairness, I think that Sage helps force Army of Five to slow down a little bit.
100%. Astra also committed stars all across the map there. You can see one at C, one at Garage. So if you're going to be an Army of Five, you're going to be... oh my goodness. Crush, crush, crush. Great song, by the way. Great move coming out there from Team Digital. Getting the 4v2. I was going to say, the commitment from Team Digital on those smokes was a choice, to say the least.
It was a choice.
They just threw everything on that one end of the map, and...
Tulo, you want to talk about it, buddy? Unfortunate. It'll happen. Tulo? Ooh, looking like a little bit more. Henry's going to go for the refrag, but now it's up to Hollywood. Another good football player, Hollywood Brown. Maybe Hollywood can make the plays and make them stay, but no. It's all up to Red Dot, who once again has just been an absolute monster in these late rounds.
100% with you there. I mean, just the late round is borderline. What's your take on this, by the way, Vincent? Let me ask you a question. Is late round or early round impact more valuable in your opinion?
Well, I
play
think,
clutch or play aggressive. What's the better move?
I got you. I think it's kind of interesting because obviously getting opening picks, it's a really big point. And I think that's the early round impact and aggression that you've been talking about. But there's nothing worth more than a closer. Just like across all sport, I think. Like nothing is more than a good closer. Dadvid, speaking of openers, he's opened up all of A. He's found nobody here.
It's like a what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of like a tornado siren. It's like neon alt goes off and everyone's just like panic and run. Like go to the bunkers and hide because I'm about to get bolted to the face. So that's how kind of like a
showstopper right now.
Yeah, kind of.
Crush very blind coming on that entry. Dadvid, it's gonna get the one again. It's a flurry of trades, but it's ultimately in Team Digital's favor. Henry will close it out, and there's some further closing because they've got a 10th. Henry's consistency has been really impressive for me, and that's the thing, right? Not really, can't really like think of anybody individually like that has been the opener, but I'll tell you what, Team Digital, they've got the mid round in Henry, and Red Dot has been their closer.
Yeah, Red Dot's that supporting role in a way, just really consistent. And I think you look at the overarching Team Digital, right? You have such a strong entry from Henry, and you have the backup of Red Dot on the smokes. And they continue to make an impact and almost funnel Army of Five the way they want to go, right? By putting Astra Stars down on one side of the map, they almost push them to the other end. And everyone reads that so well. And Crush here is just, oh my God. Crush is in the blender right now. Like full-blown getting ninja smoothied. And oh my goodness, it doesn't make it out. Just gets absolutely macerated. Oh gosh. That's so traumatizing. Stunned.
You too. 100... You two can destroy other Valorant players for 4 easy payments of $19.99.
99. It's like, who's that other guy? Like Vince here was slap chop. Like that was getting slap chopped. You know what I mean? Poor guy just trying to make an aggressive play and just gets absolutely smashed. Now 4v2 here for Army of Five. This is a huge round, but Accelerate and Red Dot are cooking here. Wait a minute.
They got it. Yeah, they've done it.
What?
So, on the one hand, I think it's really easy for you to look at the outcome here, strive and think Army of Five. What a foolish thing to do, right? But no, like they're just getting up in their faces, playing aggressively, and they were playing together too. Just some really, really nice spacing there from Team Digital, playing and swinging off of one another, and then critically, obviously, winning the fights. Accelerate with another big impact moment. 2 kills, only 2, but a multi-frag that matters a lot to give Team Digital their 11th round.
I agree. I know by no means a fool. You got to take your shot, right? You got to set up and you're in the moment. You got to make a decision. You take the fight and you got to do what you got to do. That's it. So Luckily, there's more room to breathe. 3 rounds here left before Team Digital closes it out, assuming things go straight up one way.
Well,
But sitting on a timeout now.
Actually, it's just a couple. It's 11-7.
Oh, it didn't tick up. Sorry, I missed it. 2
At
rounds.
GLG bin in the background won't hit the button for us.
Hello. Can we get the button pushed?
I hope
this
he's
is a
not
clip,
here.
by the way.
That'd be so funny.
Can we submit this clip right now? This is like the GLG fail clip into Donkey Kong's $25 competition.
Yes, please. If we win, can we split the money? Strive?
Sure, we can split the money. No problem. $12.50 a pop. Will,
Yeah, that's right.
It'll be great. All on the back of our prod not pushing a button, but that's okay. We digress. We're just having fun here. It feels great to be back and just bantering. So
It's
for
just
Team
a
Digital,
joke.
no, it's all in good spirits. That's the bottom line here. You guys know how we run this show, right? We keep things real with y'all, and we like to have a good time with our viewers.
I'm having a great time. Right now, though, Army of 5 gonna have to try and be having a little bit of a better
What is
time.
this freeze frame right now, by the way? This is traumatizing.
This butt. This
is just not it for me right now.
I can't believe you're not enjoying. That's crazy.
Forgive me, jeez.
Yeah. That's a classic Anton maneuver.
It totally is. I wonder how many more of those he's got in his back pocket.
Oh, as many as he can get away with is the answer.
I love that.
Okay, look at this. Look at this. All right, Army of 5, little bit more committed, right? They are looking for this A hit. Crush is actually the only one here for the defense as well. So if they pick the right timing to actually activate to explode onto this site, Army of 5 are going to have themselves a post plant with a lockdown. And it looks like they're going to have that lockdown for certain. Oh, well, I say that. If they can even get the spike planted, Relay Bolt goes in, Seekers as well. Okay, big denial. And it's going to be good stuff out here from Army of 5. They keep winning some of these duels, but as Psy comes in, Psy is saying no. Prisoners, that's not going to happen. Red Dot trying to bring back the KO, but it's all good. Pops off of it and comes back for more. Army of 5 just needed to get the spike down and they would have been fine. Unfortunately, they couldn't do it.
Psy absolutely cooked that round. Like hibachi cooked for a crew of 50 right there. Like that was beautiful all across the board. I like to see it. Just, I think going back to what we talked about the previous round, it's about taking your shot. Psy was really in a high pressure situation there and ultimately converted on very, very valuable kills. And those are fleeting moments, ones that come very rarely, but when they do and you get them, it feels great for the team.
He was certainly under pressure and he absolutely delivered. Accelerate with Henry, kind of taking those early fights mid. Great work from Army of 5 to chase that down though. Not allow an escape to be had. That was the early fight up B with the help of the Sage Wall as well. And Team Digital going to entirely fall back. Not sure where they're at with regard to map control. Like they don't know what's been taken, and for good reason. Look at where Zamas is. He's creeping in. He's in spawn, basically where you buy guns. And unfortunately, I think this is round done for Team Digital. They don't know it yet, but Zamas is the round winning position.
Yeah, Zamas is going to be, yeah, you're 100% right. Like insanely clutch, right? Spike's ticking. They haven't walked past Zamas's crosshair yet, so definitely going to be garage or long. So at this point, both Breach and Dadvid here, yeah, they know exactly where to lock crosshairs on, and they're going to set up for it. And it's light work at that point, as Dadvid comes in for the 3K, and that gives Army of 5 another round.
So the start of a little bit of a resurgence. It's been, what, 5 in a row here for Team Digital up until that point. After Army of 5 win the pistol round and follow-up, they get nothing done. But it was a little bit aggressive from Team Digital, right? It took some risks in the early round. Sage Wall up the back of B. That's something that, we don't see all that often anymore. And it was relatively effective, but I loved how Army of 5 were willing to get up in the faces of Team Digital and continue to force that battle, and ended up winning it out because of it. Dadvid, a big part of it. Nonetheless, going to see something a little bit different this round. Again, very one-dimensional for Army of 5. They're looking out for some sort of push, getting confirmation of where that Sage has put down their wall, which has very often been towards garage. in the early stages, and that's been an early part of the round for Army of Five, is to look for that tell and then deal with it.
And this is where Sage kind of falls off for me, right? You wall early, sure, but then it's broken and the round progresses, and especially when you dump it too early, it will eventually fall and you're exposed again. So you're basically just a walking slow and heal at that point, which I think, other value could be added if there was a different agent in play, but it's okay. It might just be a personal thing. And Zamas here opens things up as well. So Army of Five start off on the right foot. That recon dart probably didn't mean to land that close, or maybe it did. I don't know. Yeah, however, it's going to be the beacon to say there's presence too low. We don't get to see it because unfortunately things were purple on my screen, but that's good enough for the KJ to get a 2-piece.
Yeah, that's actually really impressive. A couple of kills, kind of swung from left and right. He gets both of them with a headshot. Absolutely sublime. And this is another round that Army of Five have on lockdown. They've got a freebie. 1v4 is Red Dot's requirement, and we talked about how clutch they've been. The closer I mentioned. I don't know that there's a close anywhere close to plausible. Pelted with ability and utility. Nothing to do. Exits, not even gonna get those. And look at this, Army of Five, they're 5 ult strong still.
They're cooking right now, and they're cooking huge. 5 ultimate strong, timeout coming in from Red Dot. A lot needs to be discussed here, Vincent. They're not in a good place monetarily. They're not in a good place weaponry wise. They're on match point, and this is that last push that is often very difficult to cross over. The saving grace here for them, I would say, is they have an opportunity to get aggressive, drop a body as long as it's not the Sage. They can res off of it and continue on forward, hopefully recovering weapons on the way. That journey in itself is going to be a hard press push, considering Army of Five are so strong with ults as well. And being on the attacker side, again, off the back of Dadvid and Haz, you have a galactical Rolling Thunder overdrive site entry setup that you can run. So it's going to be, I think this round's going to be explosive when it starts going. It's going to be a complete attack of Army of Five just grouped together and sending everything they have here to try and finish this up.
They'll certainly give it their best shot. This is interesting, the way that they're going to start that, though. Sheriff round with a hero rifle. On to Henry. And, man, Henry, once again, a really heroic start, though I say heroic again, and he's gone down to the stinger. But a heroic start, really had a strong look, but has had a little bit of a drop-off, though. Look at this, 22 assists. Dude's got more assists than his whole team combined, which I do have to appreciate. 4 towards C. Massive 0 point. Holy, Henry just got quad suppress in mid. That's where he's been farming up all of those assists.
Crush now has a good flank coming through as well. And the bot gets recalled. Oh no, it's still there. We're good. That was the it's still set up on the back side of things. Crush should be aware of that. Break the bot and run, Crush. This is your time. Like, you gotta go, and it's gotta be now. Everyone's already on site. Smoke gets dropped on top of it. Are they aware that it got smoked out, though? Is the real question.
No, they're not. That's
huge. Oh, this could be big. This has... No. That's big. First pick, there it is. Recover that gun, slide into the mix. Where's the trade? Hollywood gets away with absolute murder onto Crush inside. That's not how that's supposed to go. Accelerate halts it. There's the res. Pick up the guns. Just res it. Go for it. What else are you going to do at this point?
Well, they had to wait out the lockdown. That's the other thing. Red Dot. Oh, once again, great patience here. Actually going to be given coverage with the dark cover. Red Dot's got them both. Oh my goodness, that dark cover actually really gives away the game. Army of Five, they put the dark cover up in order to isolate the fight, Strive, but unfortunately they give the coverage for Accelerate to get the res off, and then for them to get isolated themselves, which really sucks. But oh man, what a way to lose out. That was the comeback story, and on the Thrifty, Team Digital pull it over the edge to pick up that quarterfinal.
Really well done. I mean, you look at that whole final round, it felt like there was pieces of the puzzle just kind of clicked in one by one, and it just kind of cascaded in to be an awesome round and really well done. Like you said, that smoke in itself, so beautiful. And that, I think, summarizes the whole of Team Digital, right? What I mentioned, I think it was in the first half, a team that is able to expand upon their repertoire. Like they always had some sort of cool little trick or split second decision in the back of their minds, and it wasn't like they laid everything out right off the rip. They just gave bits and pieces and slowly kind of pulled away from the army of five, and they felt like they were in the driving seat of that matchup top to bottom for me. So as far as quarterfinals go on Haven, that was a really well played matchup, and I give them a huge round of applause.
Yeah, I mean, particularly Henry, right? Like, he led the charge from the very beginning. But
Absolutely.
man, was Red Dot just incredibly clutch there. 1v2, big moment that kind of, I think, maintained them in that driver's seat. In a way that really wouldn't have been there, and consistently was having that impact. All to say that quarterfinal really delivering, and well, we got more. We got semifinals, grands still yet to be determined as well, which is going to be a whole lot of fun. So make sure that you're staying tuned here. We're going to head to a short break though. Before we do that, we're going to get things ready for the semis, and then we'll come back. See you then.
Boxes are defeated, purpose always fleeting. I pose questions to the ceiling like an answer gonna come. Truth is too revealing, life is easier concealing. All emotions till the star on your heart going numb. I should be in drive more, I just wanna feel alive more. I feel hurt all the time, but I can't see straight. I've been running on the freeway, till I get blinded by the headlights. They go past me, I see the last me I ever will be. That got me asking, living this lightly, stepping the right thing. Or should I been a little bit more focused on the place that my feet needed to go? As they go past me, I see the last me that I ever will be. That got me asking, if living this lightly, stepping the right thing. Or should I been more focused on where feet wanted to go? If I die right now, no lie, I'd have a few regrets. Wish I spent more time out biking instead of smoking cigarettes. Wish I worked more on music instead of alternating steps. Probably should have talked more to people I thought were interesting as heck. Probably should have gotten closer to my moms after pops drowned out death. I wish the best, I wish that and all the rest. Sometimes I wonder if I felt more at home in my own skin instead of always feeling fake. With my genuine moments stop feeling off and out of place. On my smile seems strange. I walk like I'm trying on a wig, or a mask, or a laugh, or a face, or a faith in my place in this path. But so I'm trying to change that and live inside the moment, not the past. See the present unwrapped, cause the moment's all we have, till it's gone. I'm just waiting, hoping the next one go last a little longer than the one before it, cause there's only so many I can grab before they all start slipping out of hand. They go past me, I see the last me I ever will be. That got me asking, if living this lightly, is that been the right thing? Or should I been a little bit more focused on the place that my feet needed to go? As they go past me, I see the last me that I ever will be. That got me asking, if living this lightly, is that been the right thing? Or should I been more focused on where feet wanted to go?
Don't choose when my feet move. It seems they got a mind of their own. Into traffic like they no regard for dangerous roads. Don't you worry, I still got the situation under control. I'll be fine right here. Wait, that right there is seeming dangerously.
Back up. be all on my line about nothing. Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with a line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust you. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I give you the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixing when iffy the vibe. 40 on 50 is really the time. Why is you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side, I don't know. Thinking I'm blind, cross on my crosses and doubt on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. Full of pictures, dimensions, I don't what you did. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Take out.
t-shirt. Everything I do, you can read it on Twitter. Huh. What's a girl gotta do? What's a girl gotta do? I'm dripping in blue, check out my lemon suit. I'm a double but cute, I'm witty like you. I'm visibly cool, but vanilla fruits. I like it, freaking smooth. You like me freaky. All of my friends, they were lady as hell. Run it, let's go face with the latest bands. Whole kitty gang just doing a thing. All of my friends, they were lady as hell. Run it, let's go face with the latest bands. Whole kitty gang just doing a thing. Got new friends.
Hello and welcome back. It's time for the semiest of finals as we jump back into the action. We're going to continue on with things as they were. Team Digital will be continuing to take a look at with the Crash Outs with a K, not a C, just if you were curious or wondering why it's TKO. My name is Vincent. I'm joined by Strive, and we've been having a great time. It's been a vibe. I hope you guys have been having a great time as well.
Yeah, I'm super excited to get into this matchup. Obviously, semifinals, a huge hiatus on the GLG side of things in terms of broadcast. We're back at it again. Yet again, I want to reiterate a huge thank you to Hyperion Esports for making this evening possible, right? Huge prize pool contribution, giving us the chance to broadcast this event. $100 for first, $50 for second, 25 and $25 a pop each for third and fourth. We also have the Donkey Kong fiasco happening in the background. Make sure you submit your clips, use the correct hashtags, follow the correct people. It's in the Twitch chat. You're welcome to scroll. I'll also copy paste it and dump it in there one more time, or feel free to ask and somebody will get to you with that anyways.
Exclamation point sponsors.
Yeah, that works to sponsor. I believe it works if Nightbot's cooperating. It might not be. So if it's not, I'll do the due diligence and make sure you guys are aware of what it takes to get into that $25 opportunity to win. So thank you to Donkey Kong as well for icing the cake, frosting the cupcake as you will, with an extra bonus on top. Let's get down into it though. We are traversing into a map we discussed earlier, Vincent, not in the most positive of lights about Lotus, how we were not huge fans of it in some ways, but it's happening here this evening. It's best of one. So one kick at the can here for these semis on this map to come.
Yeah, and listen, I know that, I'm sure we've seen some Lotus tonight, but here on the broadcast, it's our first time to actually dive deep into Lotus. We've had Ascent and back to Haven, which, you know what, is kind of funny that we jump right in. It's like the first tournament that I have seen with Haven back. And we're like immediately right back into the action. I think that's hilarious. But I think that Lotus really has found its place in this whole thing, and there is a lot of good to talk about. One thing to note here is I think that this will be a place that we will continue to see with the changes to Neon be very good. Like I don't even think that's a hot take. I feel like that could still be consistent. The only question is because Jet is still going to be good here, like, are you going to still go for like a Jet or something like that? I don't know, but I'm down for it. The other thing to note as well is we're probably going to see Gecko for the first time today, which I'm a big fan of.
Huge plus as well. And I find Lotus to be a very relentless map. It can be punishing or super gratifying in the sense that if you're attacking and you have no reasonable map control, you will absolutely dislike your life. It is so brutal to deal with constant barrages of pushes down C, for example, where you just don't have a single second to like wrap your head around what's happening. And you think you want to get control, you try and stick your nose out, you try a different approach, and the round is lost. So there's multiple agent compositions that can really do a good job of denying early round access into certain parts of this map. And I think Lotus really teaches you early round patience. I think it's not a map that you can just pummel down B, A, or C and just hope for the best. Really got to work a pick, use your utility to your advantage, scope things out, and really clear out your lanes before committing to something. That's my take on this map. Obviously, you can say, well, Strive, this applies to every map. Yeah, this map especially, I have absolutely wanted to smash my monitor playing it because you get so frustrated with teams that just don't have it put together on the attack side. I think defense is like kind of la-di-da to me. You can just, you can be holding a hamburger in one hand and playing the game with another, and you'd still be reasonably okay. The attack is difficult. So I don't know if you agree, disagree, but that's my take.
I do have a question, Strive. You said you potentially been smashing your monitors. I see a lot of monitors right behind you. Those things are like tanks, though. How many hands have you broken smashing those monitors?
I mean, they're both here, but like you can take a look at this current setup. So I don't know, which way should I move? Let's move this way.
Yeah.
So like I'm running. Wait, it's this side.
There you go.
Good old. Yeah, you like that? So this is a CRT monitor from like 2000. You punch this, you'll break your knuckles. I only punch LCDs because they're fragile and thin and they're easy to break. This tower is weighs honestly like 30 kilos straight up, and it runs Windows XP, which makes it extra tough. I don't know if you know this or not, but the GLG lounge is like on the 22nd floor in Rochester, New York. Somehow here where I'm supposed to be in the lounge, I'm now in the middle of water. So
how did you get there?
Big shout out
like
to
some
our
magic.
Dude, either the building is underwater or the building is now one level tall, either of which would be very shocking. So a big shout out to our media team for putting this together, because for those that know the history of the lounge, this is just like so confusing. That and the fact that if you paid attention, it's on this side. I'm so directionally impaired. There's what is this? Remember that game?
That
remember
way.
remember
Yeah.
Crash Bandicoot?
Yeah.
So I like the references. Yeah, this is the GLG lounge rewinded like 15 years. So, but think about this for a second.
All right.
This kind of stuff is like disappearing. Like this is art. Like this is history. In 5 years, 10 years, where will all this be? Like this lives in our mind right now, rent free. The next generation is not going to remember this stuff. It's just going to get washed away.
I would
in the
wager
brick of time.
that there is multiple people in chat right now who have never seen a CRT.
But CRT, but have they seen Crash Bandicoot? Have they seen?
I would imagine.
Do you have, the real question is, do you have or they're not memorized, but do you have that Windows XP key written somewhere, the universal one that worked on Windows XP to register the computer?
Okay.
There's one CD key that I have saved for Windows XP. It's like a enterprise or some like whatever one. It'll activate Windows XP no matter what.
Here's the thing: Windows is now free for everyone, and you can download it without paying for it. So
back then it wasn't that la-di-da though, right? It was difficult, and
Yeah.
XP was like the creme de la creme, and like if you wanted it, you had to like pay for a key and stuff. It was like not easy, bro.
That's true.
I went through hardships in life. Okay,
I too had to activate Windows Vista. Actually, unfortunately,
Vista was a tragedy, bro. Like that thing should have never existed. Vista was the ultimate.
Yeah.
I never got Vista to work correctly. I think it was Windows 7 was the saving grace of humanity.
Y'all think Windows 11 is bad now? Shh, come on.
I use Windows 11. It's not that bad. It's a little bit janky. Every time my monitor goes to sleep and wakes up, half my bottom bar disappears. I have to like restart Windows Explorer. But like other than that, it's pretty decent. So
I'm not gonna lie. That's a boomer statement.
I'm
not
coping.
that
I'm
bad.
heavily coping right now. It's garbage. It's hot garbage. Yeah, but now that we've digressed and traveled into I don't know where and how to
Time machines.
Yeah, for real though. Let's go ahead and put that time machine back to what is it? June the 12th, 2024 at 8:27 p.m. where I am. I mean, depending on your time zone, it's going to vary. But let's get down to Lotus. So TKO, this team rings a bell in my mind, and I'm going to do some homework on the side and maybe see if I can message some people. But this is a team that I think was up and coming, if it's the same TKO that I'm thinking about. If TKO, your manager's in here, feel free to drop in chat, or one of you watch this in the VOD and maybe DM me if you care enough, or check on Twitter and say hi. But this team I've heard of. Go ahead and peek. They were starting up. They were looking to start up a set of tournaments, I believe, or a series, and they also had a team. And I was in touch.
I think there is this is not the same people.
Not the same one. Okay, so it's just
so.
It is what it is. I'm just trying to put some pieces together. It don't matter. At least I have some history on Team Digital, so that's a plus.
It don't matter. Sorry.
It don't matter, man. No, you're good, bro. I lost your football reference. So
you did. That's a tragedy. Yeah, it's all good.
That's a huge tragedy.
I mean,
that's more of a tragedy than this building being at ground level on a beach right now. So.
Listen, yeah. you have an excuse as you have an excuse. It's fine. What I can say for certain is that we are finally ready to roll. And this is what the point I was making before about like we might see a little bit more neon, which is cool because I think this could really lend itself. But Raze is still really good here. So like, which do you go for, or do you go for the double? Who knows? All the big question mark. Crush on the deadlock. Okay. I mean, a bunch of teams have like gone for that deadlock on this map, as I say recently, but I haven't watched enough that recently, but last I was watching.
Deadlock is great. I mean, such a strong agent pick on this map, especially. Like what I said, especially starting on defense, I vibe with it. You can block off some critical choke points, right? And it's like, if you're gonna let me put it this way, if you're gonna play Sage, you should play Deadlock. That's my take on it personally. If you want to tier list it, I think the strength of Deadlock outpaces that of Sage. The utility is everlasting in a sense as well, right? Minus if you walk past a sonar, but it's there and it's going to add value throughout the entirety of the round, which is great.
Fair enough. Yeah, and we got a clove as well. So a
Cool.
little bit interesting, I think, for TKO on the one side. Right, we got that gecko that I was talking about. Sort of two different ideas and approaches, right? In as much as you got the double controller for Team Digital, but TKO have gone a little bit more. I'm going to use the word aggressive in that it's double duelist. You know, I think that's fair. Also, you just named yourself Random Schmuck. You're not random. You mean something to me, Random Schmuck 57.
And me. We need to have that name change after this. Not a Random Schmuck 57.
Yeah. Come on.
Loved by GLG 57.
Yeah, there we go.
See, that's how you leveled it up right there, baby. You like that.
I do.
TKO, Team Digital, let's get down underway. I can hear the game noise in the background. That means we have loaded in. Semifinals is among us here. Fantastic viewers of GLG. For those of you that know us and know us well, we have gone the distance for years and hundreds of Pit of Valors and different events, late into the night, into the early morning sometimes, casting here. And to see some familiar faces come back and some new ones as well joining us, thank you so much. And a big thank you again to Hyperion Esports for supporting us in this event, the Donkey Kong special as well for your clip submissions and this prize pool ahead of us. Hopefully this is the catalyst, and we really hope to bring you more and more as time progresses. Let's get into pistol round here right off the rip, Vincent.
That was an interesting haunt from Accelerate.
Very.
Little laissez-faire, I guess, but it'll get the job done. Aggression for the crash outs over on the A side of the map as they take root control. And in fact, they're going to push the issue a little bit further forward. They aren't going to stop there. They're going to walk all the way in. Smarty is going to take this fight. Got Random Schmuck, the ISO in the wings, and oh my goodness, a couple of kills to fall in flat.
Right there.
This is not a great spot to be in right now. I like what Gecko did there. Superb support there onto Henry. Accelerate, taking a fight on pace for the ace. Where's the swing? Committed? Oh boy. Oh boy.
Ooh, Rafi is so lucky not to have gotten grabbed by that.
Very.
30 seconds.
Gets away and... No, go ahead. Take it away.
Look at who it is. It's Red Dot. Guy we've talked a ton about in their clutch factor. Rafi is looking, waging, and unable to connect. Rafi will fall. Red Dot's done it again. The clutch, the 1v1, and I mean, great attempt there from Antmo. Not Anton, by the way. Strive. Antmo.
Antmo. Thank you.
Yeah, I picked up a 4K. Sorry, you make like one mistake early in the stream, and I just won't let you live it down.
First of all, if you rearrange the letters of Antmo and make it sound like Anton, it'd be Antom, which is not even like remotely. It is kind of close, but Antom is very different from Anton. Okay, at least in my mind, I'm trying to cope again.
Yeah,
bear with me. It's okay. I haven't messed it up since, so you know that's a plus.
I know. I keep giving you a hard time because it's funny.
That's okay. It's all good. It's all in the name of love here, and in the name of love, the Outlaw giving a friendly old hug there to Team Digital.
Smooch.
A little smoocheroni to start things off and give the crash outs that number advantage for the time being. But let's see how they how the rest of this pans out. Obviously, you can see even Red Dot, and you saw the Rays as well. They have bulldogs in hand, so people are committing. Much like we saw in the previous from Team Digital, they have no fear when it comes to buying up.
Yeah, Mo is really quickly becoming a player to watch. I mean, that opening pick, obviously a big deal, but even beyond that, talked about the 4 kills previously in the first round that nearly gave them the victory. But opening pick or not, the crash outs are actually on the wrong side of the map. They have stacked up a little bit towards B and towards C, despite getting to pick that direction. But they've opened the door towards A, have Team Digital given away that might be their intention, but the smokes are already up and the post plant's going to get activated here relatively soon. Just a little bit of a gamble from the crash outs that unfortunately doesn't quite come to fruition.
This is good from Crush here. I like this position as well. Now wrapping around, giving up control of drop on the right, but that's okay. They're more focused on rope. This is a choice. Oh my goodness. Getting aggressive and well-timed there from Crush. Flashed and does get clapped in the time being. Gives Team Digital that advantage now. 4v3, albeit the raise is very, very low. Rafi here, along with Random Schmuck coming through. Ooh, that's a clean 1D onto Sai. Henry trades it out very fast as well. Down to Antmo, stuck at drop here, having to dance around the problem. The Outlaw goes boom and gets the one, but the spike is going to blow no matter what. So take some bodies with you for the ride, and 3-piece along with the pass away is probably best case scenario considering the spike was not on the agenda.
Yeah, this is interesting because Team Digital might be up 2-0, but this might be the least consistent and / or the least reasonable 2-0 I've seen in a while. Because I mean, down to 7 health in a 1v1 for Red Dot, then you end up losing the opening pick, choose the site where there's nobody home, and still lose 4 players total. Not exactly a convincing accord out from Team Digital.
Throwing net.
Prowler goes in, looking to get some information on close B. So this is what I'm talking about, right? Using that utility to systematically clear things out before committing. You don't want to get bamboozled by someone sitting in the corner. That's never fun. And with that, they just funnel on through, off the play on that smoke. The rest of the site is relatively open, which leads itself to such a confident entry from the side of Team Digital.
We'll say the barrier mesh really allows a lot of space to work.
Absolutely. And it's so valuable. That's what I'm saying. Like, Deadlock is just a great pick.
Sai, though, helping to bring things into the equation. Smarty's going to grab a double, and Antmo head on a swivel. Last 2 players here in A Link is Crush working the magic. Rafi tapping on the spike, but the showstopper will trade out, unfortunately, for Henry. Lunatic was right behind him the whole time.
Nice. Good trades. Great retake. And, you know, it boiled down to the last millimeter there, but all's good. No major concerns, and even walking away with a Phantom too. So happy times here for the crash outs. This is where I'm keeping my eyes peeled for their first look at A. For me, and what I was alluding to in that pre-game conversation about getting barraged on this map as an attacker is A site is notorious for getting shut down constantly. Raise nades, Gecko util, like you can get so much space for free with the position of those barriers that it's a very precarious place to hit as an attacker right off the rip. So the fact that they're not doing that, instead utilizing the Viper wall, you're going to even follow this beautiful orb, which is going to land perfectly dead nut center. That's going to be the late game setup for them to be able to make it through. And you can see they respected the pre-nade as well.
Yeah, but there's a ruse up in their way.
It is.
Toxic screen, the same. Smarty. Oh, just can't connect. Crush making life difficult with that double satchel. It's random schmuck. Escape, yes. Even a frag as well. Damage done to Team Digital. Look at the HP bars, 2 of them low. As Antmo comes in to provide the support, though all of that is just the early round. The crash outs trade back and forth, but I mean, a 1-for-1 for the defense, not typically all that strong, especially not on a map where there's 3 sites.
Antmo here is just jiggling, trying to find some information. And look at C, by the way. There's just a lot of utility pop, and it's getting sequentially clicked up there by the KJ. So picking away at some of that C setup is obviously great for Team Digital, but everyone else is on A bound. Yeah, it's great. It's actually really valuable. Everyone should be able to sneak in relatively simply here, but the post plan is where the focus is going to be on, considering both Raze and Viper are not in the bestest of positions.
Yeah, but Sai, oh, that's a massive cutoff. Rafi will go down, so with Clove out of the equation, and there's a dark cover down on stairs. Oh my goodness, the barrier mesh as well. This is great stuff. Great layering of utility right now for Team Digital. They've caught the rotate, they've stalled out the push, and now it's essentially done. I mean, they're going to have time to give it a try, but it's a really late attempt at this.
Great stuff coming out for the crash outs here. At least they get something for the go, but yeah, Henry continues to be the pillar of strength for Team Digital. Whether it's Haven down to Lotus. Antmo now stuck again in that clutch position. History repeats itself. Gets a Henry for the road. Picks up a nice gun as well. Something shiny and pretty to put away in the good old lockbox. But guns and all ain't going to be the telltale sign of a win, as the crash outs still are on the backside of Team Digital's early lead.
And, you know, I just want to go back to how much Red Dot was doing in that round was really good at just making a presence. Didn't even make a lot of presence, just made some noise and started clearing, as you mentioned, some of that utility from the KJ. That pulls not just one, not just two, but 3 players away from what was like sort of B and A back over towards C. And then Sai gets the rotator and it's all over. That's fantastic from the deadlock.
And to come around as well and have the ability to block off at least stairs or whatever is just even better. You know what I mean? Like the conservation of utility for the late round from that deadlock was just even nicer. I got to give it to them. You know, Team Digital are warmed up and coming off of a series of great wins, at least from what we expected. I'm sure the Crash Outs have had their run as well, but we'll see as they get into, again, this quick little peep and look. Right, a B look, and you can see on the minimap what it forces. Right, it gets KJ and Gecko moving and thinking, and as I'm, you know, bantering away at my nonsense, look at Clove and ISO on that aggressive A setup. So that space is there for the taking. The question is Team Digital going to want to recontest that, or are they super cognizant that that's not the place to be?
Well, I mean, there's flank watch there with the deadlock utility already set up in display. That's good news, and so the Crash Outs, they aren't necessarily interested in forcing that issue, aren't interested in taking that fight. 30 seconds is all that remains. Science gonna get the spike punched in. Henry playing coverage, and a really nice coverage at that. No flank coming through either. I mean, Crash Outs, this round seems over already. Now, it's not. The showstopper's still available, but they're in a 3-on-5. They have nobody to clear out on the site, and it's Crush to take one out already.
Smarty's going to have to be the absolute hero here. Ooh, huge jiggle. It's going to be 1. Spike's now about to hit that halfway ticker. Needs to commit with the showstopper at the very minimum. Gets on it, covered up by the Clove smoke. Intentional or not, I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't matter. They had so many people there to shoot through, and they're totally content with that as a whole. Nice. Great stuff here from Team Digital as they continue to stay true to their... They're so good, Vincent. They're so smart. And that's, I think, what sets them apart in this series, is that they're aware of what they are giving and what they're able to take as a result, right? They give up full A control, and they're confident in their C take, and they just stick through to the finish line. That's, I think, what sets a team apart is, you know, giving up space is one thing, but then everyone just thinks la-di-da, I can walk back and reclaim that. Not always the case. And you have to be aware of those decisions as they unfold very early in the round, not later when you got 25 seconds left and you got to make a play happen.
And after what was not a very convincing opening salvo of rounds, it's looked very convincing. Now unchecked is Rafi. Oh, unfortunate. It's nice work there from Random Schmuck, getting saved by the shield. Smarty gets one with the showstopper in the meantime. Team Digital, it was all actually in the right direction. It looked good until it didn't. Some big, big utility, big ultimates being invested in that showstopper, especially. The spike was down from the shadows to grab it, and now they've turned it from almost unwinnable to a much more approachable victory.
Henry's crosshair placement is just nuts, by the way. That's a great shot onto Lunatic. Viper's Pit's down now. It's down to Henry to play it. Oh, and we're going to the good old 1v1.
And that's a really nice way, a nice little counter, I think, for Random Schmuck, just to sort of best the Viper at her own game, right? Like, you think we're playing in your domain? Actually, we're playing in mine.
And even if it went astray, what did that give? That gave the Rays the opportunity to reposition in sight and get into that pit and be, you know, kind of predicting where the ult's going to come out of. So, as a whole, it's a double-edged sword, both in the favor of the Crash Outs there with that setup.
Absolutely. And with that, Crash Outs 2-4. They're picking up the pace once again, finding a little bit more. But here's the thing: 2 rounds in a row is the next big requirement for them, and it's not as if they've got it for free. A couple of Guardians are actually on both sides. Holy cow, this is going to be a derby right here in front of A. Root control is also important, and there's Smarty with the paint shells.
Clove here needs to get aggro off of that. and do something. And everyone you can see just pulls the plug, and they don't want that Clove back, obviously.
No.
Chasing away is Rafi, and no, not enough. Not enough there to get to a kill. It's going to give Team Digital that disadvantage now, at least for the time being. They do have a deadlock ult too, which I would say is very impactful, as much as a Raze ult would be in some sense. With 56 as well to it, Vincent, there is tons of opportunity for Team Digital to get a pick and even a roll if they wanted to.
Nice reroute. Love this from Team Digital. I mean, they kind of know what's going on. They know that they're getting flanked at some point there. And so they throw in a little bit of a curveball. Take a lot of space towards CT. Not going to give them a victory. Deadlock ends up going with the annihilation. Unfortunately, Red Dot just kind of has to sit there and wait and watch as their target goes awry. The crash outs, they doubled up. That 2-round opportunity to pick up a bit of momentum has been found. And again, Team Digital taking the early fights out towards A. This time, the crash outs picking up success.
Yeah, this is 2 times now that Team Digital have fallen to the mercy of long A, and I'm telling you that it's a relentless part of this map. Like, I'd be content never going A if it was up to me, unless it's through B door and I was wrapping late round and I had an opportunity to take that site. But early round looks is just not it. And look at the caboose right now on the minimap. You have 4 people ready to splurge on long A, and it's the right place to take control of, because it gives you flexibility to retake on B through door. Rotate back around to B is not that bad either. They just have to be cognizant on getting the space and then backing away soon so they can move into position. And that's exactly what they're doing here with the Raze and Clove, making a move on. Probably going to rotate from B to C, hopefully to help the KJ. But yeah, all's okay. At least they know it's not going to be A or B for the time being.
Yeah, this is a response that Team Digital makes because they realize how much presence, how much weaponry bodies really are being put towards that early A long presence. And it's a good response in general, but they're going to have to do a little bit better. Lockdown in. Now, the Nightfall getting prepped and ready. They're going to toss the Nightfall in, but not want to follow off the back of that. Instead, going to let the Lockdown do its thing. Lunatic on the entry gets a double. That will be Gecko making sure that this defuse comes through. Yeah, and that'll be pretty free. A lot of investments, though, for the crash outs on that retake, considering it was just an eco. So I think Team Digital should be pretty happy with that one.
Absolutely. I think for Team Digital as well, they have to be aware of the impact of a Gecko defuse. On C, Gecko's buddy is basically hidden, so you don't have a clear sight on it, especially if you're playing at Mound, which makes it not optimal to plant on. That leaves A and B open. A is a bit of a precarious place to hit early on. B might be the place where Team Digital can find some success. Effectively on a defuse, Gecko makes it a 6v5 if everyone's alive. And that's what makes it difficult to cope with, especially when you plant on C and you cannot destroy the buddy. So with Crush getting the opening Lunatic and hopefully look at a segue onto site, the rotates are coming through, and there's actually a flank happening on the minimap as well, which will be really fun to watch because that is new, at least in this matchup so far.
This is Team Digital making adjustments and realizing what's gone wrong and how to counter it. We'll get back to that because Crush is up in the face of Rafi. That's free. The Showstopper indeed shutting them down. Wingman going to be trying to clear things out. Smarty's going for a showstopper of their own and tries for the middle, does connect. Does go in for one there. Man advantage still held for Team Digital, but that's only going to be there for a short time, a short period as Antmo goes down. Random Schmuck's going to need the clutch. Has a little bit of shield to work with, but Psy hits the shot. And that's a really nice round for Team Digital, and I'll tell you why. Because Strive, they realize how much presence they've been putting out towards long over on A. They know how much they're there. And so just all they had to do was catch the one player at C, and they win the round.
These are critical moments, and I think what made that round strong too is when they got onto site, they were very, very present. It wasn't and like, I've just gotten used to them hitting that C site and then falling back to mound and just kind of hanging out there, which isn't. It's not it. It really isn't the way to play that type of setup. So, I'll give it to them. You're right. They definitely capitalize on all fronts on both the C and A side, respectfully. This time you can see they're sensing some of that aggression is what they've come to expect, but being very patient on it. They don't see or hear anything and slowly start to inch out. Meanwhile, we got Henry going on a side quest here. Nothing's available for the time being, and with that too, that should give them some whiff that they can make some moves here and hopefully bank on Henry catching some rotates.
Oh, Lunatic is still on this site. And, okay. It gets found out there, but Random Schmuck is gone back in. That was a lot of time that Lunatic had bought up. Accelerate playing a dangerous game up close on this smoke. Needs to turn around. Doesn't do so and will get traded. It's up to Psy. Everything's falling awry. Now he's at a 1v3. Up to it. Maybe. But a shrouded step into the wrong direction gives Random Schmuck the opportunity he was looking for. And a 5th round for the crash outs. But again, I just want to give credit where it's due for Team Digital. The way that they are really wrapping crash outs around their fingers in some of these rounds, pulling those rotations and forcing crash outs to play reactively and then taking advantage of those reactions are really nice.
And I think if you want to pivot that conversation into what can be the Team Digital strength would be to play them exactly as so, right? Throw a strong fake, really get the rotations moving like we saw in the first couple rounds that what you pointed out, and then make a move thereafter. Unfortunately, though, in a 5-5, being on a save, or let's say light buy at best, less than optimal, but I mean, regardless, it's been a great matchup for them here, and they're staying true to their playstyle, which is, I think, what I've come to love about Team Digital is from the prior matchup to this, they're very consistent. However, Smarty here is about to get pushed out. However, the paint shells again converting for this raise, gets another pick. Crush is forced to bounce out of there and fight for life. And with that, wait, okay. Hello, Smarty. 3-piece combination, full shutdown on that B take. Team Digital pack their bags and they want to go camping at A, but there's a lot of crash outs on the way to bust their party up.
Yeah, Spike's going to go down. Psy's going to get that for free. And once again, it's very far forward. Viper trying to play spoiler here. It might just work out. No, Henry's going to go. Smarty up to an ace, maybe? Will be it. Smarty gets them all 5. A bit of a wild spray to get that 3rd one through the smoke, but number 1, that is exactly what I'm thinking for Smarty. Ace in this round. The crash outs grab the lead. I think that's their first.
It is. I believe so. For the final round, after that light buy, I'm really hoping that Team Digital's got everything they need, and they certainly do. 3 ults apiece here. If Lunatic gets one more pip, and whether it's a kill or an orb, that's going to be a lockdown as well, which is awesome for the side of the crash outs. A huge turn of events as well. I would love to see Random Schmuck just go, kill contract right off the rip and just take a fight.
True. I mean, I don't think that would necessarily be a bad play. Look at crash outs though, adjusting once again. They've got their KJ out towards A now instead of C, which has been where they've had it essentially all half, and instead they're getting ready for that aggressive fight towards Mound that maybe could come. That's the adjustment that Team Digital had been making. Not the case this time. Look at the grab net going deep. Red dot finding nobody home, and interestingly enough, Dizzy tossed up by that gecko, but nobody found, yet 4 still at C.
Elementary point as well, and it had me thinking, I'm like, Team Digital here are playing a game of avoid the hot lava type thing, right? Trying to not to get caught out by the crash outs utility, and they did it. Cool, but the crash outs reaction to it was not what I expected. Smoke here aggressively is going to keep everybody in spawn at bay. You can see it's just like a flock of tadpoles waiting to hit the site. And they're going to try and make a move out, abandoning plan A, knowing that time is of the essence. There's the deadlock ultimate. Lunatic, great aggressive post as well for the 1. Psy trades it on the opposite end of the spectrum. Accelerate plays the tightest angle that could be possibly played up top on that perch, and doesn't work out favorably.
The defuse coming in. Ant Mode's going to get away with this. Red Dot has no chance to play denial as Rafi gets the last 2. Crash outs have closed out this half with a bit of an impressive run of form. 3 in a row. And it's not just that. 6 out of the last 7. All of them after the plant.
An interesting turn of events, to say the least. I did not expect to see TKO pull together what they did. I mean, Smarty just went ballistic 2 rounds in a row, or, you know, at least 2 of those rounds with the paint shells, with that ace especially. Antmo's been showing up consistently with critical picks, and I think that Gecko on that defuse really added a great bit of momentum and a bit of wind beneath their sails to carry them throughout that half. That was a turning point for them. So off that momentum here, Team Digital, let's see what they can pull together on defense. They're going with the early Viper wall commit right across, splitting B and A, which I love it. It's great, and it's going to be a good mid to late round impact.
Yeah, especially in a pistol round. I think that wall in particular is so good. As it's been put into location, it's about to be crossed over. Crash outs making their way in, doubled up here in tree. Our Team Digital, and they are currently struggling. Smarty has just picked up a double opener. Rafi as well. The tree setup, I didn't feel like we really got to get a good look at it, but it was as if it never actually got activated.
I believe you are correct. And I was saying, you know, in my mind, I'm like, well, what if it's going to work well in their post plan? It's going to be like a dividing line that forces them to not be able to play that far back and long. But then in my head, I'm like, whoever plays that far back and long to begin with on a post plan, it's just never going to happen. So that wall basically useless at this point. Both Deadlock and Viper, 1 hit apiece. Henry gets actually a great shot as well. Red dot here, trying to bring it closer and closer to the 2v2. But they're going to have to commit to the top. Lunatic for the 1. It's just 1 more Henry on the board. Damage is done. Pistol round is it. And that's going to be the Crash Outs getting their first pistol round of the second half. In I would say almost unexpected. Henry's wall, to me, really needed to come to life there.
I mean, it did. Honestly, though, I don't even think that's the bigger issue. I think that
really?
Team Digital finding themselves in a position where they just were never actually able to activate their setup. Like the whole point of their setup was to be playing double tree. You know, it was sort of a bait setup from the look of it. And the Crash Outs just like walked up, never making any audio cues, and so that setup never actually happened. So a little bit odd. Nobody was like spotting for it. Nobody was looking, and they just walk up without any information. Well played to the Crash Outs. Make the right call. 4 strong for Team Digital on C, as they find themselves essentially uncontested at the A side of the map, though that's not necessarily where Crash Outs are actually going to be headed at the end of this round. Spike is towards Mound, and well, they're going to have a time to clear everybody out.
Oh, Team Digital's so smart. I like the little tap that they did there towards A. They hit the door, made some noise, forced the deadlock, forced the Viper wall to go up. But meanwhile, there's a whole different fiasco about to unfold on the other side at C. And here's Smarty as well, getting to pick onto Henry. Back to that 4 versus 4 and continuing to peck away. Spike is not yet planted. It is down in a not so great spot. So the Crash Outs are going to have to work their way through here. And with Rafi and Smarty, they're just pecking away at Team Digital.
Yeah, this has actually gone very well for the Crash Outs, but I was a little bit concerned the way they approached that. They like Smarty is just like poking, prodding, looking for an entry, and then Antmo just tosses Wingman in with the spike on his back. I'm like, huh?
Surely this, I'm like, that's why I was like, wait a minute, this is actually kind of like good, you know, in a weird way. Like, surely this doesn't work out. But
yes and no. They were alone. There was 2 players there. So if any of those kills don't go well, like if any of those Crash Outs players die, the spike's down, and like those were a couple of guns. I don't know. It's like really, really odd, but hey, it worked out. All's well that ends well, I guess. At the end of the day, a couple of outlaws actually. The Crash Outs into this round. It's Team Digital will get the first gun round going. Just going orb hunting.
Yeah, certainly orb hunting and also just to make some noise, like we saw, you know, in the prior round on A, just kind of tapping the fringes, hitting the door, getting the Viper wall to go up, the deadlock util, and so on. Just kind of fishing things out for the time being. This is interesting, however. You can see Team Digital has done very much a crash out type of thing and just gone aggressive on half wall here. A lot leans on Accelerate's shoulders, and man, they smelled that from a mile away. Good shot there from Lunatic as Crush trades it. That might be enough to keep the crash outs quiet, but not for long. Crush for one. Showstopper. Pain shells are going to be big. Forces a reposition, and it's random schmuck to read it and convert on that pick as well.
Random schmuck's been really consistent in these mid rounds. Really, not necessarily the opening picks, but always the trade frag every single time. Safe pair of hands is what I would describe him as. Grabnet goes in, doesn't catch Antmo, and the spike will go down 3v3. Everybody here for the defensive retake, though. Unfortunately, everybody being there doesn't mean you're going to win the fight. Psy falls, and now 2 remain. Post-plant-wise, setup is good. They've got everything that they could want. Both of these defenders coming from the same angle. Antmo dispatched as Red Dot has more.
I mean, this round just kind of spoke for itself. I didn't want to say a word because you hit the nail on the head with your final comment. This setup is good, and it was very nice. There was multiple layers to that post plant, right? And it was almost like a firing line. You had fire line 1, 2, and 3. They didn't commit to swinging and trading off each other, but they were there in terms of the post plant position, knowing where the spike was to get the pick. And it was just really great to watch. I mean, the crash outs played that beautifully. And you got to make a decision at that point, Vincent. Are you going to be looking for the trade, or are you looking to play for the bomb? And in that case, everyone knew the plan was to play for the bomb and work through the firing line sequentially. So yeah, I love that round. Really well done.
Oh my goodness, Henry just got beheaded. Random schmuck. I said maybe it wasn't always the entry prowess, but this time it is. Absolutely dominant. Walks in, gets an easy pick. That's all of Seaside Open, by the way. And the crash outs, they are only a couple rounds away from pushing this to a grand final. Right now it's 10-5. They've won 3 in a row in the second half. And even with that pick, they're not going to force the issue on to C. They head back towards A, where now nobody stands.
Sai here sends out a good smoke, actually. Forces them potentially to hit the revolving door exclusively. Yeah, it looks like it. They're going to funnel through. Nanos are going to block off that position for now. Lunatic's going to have to face check this, surely.
Oh, the spike goes down. I thought they'd got the wingman, but no. So post plant now, Team Digital. It's not ideal because they don't have the weaponry to actually work with. Tag down and hit with the decay as well. Wait, hold on. Red Dot has much more, and this could be the end. The annihilation. It's perfect.
Oh, what a snipe. What a snipe. And wow.
Oh my goodness. That's crazy from Red Dot.
I was going to say for a second there, Crush, I felt almost sold, if my thoughts are collected correctly. Yeah, Crush was waiting for such a long time behind B door that I'm like, when is this raise going to make an impact? Like today, tomorrow, next year? But, you know, coming out of the door that late in the round, breaking it, especially and making your presence known, I never expected that round to unfold. And off the Red Dot Ultimate 2 was great. I think if Crush had been there sooner, especially on the rotate towards backside, we'd have had a whole different situation. More of Team Digital would have survived that mess.
Red Dot doing it again, you know, in the clutch. Big moments, big player. And Henry finding the opening pick. Coming back in for more, though.
My.
Crush and Accelerate fall. It is a crash out type of C site right now. There's still one man here. Oh, Schmuck going for the 1v1, and this time Red Dot has bested them. Unfortunately, will die right after exiting. this is not over yet. Sai still in the back of the site in elbow. This is ridiculous. Rafi coming back.
One enemy remaining.
But again, not a guarantee. Rafi will stay alive, and now it's a 2 for 1.
Good positioning here, doubled up, and yeah, that was signed, sealed, and delivered express mail right to your door for the crash outs. They continue to really shine on post plans, Vincent, and I would love to be in their ears and just hear some of their comms, but I feel like either it's just inherently they're just attuned to each other, or they're really synergizing on their setup, because that's where they're excelling. If they get the spike down, you know, 8 to 9 times out of 10, they're walking away with the win, and that's, I think, what matters for them.
Well, I mean, 4 out of 5 rounds this half has been theirs to win. Another reset for Team Digital, where the econ back to the bin. Feels like every time they take 1 step forward, it's 2 steps back. And after a little bit of early round shenanigans out towards A long, they're not interested, so they'll move back towards C. Now, granted, Team Digital, they've got 2 players postured there. Thrash is going to go forward, leading the charge with the Rays right behind. Oh, what? Henry and Red Dot, a little bit uncharacteristic, seemed a little bit lost.
The crash outs are bringing some pace behind their play now. They're really starting to make that round differential kind of sing in a weird way, you know? Here comes the Thrash now as well. Sai's going to pull the plug and run. Accelerate did not get detained being on that platform, so that's a positive, but they have a huge hill to climb. I like Rafi's position here on the top. Antmo is going to just go ahead and deny site entry and just make it easy for the rest of the crash outs as they are on match point. This is, to your point, very uncharacteristic of Team Digital. Just not what I'm used to seeing out of Henry and co. They're not able to make anything work in their favor. The crash outs are just fast to site takes. And is it that Gecko, you think? What's your thought on that as a whole? Do you think the Gecko is really adding a lot of value?
I mean, I think the Gecko's had a lot of value all throughout this map, but I don't think that's the reason that crash outs are having so much success right now. I think the actual issue for Team Digital is that they just aren't actually in these rounds. Like every single time they're into a post plant, they're at a man disadvantage or more. Not only that, but they're losing the opening picks. They're losing on like all 3 stages of these rounds, unfortunately. And I mean, at this point, the crash outs have been allowed to just keep it simple and, you know, stick together, play out these rounds a little bit more simply. Even then, no problems.
Again, Henry takes a battle against 3 and can't get away, and that's just not okay, right? The crash outs are playing their numbers, but also Team Digital is falling mercy to those pressures, and it's not okay. I sound like Mo in a Counter-Strike rage clip. It's not okay, but like honestly, it's something's got to shift, and we're out of space. So I really hope for the defenders here that they can make something work out. However, here we go with Fade. Looking to find some enemies with the Nightfall, and Antmo and Smarty one apiece. Crush already drops that showstopper at 2v1 situation. Crush 36 HP and a Dream, and the Dream has unfortunately crumbled here for Team Digital as their journey comes to a halt in our series.
That it does, yeah. The crash outs continue to move along. They book a ticket into the grand finals as they complete that semifinal best of 1. And you know what, I think just as a general rule, that second half looked incredibly flawless. There was just nothing to dislike from the crash outs. They kind of walked it over the finish line, if you will. Maybe sprinted right up to it, but then took a leisurely stroll as they walked across. And ultimately a little bit of a whimper there from the Team Digital squad as they move out.
Yeah, I mean, the overarching theme for the crash outs was just consistency and momentum. They just pulled away so nicely, and they were in fact flawless. You're right. They impressed me, and I'm keen to see how they fare out in the grand finals. Obviously, we've, like I said, time in, time out, we've tapered that bracket down heavily. This is the best of the tournament as a whole. We got a great prize pool ahead of us as well, which is again, Hyperion Esports. I can't reiterate this enough tonight, because for those that know GLG, myself, Vincent, Ben, Anton, the folks that are here tonight, and others that have been throughout the GLG saga, it's been a long journey. We've had a hiatus, and we're happy to be back with this at the very minimum. So Hyperion, thank you. Tonky Kong as well, thank you for that contribution for the clip prize, and that's so fun. But that $100 is up for grabs. So we've already secured the second place $50, the third and fourth $25 a piece each prize. We're going to go off to that $100 prize grand finals here in a quick second. But before I forget, please enter Tonky Kong's clip competition. I've dropped the information in the Twitch chat on how you can do that. And reminder for everybody as we get to the end of the evening, sign up for Pit of Valor. $10 for the single entry, $25 will get you 4 entries or for your entire team essentially, so 4 weeks of play. And it's meant to keep things sustainable, fun, and to keep supporting GLG and what we're trying to do. And the best part is, if you know you've got it in the bag, you're going to be able to secure a position in the Radiant Arena, which is a $1,250 prize pool. So keep that in mind as you get out through the rest of the weeks here. Otherwise, if you want to join the Radiant Arena, it's $75 to enter. So you can sleep on that and digest it. As we send you to a break, go talk to your friends, get your teams together, start talking about the signups. We're going to be back to you with those grand finals in a quick second.
Boxes are defeated, purpose always fleeting. I pose questions to the ceiling like an answer gonna come. Truth is too revealing, life is easier concealing. All emotions to the star on your heart going dumb. I show me in the drive more, I just wanna feel alive more. I feel hurt all the time, but I can't see straight. I've been running on the freeway till I get blinded by the headlights. They go past me, I see the last me I ever will be. That got me asking, living this lightly, stepping the right thing. Or should I been a little bit more focused on the place that my feet needed to go? And as they go past me, I see the last me that I ever will be. That got me asking, if living this lightly, stepping the right thing. Or should I been more focused on where feet wanted to go? If I died right now in the lie, I'd have a few regrets. Wish I spent more time on bike instead of smoking cigarettes. Wish I worked more on music instead of alternating steps. Probably should have talked more to people I thought were interesting as heck. Probably should have gotten closer to my moms after pops drowned out death. I wish the best, I wish that and all the rest. Sometimes I wonder if I felt more at home in my own skin instead of always feeling fake. With my genuine moments stop feeling off and out of place. On my smile seems strange. I walk like I'm trying on a wig, or a mask, or a laugh, or a face, or a faith in my place in this path. But so I'm trying to change that and live inside the moment, not the past. See the present unwrapped, cause the moment's all we have, till it's gone. I'm just waiting, hoping the next one go last a little longer than the one before, cause there's only so many I can grab, but they all start slipping out of hand. They go past me, I see the last me I ever will be. And that got me asking, if living this lightly, is that been the right thing? Or should I been a little bit more focused on the place that my feet needed to go? And as they go past me, I see the last me that I ever will be. And that got me asking, if living this lightly, is that been the right thing? Or should I been more focused on where feet wanted to go?
I don't choose when my feet move. They got a mind of their
crying about nothing. Why won't you go get you a dollar or something? Don't hang with it, don't lie for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. My don't do discussions, don't bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust ya. I talk to a shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I give you the pot. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixing when iffy the vibe. 40 on 50 is really the time. Why is you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I don't know you. Thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and doubt on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing. I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions. I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Check out. with it. Do it cause I love it and I stuck with it. We ain't with the subbing in the cut with it. Please none of the talks, I heard enough of it. Like, what you gonna do? Where you at? Who you with? You ain't really about this, don't talk about it. Really on the move, on the map, never slip. Keep your hands to your lips, don't talk about it. Real eyes, real lies all the time. Stand on it, if we said it, we don't walk around it. Loose lips, sink ships, red cup, blue strips, new phone, who this? No, we don't allow it. Really on go, I don't know what's an off day. Now we on road, came from smoking in the hallway. Now we got shows, boys feeling like Broadway. Always look both ways, even on a crossway. Driving down Cross Bay, out town Barclays. Really on big tanks, came up a small way. Championship rings, baby, that's a ball game. Oh, she want a little bag, baby, that's small change. Yeah, that money talk. If we ain't cool, then cut me off. No breaking news, don't run your mouth. Thought it was the plug, now he running off. Thought it was a plug, now he running off. What you gonna do? Where you at? Who you with? You ain't really about this, don't talk about it. Really on the move, on the map, never slip. Keep your hands to your lips, don't talk about it. Real eyes, real lies all the time. Stand on it, if we said it, we don't walk around it. Loose lips, sink ships, red cup, blue strips, new phone, who this? No, we don't allow it. Whoa, don't do that. We the best coming out of BK, I thought you knew that. Step up in the function, all these women like who that? Got me looking like money, yeah, they love me, yeah, true that. Big racks, new bag, new swag, we ain't cutting no slack. Why they mad? Don't do that. See them coming, no mad, 6 feet, move back. How we got it? Don't ask, don't do that. Nah, cause they ain't never put us on. Now they wanna come around and see what's going on. Nah, and we don't follow protocols. We some kings like sis, no waterfall, ISO. What you gonna do? Where you at? Who you with? You ain't really about this, don't talk about it. Really on the move, on the map, never slip. Keep your hands to your lips, don't talk about it. Real eyes, real lies all the time. Stand on it, if we said it, we don't walk around it. Loose lips, sink ships, red cup, blue strips, new phone, who this? No, we don't allow it.
Yeah. Mic check. Yeah. Nice salt. Yeah. Indies. Yeah. Maddie. Conscious. Don't endanger us. It's too many, it's way too much. Been through shit, can't make it up. Work couple jobs, ain't make enough. Turn to the pad and the pen ain't love. Yeah. It's the year 2015, and I'm working at Party City. Still trying to make it in the hardest city. Went through a breakup, but my heart is with me. Soul still full, but I'm feeling empty. Checking my phone, seeing what they sent me. I'm all out too, but I'm home mentally. I need something else, it's the early 20s. Yeah. Clock in and out, now I'm at a desk job. Then I got sent to the warehouse. It was feeling like Best Buy. Being dub was the best ride. Had a few shows here and there. Rehearsed at the sweatshop. From a bus stop to a train stop. Told myself can't be in the same spot. Met a co-worker, yeah, and his name was James. Showed a young boy how to maintain. Now I figured out how to make a way. Job closed down, but I wasn't phased. Got off my ass and we spilled our pain. Years go by and we here to stay. A part of the game ain't come to play. Commit my sins, then wash away. Said pain, go away. Please come back another day. Rest my head down where I lay. Release my stress out from this J. Pain, go away. Please come back another day. Rest my head down where I lay. Release my stress out from this. Don't endanger us. It's too many, it's way too much. Been through shit, can't make it up. Work couple jobs, ain't make enough. Turn to the pad and the pen they love. Yeah, don't endanger us. It's too many, it's way too much. Been through shit, can't make it up. Work couple jobs, ain't make enough. Turn to the pad and the pen they love. Yeah.
I keep waking up, can't really sleep cause I think too much. I don't really share what I'm thinking of. Thoughts running wild, so I roll it up. I don't really do too much linking up. Stay to myself, I'm an introvert. All I really do is just record and work. No breaks in, feeling overworked, but I'm more alert. It's the year 2016. Me and bro, yeah, we plotting on big dreams. Got married to my high school sweetheart. Fast forward, dad looking for his green card. Immigration trying to send him to the big yard. Cry tears, yeah, that shit really hit hard. Now we about to go hard, trying to live large. Can't stop till we all see the big dog. Remember days I was working on Fifth Ave. Thinking back like, damn, I need a big bag. Walking past all the stores looking big mad. Now I'm thankful for the blessings that I do have. Walk through, now they looking like who them. We the wave, now they tying down a do-rag. Pop tag, don't brag, we don't do that. Stay down, stay real, yeah, true that. If you know what we've been through, how far we came and how we grew. Been through this, ain't nothing new. Just us two ain't got no crew. If you know what we've been through, how far we came and how we grew. Been through
shit, can't make it up. Work a couple jobs, ain't make enough. Work a couple jobs, ain't make enough. Turn to the pad and the pen they love. Turn to the pad and the pen they love. Yeah.
I've been giving you the worst. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. While forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marry me. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Oh, shot your fun, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't mind what you bugger with a right mouth. Just like it when you're looking like that. No sweets, no rush, you can't fight my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I go to church, play somewhere, and make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it out. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst. Let me do it. I'm no vegan. I'm off the leash. Go down on your knees. Bitch, I got PhD. I'm all that you need. Just give me a push. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. But forgetting how to talk. No, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done.
I can't let them take my soul. Nah, 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 no. Oh, I can't let them take my soul. Nah, 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 no. See, we was cool right before it hit the fence, but it hit the fan when I got him down at bench. When I took a break, I had to leave and go get cleansed. God forgive me for all my sins. I can't say these hoes, cause my last name ain't Ken. Cooking on the stove, that's the way he paid the rent. Working on the pole, that's the way she paid tuition. Better watch your soul, cause you know they trying to get it. Yeah, yeah. I learned my right from wrong on a song. I let my heart bleed on my sleeve through microphones. I'm trying to right my wrongs by writing out my wrongs. Ran through a check, cause it's hard to live off bread alone. So if you see me slipping, yeah, let me know. Cause it ain't the end of times yet, I know, but it's getting close. Yeah, I need my space to breathe, that's why I be going ghost. I ain't trying to stay up on that wide road, cause I can't let them take my soul. Nah, 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 no. Oh, I can't let them take my soul. Nah, 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 no. I can't let them take my soul. Nah, 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 no. Oh, I can't let them take my soul. Nah, 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 no. They thinking I'm bluffing, but I promise I do it. That K got a drum, like murder and booming. We sending you vert, if I get my little Uzi. They thinking I'm crazy, I'm gon' see you the haters. People I'm saying, get what I'm painting. A picture big, I call it little baby. If I'm on the board, then we playing chess. If you on my way, you gon' need a vest. Act big, you might get stretched. All your gun talk, I ain't impressed. My 45 seem real traffic. That's Dallas, Texas. My little partner called a body for a Maserati. He told him get up out the car, hit him with the shotty. That 12 gauge, gave him life in the 12th grade. I tried to write him, but we ain't on the same page. I caught him slipping, I just had to let him know. Ain't the end of times yet, I know, but it's getting close. These demons really out to get you, so you better guard your post. There's certain things I could probably let go, but I can't let them take my soul. Nah, no. Oh, I can't let them take my soul. Nah, no. I can't let them take my soul. Nah, no. Oh, I can't let them take my soul. Nah, no. I can't let them take my soul.
Switch that V6 for the EV, riding around my city. You should come ride with me, yeah. Feel me if you hear me sip water like a fish, sip box water to the gillies, yeah. It's a new wave, this a takeover. Do it for the future, time to get a world of makeover. Time never stops, no the timing is not. Time to clean up the block. Streets been a mess, how can I breathe? Smoke in the air, pure gasoline. I see the news, see what you read. Change gotta come, put that on me and watch me educate. Yeah, we been could've started, but it's never late. Do it for my kids, yeah, let's set it straight. Do it for your kids, gotta set it straight. It's time to regulate, we need change now. We need solar, we need EV in the game now. Make it changes so the earth we know can stay around. Make it changes cause we had no time for playing around. Let's quit the playing around. First rule to me, let's keep it clean. Watch how we build, clean air we need. Start from the flow, sweep up the scene. We going green, work as a team. First rule to me, let's keep it clean. Watch how we build, clean air we need. Start from the flow, sweep up the scene. We going green, we going green. New car goes zoom, but it's quiet. You can hear me come and think I'm lying. If I said I'm perfect, I'd be lying. I can say I'm perfect, but I'm trying. I'ma give my all till I'm dying. I'm the new Captain Planet, here to make changes, not damage. World on my shoulders while I'm standing. I'm the new Captain Planet, here to make changes, not damage. World on my shoulders while I'm standing. First rule to me, let's keep it clean. Watch how we build, clean air we need. Start from the flow, sweep up the scene. We going green, work as a team. First rule to me, let's keep it clean. Watch how we build, clean air we need. Start from the flow, sweep up the scene. We going green, we going green.
Transfer in that aim. And Lindsay Chaos gonna find their sixth start score. I think we're gonna see a repeat of their pistol take on to PC. Unfortunately for White's gets found successful. That strike goes out nicely dodged. Final line them all up. And they all fall. 3 for 5.
Boxes are defeated, purpose always fleeting. I pose questions to the ceiling like an answer gonna come. Truth is too revealing. Life is easier concealing. All emotions to the start on your heart going numb. I shouldn't be in drive more. I just wanna feel alive more. I feel hurt all the time, but I can't see straight. I've been running on the freeway till I get blinded by the headlights. They go past me. I see the last one I ever will be. That got me asking if living this spent more time on biking instead of smoking cigarettes. Wish I worked more on music instead of alternating steps. Probably should have talked more to people I thought were interesting as heck. Probably should have gotten closer to my moms after Pops drowned out death. I wish the best, I wish that and all the rest. Sometimes I wonder if I felt more at home in my own skin instead of always feeling fake. With my genuine moments stop feeling off and out of place. All my smile seems strange. I walk like I'm trying on a wig, or a mask, or a laugh, or a face, or a faith in my place in this path. But so I'm trying to change that and live inside the moment, not the past. See the present unwrapped, cause the moment's all we have, till it's gone. I'm just waiting, hoping the next one go last a little longer than the one before it, cause there's only so many I can grab, so they all start slipping out of hand. They go past me, I see the last me I ever will be. That got me asking if living this lightly is that been the right thing, or should I been a little bit more focused on the place that my feet needed to go? If they go past me, I see the last me that I ever will be. That got me asking if living this lightly is that been the right thing, or should I been more focused on where feet wanted to go?
Choose where my feet move. They got a mind of their own. Into traffic like they no regard for dangerous roads. Don't you worry, nothing got the situation under control. I'll be fine right here with that right there. It's seeming dangerously.
They got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon it double. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon it double. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with a online for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. My double discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they something. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust you. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I did me the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixing with iffy the vibe. 40 on 50 is really the time. Why is you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side, I don't know. Thinking I'm blind, cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Take out. Why?
elite as hell. Run it, let's go face with the latest bands. Whole kitty gang just doing a thing. What the dogs can't hang. All of my friends, they were lady as hell. Run it, let's go face with the latest bands. Whole kitty gang just doing a thing. What the dogs can't hang. Whole lot loaded with crash. Got new fur in his fresh. Let's make a brand manifest. No shame on me and you like it. This is how we do it. Came all the way out from stars. One way you were strangers. But I know for sure. We got something in common. That I know you want. We're so different. I speak Swedish, you got me. As a print down right on there. The fuck is it up there? I'll take my time. I want you, but I'm shy. Here's my computer right up. I'll never stop. I'll never stop.
love it and I stuck with it. We ain't with the subbing in the cut with it. Please, none of the talks, I heard enough of it. Like, what you gonna do? Where you at? Who you with? You ain't really about this, don't talk about it. Really on the move, on the map, never slip. Keep your hands to your lips, don't talk about it. Real eyes, real lives, all the time. Stand on it, if we said it, we don't walk around it. Loose lips, sink ships, red cup, blue strips, new phone.
Well, hello and welcome to the grand finals of the Pit of Valor. My name is Vincent, joined by Strive. And Strive, my friend, it has been a night of Valorant to remember and to forget and to remember. It's been a lot of fun. I've been having a great time. And, well, you know what? We got one more game to go. Grand finals, here it is, baby.
It is time for the finale. We're going to sum up this evening, sponsored by Hyperion Esports, that $200 prize pool, the Tonky Kong $25 Especial, which I really hope you people have entered for. It's going to happen right now, the grand finals. Take a look down below. Team Crash Out that you saw win the previous map on Lotus now are going up against, I believe it's DXG, one of the two.
DXG.
So, yeah, DXG. So all things said and done, I'm very excited. We are going to a fresh map for the evening. We're going to bind a classic here at GLG, one of my all-time favorites. I'm very pumped. And as a reminder, everyone, I said it before break, and I really hope that those that have stuck around, all 28 of you that are watching, have gone ahead and spread the rumors about Pit of Valor coming back with our more broadcasted events and regularly hosted events backed by your support. Please, please, please participate in Pit of Valor. Have a chance to enter the Radiant Arena at no cost as well. And if you don't want to get into that POV because it's not your cup of tea, you're more than welcome to join the Radiant Arena. Higher entry, higher stakes, but it's one of our all-time classics here, and it never goes without high attendance and awesome turnout. So I really look forward to that day when we can all come back here, reconvene, and run some Radiant Arena together again.
Yeah, what is that? Coming in July type of thing? I do remember back in the day. I remember the first Radiant Arena, so that was a whole lot of fun. Don't want to. I
feel old now.
Missing that. I don't know. I don't know if I'm legally allowed to be saying I'm old, but I went to IM Dallas last week, and I was with 7 people in my Airbnb, and I was the oldest person there.
Dang.
I'm only 25.
When did Valorant come out? Does anyone remember the exact day? Was it like 4 years ago?
April 2020.
Yeah, so it's about 4 years. That's when GLG, I think I joined GLG, was like the January of that year. So it's been like 3 years.
Look at that. Beautiful. Full circle, as we like to say.
Yeah, Ben's in our ear right now. Ben, by the way, who's founder of GLG. He's like, 3 years, question mark? And I'm pretty sure it is. Like, has to be, right? Yeah, it is.
It's something like that. Well, anyway, we'll jump into the action. We got Biden coming in here. Enough of our reminiscing. I'm sure we want to. I
can do it all day, man.
I know. You and me both actually, Strive. It's been a journey you and I have been on. Tell you what,
my friend, that's a fact.
But we're getting into it, baby. Here is the agent select, and that is, I don't know what's happened. Okay, it's been fixed. I've been told, reliably informed. DXG, going for some classics actually. Yuki, as in like Yuki Tsunoda, the F1 driver.
That is the one.
All right,
I like it.
Go to Valorant apparently too.
100%. Maybe
the Valor grand finalists.
Mm-hmm. It's like I was talking to one of my friends, and I recently been in an Overwatch stint as the agent select comes out quickly. And it was there's a famous NBA player that I can't recall their name right now, but he's also top 500 in Overwatch, which is super cool. Yeah, so like, you know, could very well be the case. But as we talk about some old faces and agents, we've got classic old burly Brimstone in here. I haven't seen Brimstone in what feels like forever.
Listen, sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and I realize that I miss that Molly, I need that gravel.
So whenever you say wake up in the middle of the night and think of Brimstone, I'm like, what are you doing?
No, come on, Strive, calm down. It's just the voice. I'm not weird. Jeez.
Molly. It never gets old.
And it looks like we're gonna stick with like the whole close situation along with the ISO. Pretty much a similar composition wise, outside of like a little bit different look for Antmo. Instead of the Gecko, you've got the Sky, which in fairness, I think that Gecko could work here and does work here. We see Yuki running it, but Sky are a little bit more traditional, even past the nerfs. So yeah, a little bit of an interesting idea. I'm curious to kind of see how this is going to go. We've yet to see DXG actually, so we have a bit more familiarity with what TKO have on offer and what they've been doing.
Yeah, let's get down into it here. Bind is a great map to end off on for the evening. It really summarizes what I think Valorant's all about. It's kind of like that Haven type of reminiscing, you know, old roots, familiar. I don't know. It just feels nice to end here. So I'm happy that we're getting this match and this map and it's something unique. Composition wise, I don't know about Yuki's pick on Gecko. It kind of sits well with me, but at the same time, I'm kind of like, I don't know, because like Bind is a map that from the entry points of the site to the plant position is very, very close, and it's easy to get to. So what value is your Gecko really adding to this? I don't know, minus freeing up the opportunity to take a shot. Not much else. So yeah, we'll see. Not my number one pick, dare I say.
You've been playing Overwatch in between games? Playing Echo?
I have been heavily playing a lot of Overwatch. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm sorry for myself too, honestly. My wife is sorry for me as well.
At one point, I was an Overwatch enjoyer. It's okay, you know. We all
I'll get over it.
Yeah, we all have those things. Spike is currently down, actually, deep in towards spawn. So all of that initial poking and prodding that DXG was just doing out towards B long, A and B are very difficult to keep straight tonight, apparently for me. But all of that poking and prodding that they were doing over at B long, not so much a commitment, just a little bit of map control, grabbing an orb as well. That also certainly helpful. Reclear happening right now via that Cypher, but the B hit is no longer a thing. A is where they're headed.
Indeed. I love how things go 0 to 100 so quickly when Brimstone shows up with smokes now. Smarty here. Oh my God. So confident with that Sheriff, just going for the full-blown swing. Vixter does get a pick. Vantic as well now. 1 versus 3. Vantic stuck in a precarious spot, is getting surrounded and swarmed by the crash outs. And that's going to be first round off to the defenders here, picking up where they left off from the previous match, looking very good. And off the back of Smarty going absolutely nutty with that deagle.
Yeah, I think, you know, just to talk some individuals for a second, actually, right? Antmo kind of was the early game it factor for the crash outs, but Smarty really flowered and bloomed as we headed into the later stages to kind of close that game out against Team Digital in the semifinal. And Random Schmuck, I want to give credit as well, it was incredibly consistent. I thought that did a great job of utilizing ISO to their fullest potential in a lot of those ways, was consistent. So seeing Smarty and that ISO and Random Schmuck, you know, getting the early start like this is phenomenal.
And watching ISO go off with those shield pops is just so great. I mean, it's just timeless, really. Such an energetic agent. Rafi now is posted up very aggressively on short. The wall goes up at a great time, jiggling it with the shoddy of choice, Yuki. Awesome shutdown. That's going to yield at least a weapon transfer. But with that is a 4v2 here for the crash outs now. In the driving seat, split across the map, and I like this deep push from the Rays as well towards spawn. It's going to give a quick flank opportunity if they were to go A, but luckily we are casters and we see what's happening. They're not going that way. They're going Antmo bound, and that's going to be an easy 1-2 for the Guardian.
Yeah, and even though the Clove goes down, right, Rafi, no big deal, right? Just loses a Bucky, so money-wise, not an issue whatsoever, and we'll just be able to bring things back into the next round. It's going to go Sheriff, actually, in order to get a little bit better econ into the next round. I say Sheriff, no, Bucky's back, baby. We'll keep it going. But yeah, the crash outs, nothing particularly of note in that last round, other than the fact that they're just taking that really aggressive shower control again, right? Getting in there early and really setting the tone. That's absolutely fantastic. Urine, though, is clearing them out. 3 easy shots, or 2 shots quickly to the head to find the double opener. Crash outs have fallen. Wingman's going to get the plant down, and retake's already coming, but it is a tall task considering the numbers advantage.
Yeah, it's skyscraper tall, I think, for sure. Patiently waiting for the right opportunity to spring, and like I said, that DXG Brimstone is going to be just really great to watch how quickly he can accelerate around and commit to a site take. Lunatic and Smarty, one apiece now. Very effective equalization here across the board. They spotted one in Cubby. That's going to be great, and they know that one is in Showers. It's down to Antmo now in a 1 versus 3, and DXG has lineups. Why am I not surprised? So that's going to be the molly on the spike. It's going to go kaboom, and I think Antmo would like to disappear with it as well, unless they can get an exit on Manny. No, not going to happen. So no kill, no weapon, and it's going to give, yet again, DXG a bit of a look at this matchup off the back of Vixter's really beautiful lineup as well.
And we got to peek at kind of the high impact gameplay areas on this map and how important that they are. Talking about specifically bathroom there, a shower, making it difficult to work. Urn kind of opens the proceedings. Didn't apparently get two. I thought got a double right there, but I was wrong. And it looks like they're gonna be set up to take that fight again. There's no op this time, but be on the lookout for that in the future. Urn's gonna get stopped though. Vulnerable, unfortunately, thanks to the ISO's utility. Gonna have to wait, give it a second attempt, but the second time is the charm.
Setting it up as a whole, I would say DXG is going to have a very hard time penetrating through B site with the counter flash of a Sky and also the Cypher setup. So that's going to be a conversation point when the time comes to hit that side of the map. Showers, though, is being given up completely by the cracks in this case, and you can see Rays and Co are just kind of feeling things out. The Viper wall is going to be awesome to funnel in through and jump around. The critical point, though, conversation point, is making sure Ray, Sky, and Brimstone can deal with the Clove and ISO. If they don't take that space at backside, this round is not going to pan out well. Oh.
Ooh. Oh. Nice find. I mean, so Vantic ends up taking out the tripwire right there that was right in front of Hookah. And just that one little bit of utility, Yuki, while he's getting the plant, it props Vantic to go for that showstopper.
Little split-second decision goes the distance here. You're now going to go ahead and zone out you with those paint shells. Get some space as well. With Manny, they're doubled up, and that's a really good decision. Controlling U-Haul here is going to be pivotal for the post plan, especially giving them a chance to wrap around from the backside of truck, but that's being contested by Manny. Lunatic gets a pick here, taps it. Clove's going to go ahead and smoke it out to put some doubt in the minds of DXG, but that's not going to be enough. They're forced to get off and contest that Sky, and Manny comes up with a beautiful 4K and a potential clip submission for this evening's Tonky Kong submissions.
Yeah, that's some fantastic stuff from Manny. Obviously, DXG, really cool, their response time and how they responded to Smarty taking that showstopper through the teleport. I think that really that could have been a moment of hesitation for DXG, but they just accelerate. They walk forward onto the site, and before even Smarty's got the confirmation onto Vantic, they're already planning. That's what I love about what DXG were doing in that round. They're just so quick to make that decision, and it gives them the round off the back of it.
100% now. I like the presence from Brim and Viper at short. That's great to keep things under lock and key. And this time you can see the crash outs picked up on some key points there, and that's shower control. I think with Bind more than other maps too, Vincent, consistency is the name of the game, right? If you don't have consistent presence, ensure it remains that way. Whether that's showers or short or poking out of B, you want to remain ever present in the attacker's minds and at least zone out spots for free. I put in heavy air quotations, and I think that's going to be something the crash out's going to have to work on as well. Here goes Thrash, unfortunately unable to get out of Hookah. That's going to be all right though. Nothing too major here with 40 on the clock.
Smarty's come in there, teleported over from the A site, and once again that TP is sort of the go button being pressed over towards A. Thrash sent out a second time, this time over towards A. Again, finding nobody to lock in, but won't be able to be regathered for a third time. So Wingman will get the plant, post plant down, and again, just some really nice utility. DXG, I love how they're pulling rotations and just playing this together.
Entmo going a little bit wide and pays the price for it here. Lunatic has a lot of ground to cover. He includes 5 members of DXG and a defuse. Gecko Flash catches that Cypher too. It's going to be a clean one for Vixter. Smarty now, so fast with that Sheriff, is able to get the one for the road, and that's about it. DXG coming to life one more time here. This combination between Gecko, Brimstone, Viper, Sky, is like heavy initiator centric, if that makes sense. Like they have the opportunity to build off of so much site momentum when it comes to the take, right? Viper's offering great coverage onto U-Haul. You have the Gecko that is a free hand now that is able to send the plant out, and the crash outs are playing so passive that is permitting these almost air quotations free site takes in the grand scheme.
Yeah, I mean, just the fact that the DXG have so much util to work with, and that they are being relentless in the way that it's been applied is really nice to see. And there you see it in the mosh pit. Vantic's going to set up a little bit more alongside it. Urn caught though in the move. Smarty will still stay alive. Back of the site towards the triple box. This is very nicely done for Smarty to continue to buy time and to deny the plant. This makes it so that DXG, not only do they not get a spike down, but they never get into a real post plant. They're never actually winning this fight because Smarty's just always there.
Fallen away completely from short, but everyone's already rotated. 54 on the clock. I would be asking myself at this point, are they really going to go back to B with 50? Probably not, because if they are, they're going to be sprinting, and you'd hopefully catch on that. There's also a cam at B too, so good luck. Yuki now about to try and re-hit. Etmo gets a great conversion, random schmuck as well, and everyone was there. I mean, by golly, I'd be hard-pressed to believe that DXG makes it through any of that.
And we're getting a pretty clear difference in the way that these two teams are approaching things. DXG really heavy on their executes, right? They're really intentional about their utility, really intentional about their ability usage, and making sure that they are putting themselves into good positions and using that utility well. Whereas the crash outs, playing on fundamentals a little bit more, right? Just relying a little bit on their aim, but there's no shame in that. They're playing together, playing those trade frags effectively. Just a little bit of a stylistic difference.
Certainly, and this is where I you know, a couple rounds ago I said the Sky Cypher combination. I really want to see this shine now. I gotta see these this duo come to life in a very fast rotate as well. There from the crash outs, they send Rays down over. Urn goes for the single satchel, getting control of the close corners now. Mosh Pit zones things out towards Spawn. Boombot as well on top of it. Manny gonna get aggressive maybe off that flash, and no, respecting it indeed. A second flash. Atmo is full blind, and wow, what great control coming out there from Manny and co. And the crash outs play it a little bit too safe for comfort and give DXG yet again another round, 4 men strong.
And that's a DXG look that the crash outs haven't actually seen yet. That fast B hit, that's sort of like the pistol round. Remember, they initially took some B control early and were up in their face, but didn't actually commit off the back of that. DXG haven't been there quickly ever since then, and it catches the crash outs off guard in a pretty big way. Even in rotation, they aren't in time. And it's a lead maintained or regained for DXG. They'll lead the crash outs into one last purchase. Back in business, same spot, same type of aggressive setup, but the question is, how's the follow-up? This would be a good time to potentially take this fight. If they get a kill, you could TP away, make a different move, a different adjustment instead.
Instead, not going to happen here. Smarty and Antmo lock up this site completely. They funnel in one after another, and like you said, the fundamentals relying on their shot ends up working well. Ooh, Vixter! That's a quick little jiggle with the classic. Really nice. Spike is recovered. We are a long way from orbital strike, but if Vixter can get the spike down and play on a post plant molly, we might be in for a really fun roller coaster ride.
Yeah, and I mean, there is the Viper's Pit available, to be fair, for DXG. Vixter just going to take a Sky Smoke for the moment. Unfortunately, he's been brought into the 1v1, which kind of all good with him because he gets the health back. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter. Oh, Vantic going to have to try and do it on their lonesome. Sky Smoke. Oh, I didn't even think that looked on, but he's got it. Half, though. Here's the spike. Lunatic watching and waiting, and random schmuck has got the connection. Crash outs keep it entirely even as we go 4-4.
Beauty. I mean, you can't really complain too much about it. Off the back of a couple ones from DXG as they funneled in through Garden, the crash outs played it really well, and at the end of the day, the numbers worked in their favor. we're still waiting patiently for the chance for Vixter to shine. I mean, if we can, I really want to see that Brimstone on a post plan again with that Molly as well. It was very powerful in the early pistol rounds, and it hasn't really converted as of yet. Rafi's not been as sharp as well this match, which is a bit, you know, interesting for that Clove, but maybe off this ultimate as well, it might prompt Rafi to be a bit more aggressive and get in the faces of DXG early on, which I think is what the Clove excels at in the grand scheme with the ultimate.
Absolutely the case. Smarty's going to be tested a little early, though opts out of it with Urine getting up close and personal. Atmo at the longer range. Showstopper. That could have been 2, and it is. Smarty for more? Yes, please. He'll take more. 3 for Smarty. As it's up to Yuki, who goes down to Rafi immediately thereafter. The crash outs are running back into place as they grab back the lead. 5-4. Now the score.
There's definitely an issue that needs to be addressed at Garden when it comes to these site takes. They are not able to really convert that well. They're leaving Hookah completely open, dry peeking it. I mean, yes, there was a showstopper that time. You can tell me that all day, but it's just not it for DXG. They're going to have to work that a little bit slower. I think going back to the quote unquote fundamental default, I think is a great approach here for this attacker squad. They're going to have to really start to feel out the crash outs. And like what you mentioned, I think it was game 1 or 2, right? Let the move be made by the defenders. Let them show themselves and commit utility, and then start to make the clock work in your favor. Bind is such a close-knit, tight map that you can give yourself 35, 40 seconds before a site hit. You don't need to jump on it at 60 seconds plus.
Yeah, it feels like DXG kind of had a game plan coming into the series, and unfortunately for them, they ran that early days and lost a little bit of confidence in it. And going back to a little bit more of that intentionality that we were talking about before could be a good way to find success. He picked up the pace a little bit last couple of rounds and got smacked down for it. Now, not the best of cases with regards to weaponry, but DXG, it's still a threatening purchase. By no means a freebie. Guiding Light going to make contact for the defenders out towards long.
Great pick for Lunatic, but this is even better for DXG now. They've abandoned the Garden tactic and are now going Hookah heavy, which works out quite well with Urine double satchelating in. Spike goes down and there's Brimstone alive too. So Orbital Strike, potential Molly. This could be the Brimstone moment we've been waiting for.
It's a good point. Yeah, I mean, Vixter absolutely set up for it. And Thrash is going to maybe even keep that there, but not dead yet is Raf. Going to be able to bring this back, and might you just get the half already on the back of this? This is pretty clever, and that Molly's actually missed the mark. Doesn't matter. Orbital Strike's good, but they did get the half. Oh, Manny. Save of the day. That got scary. A lot invested there towards the end for DXG, but they win the round.
Yeah, that was certainly a fair amount of util as well, to your point. And it's okay. I mean, round secure at this point. We'll take it. We got 2 more to go before this half rounds itself up, and we're getting to the tipping point. Looking at the bigger picture of DXG, Garden has not been a great success point for them. Hookah has been stellar, and it's been working really well. So if they want to pivot off, that's certainly an option for them. When it comes to their A take, however, it's been hit and miss. Their success has come from really clearing out some of these deeper angles on A side. I mean, I lean on that. This is that one map that if you leave back A to chance, you're setting yourself up for failure. And conserving some of that critical utility in the sense of smokes and stuff for a post plant is equally as important, which I think DXG on A take has been having Brimstone dump smokes right off the rip and not leaving enough for the late round.
All right, now they haven't actually had to invest too much for what they've got. Bath control in their hands, but look at the rotation. Seekers are committed. Anmo just put him in. That's confirming everybody here. 4 on the A site. Smarty already taking the first fight as well. Vulnerable on the entry. RDXG, they're going to have to stall out. That Guiding Light, again, the utility is being layered incredibly effectively for the crash outs, but the Viper Spit is down. And that will allow some coverage, maybe some exit as well from DXG to provide themselves space to work on this post plant, but unfortunately that space is evaporating. Vanta goes, Yearn to follow, Showstopper through, and Smarty's got his third. This is the round over by this point unless Yuki can pull off a miracle, but miracles are not to be delivered. Not to this moment, not for DXG.
Vipers pit on a site in the middle of site in itself with opportunities to be peeked at from spawn and in heaven is just not it. I mean, you want to put it on B when you have backhaul control, I'll bite. If you want to put it on A when you have, let's say, deeper spawn control and holding some aggressive angles or even heaven control, okay, I'll take it. Maybe if, you know, DXG satcheled up and had some heaven looks with that raise. But to drop it on there and leave yourself to chance like that, there's just way too much happening around DICE to be able to spot out everything. And that's where the Vipers pit is, you know, a saving grace, but it can also be a crutch in some sense. You're just not able to really make it work and get the information you need to get picks early on as the round progresses. Here's Yearn though. Double satchel, showstopper, boop and a bop, and oh my goodness, random schmuck shuts that down really quickly.
Yeah, the crash outs have been fantastic in some of these moments. The A-site hold has been sublime. Random schmuck got another second kill, doubling up. Leaves Manny and company. Just two surviving in this post plant. Manny over in showers. He's gonna get the first frag, and that's a good fight. Showstopper, or rather the guiding light was meant to be thrown in, but Manny gets beheaded before that can go through. And the 7th round for the crash outs. What a great recovery from them. DXG, again, they had some really nice ideas early in this game, but where they fell flat for me is when they weren't able to get those site takes. Whenever their executes weren't working, they didn't have any other options.
And, you know, the beauty of hitting A through short, for example, is having the ability to pivot, right? You have some folks hit showers, gain some information, you lose one. A quick pivot out of teleporter towards B site is not a bad idea. I mean, Hookah was a strong point for them. They just didn't have that pivot ability. And let's say the setup, right? We saw earlier on the evening, especially on a set, how fluid these teams were in setting up their defaults and how quickly they were able to pull the plug on plan A and hit plan B. That has not been the case here on this half. I really felt like the pull the plug tactic didn't really exist. Once they were committed, they were pretty committed. And I don't know if you think that that's a bind thing, Vincent, or if you think that's a team choice, but in my mind, it's more of a team decision than anything.
Well, right now, it has certainly been a DXG decision in my mind. You know, that's kind of where they've been willing to make those commitments, and well, that could all change as we head over to the defensive side for DXG. Crash outs with just a tentative lead, right? 7-5 by no means is out of this ballpark. It's not crazy. A little repush happening for DXG as they have long control over at B. They're taking showers a day. So a lot of good space gathered, but Smarty has taken Yearn out. That's another kill that Smarty has just consistently been winning.
Exactly what we just talked about. Look what happened. They get the pick, they're spread out, right? I mean, it is pistol round, but very quick TP hit, and look at the result of it. They're able to transition, make a move. Yuki's doing a huge number, but low HP. It's a matter of time, and it's Rafi and co that drop out. That is exactly how you play a fallback plan on A to B, right then and there. Yes, it's pistol. It might work better on that type of round, but I think the thought process was definitely well put together, Vincent.
Yeah, it all starts with Smarty getting what was or could have been just kind of a lurk kill, right? And then he collects the orb and TP's out, gets the late showers, and he's got a sheriff, and that's all good, right? Like that could have been the game plan, but as soon as he finds, hey, nobody's kind of here, then they rotate out, they overwhelm on the side. It's just really, quick decision making. Just what you're latching onto and talking about. It also means that Crash Outs just picked up a second pistol, which means they are now up to 8, and it's likely to be 9 by the end of this whole shenanigans. Sack over towards the A site. Couple of TPs over. But again, finding nobody home.
Like, this is just great. They're really making this teleporter sing in these first couple rounds, right? They're able to hit it and transition on a win. They're also able to get the enemy to hit it, and Vantic here is hearing a symphony of footsteps. With this wire, though, can you sneak? No, has to break it. Should be enough of a queue there for Cypher. Oh, Lunatic, beautiful crosshair placement as well to catch off Yearn. That's going to be the paint shells also gone. So they've lost their duelist, they've lost their smoker. Manny here is having a field day in this clove smoke as well.
Planted.
Would love to see a pick. And Rafi here shows up immensely with that Marshall. The shorty is in the right neighborhood of being valid and, let's say, plausible to get a pick, but it's not going to be enough there as the crash outs pull away yet again.
Yeah, that's. I think the DXG actually were in pretty good spots and did a lot of damage. Unfortunately, got creative with it, and it still didn't work. It's just some really precise shooting from crash outs that is to ensure that. Now, really important round coming up here, Strive, and I mean for obvious reasons. Crash outs, one more, they're double digits, and even beyond that, DXG would have to be on another save. All of that, though, more important because crash outs are on a big bonus as well. They've got relatively little invested comparatively.
Good post up here coming out of the crash outs as well. Just really spread out. Solid control of short. I mean, you can see the separation on Showers and B through the teleporter, which is going to be awesome for the DXG team. But to benefit off of the wall at Showers, they're going to have to play very aggressive, and that's probably not going to happen either, let's be honest. This is more than anything a B wall. With that, Antmo is going to go ahead and venture through and look for some information, and does do so. 55 comes, and this is it. Time to make a play, and do they commit or TP is the question.
Well, they've put a lot of presence here. I wouldn't be surprised to see them try and TP out, especially not now as Vantic takes a bunch of shots, able to connect one or two of them. Fortunately, he's going to go down 1 for 1 as the TP comes through. That's the spike headed back towards A, but no, the spike TP'd over, but it's headed back B all the way through spawn, and this is brilliant. Lunatic is going to be the leading charge, and Manny has stuck around on 50 HP.
Manny's going to be the guiding light of this round. Yeah, 100%. Epic conversion, 13 seconds to go. That is the beacon. You can see their raise also shows up here, rotated. Antmo's coming in. They're going to have to just slap that spike into the ground and just hope for coverage as they do so. And indeed, the coverage is there for Random Schmuck. They do get the plant down as well. Antmo gets aggressive instead of falling back and leaves it down to Random Schmuck now in a 1 versus, oh my gravy. Make that 1. The crosshair placement is good. Kill contract. I would be absolutely bamboozled right now.
I mean, yeah, there it is.
Yep.
Gonna make the commitment.
This is the way to end it off. Oh my. Clip it. Ship it. Donkey Kong, you got another one in the books.
That is incredible stuff from Random Schmuck. Absolutely insane. And it's just one mistake into another. A little bit of a waterfall domino effect that allows one kill to be not that big a deal, and the second and third, oh, so problematic. DXG, they take a timeout, and for good reason. I talked about at the beginning of that round how important it was for DXG to win it. It's not just that crash outs win, that's important. It's how they do on a bonus round into the 1v3 there for Random Schmuck, who closes it out on a kill contract too. Yikes. Never like to see that, at least not if you're a DXG fan. But I don't know what there is to actually talk about here, though, realistically, for DXG.
Yeah, there's nothing really standout, as you've said, is a correct word for me either. You look at Team Crashout, they're just playing solidly. Their shot is on point. They're working strong as individuals and as a team, and DXG is just unable to find a reaction that is conducive to, let's say, telegraphing the play. And I think that's off of how fluid Team Crashout was. You saw in that round as well. Hitting the TP, thinking it's going to go away. Nah, it's running right back to B. They committed fully to it. They used every second of that clock to get the plant down. And then you have such stellar individual performance from somebody like that ISO. And you're just like, okay, well, great. You know, they just got full run of the map and they clutched us out. And that's hard to cope with, I think.
Yeah, a situation where you do the right things, DXG, and you still lose the round. Just some individuals. Now that is some very nice finds. Vantic on B as well has pushed up mid and found success. 2v4 upgrade for Vantic as well. Okay. things have changed. Schmuck gonna need something massive, but gets hit with a triple heady and is dead as a doornail. Vantic has turned this round on its head, a double kill. Xanton, his Atmo is just absolutely rolled in here. There's no way out. Yeah.
That teleporter was just delivering utility. Like, why can't that teleporter deliver a cheesecake or something useful? Like, you know, or a burger or fries or, you know, I wish life was that easy, man. I could just get my meals delivered to me through a teleporter.
Bro is hungry.
No, I get flashed. That's what I get. I get flashbang via teleporter.
You know, one of these days, soon, I'm sure that'll exist. You know, it's like the, you know, the thing from Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs that like materializes food. Yeah, we'll have that soon.
I hope
I'll get it sent to you.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that.
You'll be the first on the list.
Oof. Pre-order. Let's get it done.
Smarty's got some interesting timing here. Vantic is jiggling this, but Smarty's already across. And I don't know that that will matter, but okay, it did. Vantic taking a lot of damage in order to get out of that one.
And the only snake bite that Vantic had is gone now. So kind of hasty, I'd say, with the Viper wall up, especially to snake bite it, expecting a push. I didn't hear any sound cues or anything that yielded that. But here comes the rest of the util. Flash goes in deep. Smarty is just going to go ahead and respect Hookah. And you watch DXG, they are sending without doing anything with it. Flash is gone, and what was the result of it? Minus a lost flash, nothing. So you look at the crash outs, their conservation of util as this round gets deeper and deeper is going to be much more valuable in comparison to what DXG's got in their tanks.
Look at the Cypher over on the shower side of things here. Lunatic, he's got Schmuck joining him here in a moment, is putting a lot of presence out, and this is going to end up being the A hit. So it is a little bit of a clear indication of what's coming forward. Thrash doesn't get anybody in. Oh, he does actually lock down a couple, but in trying to follow that up, both of these short players catch a frag. Rathy's got 3. Oh my goodness, the spike. It's needed to go down, but it doesn't matter if you get all the kills. 5 survive for the crash outs.
And 5 survive off of what, you know, looked to me from a third-person perspective of not a lot of critical utility invested either, which, you know, in one sense is great for the crash outs, and like you said, is on the other sense not so great for DXG. They're just doing this with straight up shooting it, you know, to the finish line. Smarty's going ballistic. You know, to your point, if I could say, you know, player of the series that we've had the chance to watch the crash outs for me is between Smarty and Random Schmuck. I'd say they've transitioned and kind of grown throughout the series as being a huge factor. On Lotus, like, Smarty just gave value after value after value meal to this team, and now you look at the situation again, it's the exact same thing. One more look at the spine map before match point for the crash outs potentially. Yuki setting up to gain the required information with that flash. It goes high. Random Schmuck goes wide and takes some damage, but again, backs away relatively unscathed.
Look at that. Manny's actually got a kill as well, and that's sort of through the Viper's screen. And a little bit wild, all things considered. The crash outs are looking back another direction. Lunatic had just one opportunity there to find something cheeky. Misses the mark, but the 2 cages, it creates question marks in the head for Vixter. They're gonna head back towards B. That's a little bit ambitious. Urine able to walk forward, grab another one. Random Schmuck falls, and it's a double kill there on the Stinger. Crash outs are once again lacking in this round. 2 on 5.
Last player standing.
Manny is catching Rafi there, lacking as well. Lunatic 16 seconds, Phantom in hand. Save would be very nice. This is a great perspective of what's about to unfold around the bend. Hello, how you doing? Ooh, Vantic there takes a very nice look at that Cypher, and it's all good. 1 pick ain't too big of a deal for DXG. They're going to come into this round 2 ultimate strong, actually 3 ultimate strong for themselves. The Viper's Pit, Sky Alt as well, the Seekers as well as the Showstopper. If I was DXG right now, I would drop a preemptive Viper's Pit on shower, completely deny it, and then just chill. Absolutely chill like villains and wait for the crash outs to make their move and adjust accordingly. But that's just my hopes and dreams. I think that DXG has been shining when they play patient and really let the round unfold, because you and I both know the crash outs know how to use this clock and they're very, very effective at it.
It's actually funny that you say that, because I think the crash outs game plan this round, by the look of things, is just to not necessarily use that clock, just to walk out together, play their own game a little bit, try and essentially toss and execute forward. Not that that will be the case, but look at this for DXG. Whatever the reasoning is, they have got the right read. Now, the kill contract has come forward. Random Schmuck's been fantastic on it, and he does it again. So the opening pick is had and essentially gotten for free while Rafi walks into U-Haul. It's the A site gained and maintained.
Spike planted.
Random Schmuck is so good at those strafe shots, by the way. Look at the follow here with the wall to reposition. Really cool. Does DXG know it? Probably, or they're at least expecting it. Random Schmuck converts onto Vantic. Manny here and Cubby for one. Lunatic as well. This ISO, oh my god. That is a wide peak if I've ever seen one. Like
the widest of peaks.
The widest. Like he literally, like he took his fist, smashed his D key, and proceeded to click mouse one after letting go. Like that was just beautiful.
I mean, that was basically the Peruvian wide peak, you know?
Why Peruvian?
It's just a meme.
Oh, is it? Okay. I'm behind the times.
My age is showing. It's actually a really old meme. So
what is it? Old,
yeah,
my age is not showing.
It's another old CS meme. We've got a lot of old CS memes today.
You got to send me that after. I used to play a bunch of CS. It's a shame I don't know that one.
Oh, fun times. Right now, though, hey, DXG, they are up against the brick wall. They are up against map series point. Crash outs overwhelmed them on A last round. They are looking towards B. The Viper's Pit set in stone, at least over long.
Going in with actually to contest the Viper's Pit. I was just waiting to see what's going to happen here. So Snakebite, yes, they're fully DKing. They're almost going to be forced to TP, I think, because they're all going to... This is a long walk by. This is a slog through this Viper's Pit. By the time you get through, you have no health to your name. So Clove is the sacrificial lamb here. Getting back into it. Low HP yet again, along with everybody else. Vantic can pretty much hold this almost for free, but 11 HP is tough. A couple classic shots is all it takes here.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, no, that's not happening at all.
Rafi was really trying to find that.
Very, very hard, but almost too hard, it felt like. DXG's Viper's Pit pays off for them.
Yeah, sort of overselling a little bit too much there. Spike in hand for Atmo. Is able to drop onto the side and should be able to get a spike plant down at the very least. Wingman's leading the charge, and okay. I mean, there's a world where this is winnable.
Oh, for sure. There's multiple worlds, I feel. It's just a matter of Antmo being able to convert on some close angles. Starts with this one. But yeah, good move from Vixter to actually collapse at the same time while the pop shots went off towards spawn. It did look very viable, but not the distance that we wanted to go. However, still up against the wall here at match point. We've had a couple, I've heard 14-12 matches this evening too, so this would be no exception if DXG wants to take it the far distance.
Yeah, I don't know if DXG were one of those, were the team actually making those OT runs or not, but apparently, yeah, Ben's in my ear saying yes. So DXG, certainly no strangers like you're talking about, Strive.
They know what it takes to go the distance. They are the overtime gurus.
But it's not easy mode yet, right? The key here is for DXG to actually force crash shots onto a bit of an eco. That's where they can find themselves an extra round probably to close the distance. Right now, still working on the big guns, and the kill contract is back in play. It's been a near guarantee frag for Random Schmuck every time it's been up. and it's been round winning in almost every instance as well.
Yeah, GLG's not a betting platform, but if it was and we had random schmuck, I would start gambling on this. And I love how we're catching the 1v1s consistently. Please don't let me down, random schmuck. Yeah, it's almost like he just plays Kill Contract Simulator from 9 to 5. Just so consistent.
Well, and it's not just that. It's Smarty opening the proceedings on the site itself on Devantic, and they're going to stall. Wait a little bit. Neural Theft comes in just to get further information, finds that A is actually the weaker site right now. Rafi on the rotate, good for another frag. One man strong here. It's up to Vixter to potentially save this game for DXG.
30 seconds left.
A lot hinges on Brimstone coming in. They come out four men strong. Oh my goodness, they line up for multiple picks here. ISO does a great job setting things up, but it's going to be Antmo to convert onto Vixter. It's Yearn now at Lamps.
Planted.
Oh, this is a good spot indeed. Boop cell, but it's not enough. Your winners of Pit of Valor number 178. The Crash Outs take it for the $100 prize.
That they do, and it's just it's second prize, $50 there for DXG. But the other thing is, they get entry into the amazing Radiant Arena.
Great point. Oh no.
Oh no, Rip! It starts July. I've just been told. Ben's lied to me. Yeah, Ben's lied to me. It's all good though. $100 is definitely
to that here, GLG. Just getting absolutely played on a daily basis.
Wow. Wow, that's toxic.
I had to throw a little bit of spice in the mix. I'm gonna regret it later, maybe, but it's all in good spirit.
100 beads, though, absolutely no small prize. Absolutely fantastic. Love to see that, and well, big congratulations, of course, to these guys who have been putting down the herd on teams, the Crash Outs all day long. 6 best of ones, and they come out on top.
Beautiful. I'm really, really happy for this evening. Congrats again, like you said, to TKO. They played out of their minds and were so fun and energetic to watch. DXG, you guys played awesomely, 3rd and 4th place respectfully as well. To those that participated this evening, thanks for bringing the revitalization of these broadcasted Pit of Valors to life. Thank you again to Hyperion Esports for making this possible, sponsoring the prize pool, $225 total, including Tonky Kong's contribution of that $25, which I hope people have submitted clips. It's really quick and simple, and it means a lot to the community to see you guys do what you do best, which is frag out and have a good time. On behalf of myself, production, Vincent, if it's a-okay with you, I'm going to go ahead and sign us off for the night. We're going to catch you here again, hopefully very soon. And a reminder one more time, because I'm going to beat it to a pulp. Your involvement is what allows it to happen. Pit of Valor, $10 entry for the single, $25 for your team for 4 Pit of Valors. And then if you win that, you also get free entry into Radiant Arena. You're welcome to enter that separately at $75 to enter into Radiant Arena with a $1,250 prize pool. So if you believe you got what it takes the team to go the distance, join us for Pit of Valor, have some fun, go the distance, and take yourself to Radiant Arena, and let's enjoy it together and make history again at GLG. So on behalf of myself, yet again, thank you so much. Thank you to our teams, and we look forward to catching you here next time. Have a good night.
Boxes are defeated, purpose always fleeting. I pose questions to the ceiling like an answer gonna come. Truth is too revealing, life is easier concealing. All emotions till they start on your heart going dumb. I shouldn't be in drive more, I just wanna feel alive more. I feel hurt all the time, but I can't see straight. I've been running on the freeway till I get blinded by the headlights. They go past me. I